Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Hopefully you guys can hear me. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Hopefully y'all were able to check out the link in the description box for a little bit. Um, that is Zoe Williams and Tone Talks. Shout out to Tone Talks. Antonio Moore, attorney out of California, one of the founders of this recent iteration of the ADOS movement for ADOS folks to get their reparations. And so we will be reviewing the conversation Tone and Zoe had. And the title of the video is Cheesecake Factory a cheap date? Right? All while Red Lobster is going bankrupt. Right? So, you know, Zoe and Tone, like I told Zoe, I've been following him since the days of the Foxhole. And like I told Tone, I've been following him for years. It looks like my part got spliced out, so I guess you guys won't be overhearing me um speak on Tone Talk Show. Shout out to I Am Waffles. I'm really doing this for you, I Am Waffles, because we were speaking about it in the comments for BGS's stream this morning. So yeah, so I guess I gotta expound because as I was telling you before in the comments, I did not get to um expound on what I was saying. I need to really work on my like 30-second elevator pitch. That's my fault. I thought I would have had more time to kind of frame what I was saying. And I get why Tone kind of rushed me off and why he framed the conversation the way he did. Because it if you are attempting to get reparations and you are attempting to put pressure on the US government, on the US federal government, I can understand why you have to come off as neutral as humanly possible and definitely not um tick off or upset black women, even if black women have a propensity to not necessarily um um be the kindest when it comes to black men or when it comes to first dates, even if there are a number of black women, particularly on social media and on the internet, who troll black men about these first dates and about how black men are lacking. I can understand why Tone, even if I think he does understand what Mr. Z was saying, why he would shy away from going in that direction. I understand, right? So yeah, yeah. And I'm Waffle says, "Oh man, they cut your phone call. Man, that's balloony." And I think so. I because if I recall, I think I was the first call, but I just was listening and I didn't hear me. I do have about 20 minutes left to listen to, so maybe I wasn't the first call and I thought I was. Um, but yeah, so I maybe later on that's when I call in. My apologies if I'm saying that wrong. So, but from what I can see, I didn't call in. Or my part got cut out. Maybe it didn't. It could just be me. So let's make sure we don't, But even if Tone did cut me off, out of the stream, that's okay. I understand why. Right? I definitely understand why. I do want to go over a couple of points that at least, remember I said I have about 20 minutes left to listen to, so I'm going to touch on these points. These points could have been touched on later on in the conversation, and I just haven't heard it yet. So, bear with me on that one. But we will be covering certain things that I wanted to say. Obviously, I didn't have time to say, and even if Tone would have given me 2 or 3 minutes, it might have taken longer than 2 or 3 minutes to get some of these things out. Um, so first, this is about lifestyle, right? And Zoe and Tone kind of spoke around it, but they didn't go right to it. This is about lifestyle. And someone in the comments, and I think it might have been a woman who said in the comments, black men can't be your reparations, but that is what black women are asking for. They're not asking in those exact words. They're feeling the pressure of this inflation in this society. They are feeling the pressure of the rising prices of important things. They are feeling the pressure of college degrees maybe meaning a little bit less, or that student loan debt. They're feeling the pressure of their first job out of college not paying them what they thought it was going to pay. They're feeling that pressure. They're feeling the pressure of that car note. They're feeling the pressure of that apartment, right? And if they have a roommate still, that apartment, the half that they have to come up with, they're feeling that pressure. And they're looking for black men to make up for it. They're not going to say it in those words exactly. They are looking for black men to make up for it. This is why, if you notice, black women are levying on black men not to just be providers, which is already a lot to ask, but to be hyper providers. Because they want you to obviously take care of all of your bills, but to take care of all of their bills. And obviously, their bills take precedent over your bills. Right? And I think this is something that we have to emphasize, right? Because, listening to Zoe speak and listening to Tone Talk speak, one thing I think that Zoe kind of understands, but, I think needs to be emphasized is, you know, and where is this? I'm like, okay. Zoe, when black women hear you speak about spiritual healing and spiritual work in relationships, all they hear is esoteric fluff. They hear esoteric mumble. They hear they want the lifestyle point blank period and screw everything else you talking, right? Like the more dates you go on with black, especially black women under the age of 40, right? All they hear with if you're esoteric, you know, understanding of the world and spirituality and doing internal work, if that doesn't come with a fat wallet, then they don't want to hear it. It's just a waste of breath to them. What they hear is really, and I think Zoe knows this, I just have to emphasize it, broke dudes coming up with excuses. Once again, another broke black man trying to pander to the vagina, speaking all of this spiritual, hotep, right, esoteric, earth mother goddess crap. That's what they hear. Trell hysterical, and Trell says, "Dates? Who's going on dates?" Right? And once again, like I'm saying, I think Zoe knows this already. I'm not saying anything that Zoe doesn't already know. I'm just emphasizing the point, right? I'm just emphasizing the point, right? As I said before, black women are looking for black men to make up for a lack of wealth in the black community. And I think that needs to be emphasized. And you even kind of get this um with Dr. Chris Marsh. That's um Kris Marsh. Black woman PhD in demography and sociology. And she said herself, I'm paraphrasing, and hopefully I get her correct in this, which is if you want to see black women partnering more with black men, then you need to give the black community reparations. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? So what's beautiful about where we are with the conversation now is in a weird backwards way, black women are being 100% honest. Y'all not really listening to them. Black women are telling you, okay, we lied about how horrible black men are. Their personality stinks, about how they're pseudo patriarchal or they're hyper masculine to make up for not being white men. Black women are low key admitting that was all a lie, and the real issue is black men don't earn enough. Black men haven't made us upper middle class white women, and that's our issue with black men, right? So you have to appreciate that black women are finally being honest, that their real issue with black men is that black men didn't make them upper middle class, rich or elite white women, right? Once again, and some of this obviously, those of y'all that have been longtime subscribers, y'all have heard Mr. Z speak like this before, right? The black women in question want black men to perform the protect and provide parts of patriarchy, right? Let's say again, the black women in question want black men to perform the protect and provide parts of patriarchy, and to hell with the lack of wealth in the black community, or how anti-blackness is a hindrance to this performance. They don't care nothing about that, y'all. The black women in question don't care anything about anti-blackness. They don't care anything about, the lack of wealth that's a hindrance to this. They see black men as lazy. And as Paris Milan said to me, I'm a black woman. Y'all are black men. Once again, they use intersectionality to weaponize against black men. In other words, if I'm a black woman and I'm accomplished, then why aren't you? They never consider social dominance order because they don't even know what it is. What we have to get into, and to be honest, and part of this conversation, by the way, is that black women see black men as being a bigger problem than anti-blackness and white supremacy, white hegemonic rule, white patriarchy. There are a number of black women that see black men as their number one threat. And so, yes, that definitely ties into the first dates because they're taxing you for not being a white man. Do they levy these type of dates on white men? Yes and no. And much of the reason why no, because the white man is white, he'll make up for maybe the lack of overt wealth. He'll make up for not bringing her to a super nice restaurant on the first date because he's white. His skin makes up for the lack of wealth. His skin is the access. You know who we know thought that? Oh, Stefco. Oops. Huh? Huh. Part of black women's aspirationalism is about black men being a overglorified walking wallet or walking ATM machine, right? Black women threaten black men that if black men will not or do not perform as a walking wallet or walking ATM machine, black women will just date out. Black women will just marry out. That's the threat. And so listening to Zoe speak, all I can hear in the back of my mind is Chrissy and Yanni and Paris and Shira Seven and Cynthia G all saying, yeah, that all okay, whatever. Anyway, see, black women, that's why I told y'all to date out. Right? That's why I told y'all to date out. Black men are just gonna use excuses and they're never gonna get it together. So just date out. So hearing Zoe speak, hearing Tone Talk speak, which by the way, Mr. Z agrees with, they definitely come with the data. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying way more black women don't want to hear that than y'all would like to admit. And that also goes for the FD signifiers of the world, the foreign man in the foreign lands of the world, the conscious Lees of the world, the Professor Odies of the world, right? The Alvin, Josh, and Eddie waving the red flag, Ed, and Eddie, Alvin and the chipmunk of the world. Way more black women, yes, even leftist black women, FD signifier, see that all is excuses, right? I would love to see Tone Talks and Dr. Chris Marsh speak. Because Dr. Chris Marsh was very clear when she said, if you want to see black women partnered, or if you want to see black women in these type of relationships, you got to give reparations. In other words, you got to bring black men up to black women's level, as if black men still don't earn more than black women. Although, for someone like Dr. Chris Marsh, who I guess she was kind of telling us she earns $250,000 a year, give or take, a PhD, highly accomplished researcher, what she's saying is there's no black men on her level are far and few between, and that's even before you start counting the married ones. then it becomes even more rare to meet those men on their level. Black women are telling black men, you got to be white men. Even Dr. Chris Marshall, it's more difficult for black women. In other words, white women that's PhDs that earn $250,000 a year and that's highly accomplished, they're more likely to be married. Black women are telling you straight up, right? And so when I was speaking to Tone and he cut me off and he was like, black men too. No, black men aren't told to perform, excuse me, black women aren't told to perform the financial parts of patriarchy. They're not. And so, Tone, when you said black women, excuse me, black men also, you're missing the financial element. Black men aren't asking black women on dates expecting black women to spend $250, $300, $400, $500 on a first date on him. It's the other way around, right? And that's something, whenever we do this flattening of the black race, even flattening of ADOS by saying men and women, it's not the same. And even Zoe tried to engage in this. Once again, black men aren't putting a financial requirement on black women. It's the other way around. Once again, that's why I say black women sit to hell, and their actions are showing this. To hell with this talk of spiritual work and knowing thyself and the parts of you that show in a relationship. All they hear is just mumbo jumbo excuses, fluff. Black men trying to get over for not being men. Men the way white men are. Now, once again, we know white men ain't balling like that. So what they really mean is men the way upper middle class, rich and elite white men are. Right? Tone, when you go through the list of places women refuse to go to on first dates, I think there's a blind spot for how much black women in particular, although this does apply to other non-black women, want and demand opulence and exclusivity, especially on first dates. Right? That's why when you read off the list, you were like, okay, what's left? The expensive, exclusive restaurants. It may not have to be break your wallet expensive, but it better be some exclusive, nicer place. Something to brag on. Someone in the comments for Tone's video, and I think it was a woman, but it might be a brother, who said the poorer black people get, the more they demand opulence or something along those lines. And yes, absolutely, yes. Right? Once again, Tone and Zoe, black women see your conversation as excuses for black men refusing to make themselves rich. That's all it is. All they hear are excuses. If Chrissy was to sit down and listen to Zoe and Tone talks speak, all she is like, this is why I date out. Right? Once again, this is where Yanni comes in and says, what's the incentive? I want to be a kept woman of leisure. That's where that comes in. Right? You let black women speak and they're telling you very overtly this is about lifestyle. Screw everything else. Maslow's hierarchy of needs? No. Lifestyle. When you start speaking about being self-actualized, black women feel like they already achieved that. Where's the money in lifestyle? Particularly professional black women. This is where Dr. Chris Marsh comes in. This is where Ebony K. Williams comes in. This is where Amanda Seales come in. Not so much Amanda Seales. It's a little that might be a little bit different. But Ebony K. Williams and a Dr. Chris Marsh, oh yeah, screw all of that. Where's my lifestyle? Especially a Ebony K. Williams. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I'm waffles. That's the one. The poorer we get, the higher our standards. That's the one. Thank you. And he goes on to say, some sister said that exactly. That's the comment. That's the comment. Right. Hmm. Continuing. Zoe, you say that these people want to use others on a date to have a quote unquote really nice time. Once again, I present to you, it's about experiences, the rare and notable experience that a woman, can brag to her friends about. That's what this is about. This is about bragging to your friends about the restaurant he took you to, the car he picked you up in, right? The way he was dressed, the cologne he had on, the money he spent, if you know. How he didn't blink an eye when you ordered the thing on the menu that was $100, 120 some odd dollars. Huh. Right? And thank you for the super chat. I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm Waffles said, personal opinion. The racist narrative they've spewed about black for generations to the abortion rate, the damage is irreparable. Irreparable. There we go. There we go. Got it out. Got it out. The black community and black women don't deserve black men. Just my opinion. Woo! Right? I thought it in Trell says I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black and black about black, y'all. I thought I know exactly what song you're referencing on Trell. Hysterical. Oh man. And once again, thank you for the super chat. I'm Waffles. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right. Huh. You know, Zoe continues and Zoe says something about merit. And I say, Zoe, black women have said, if you're merit, and I'm saying black women have said literally verbatim, but definitely through action, black women have said, if your merit and spiritual work don't result in a fat wallet and a lot of money, then to hell with your merit. Right? This is like neoliberalism through and through. This is Ayn Rand. This is Milton Friedman. This is Frederick Hayek. These women are white male capitalists. Black. It's crazy because I'm listening to Zoe, and what Zoe is saying, I don't think it's fluff. By the way, I think Zoe really means what he says. I think he's speaking about something of a higher order. Black women don't care none about that, right? Black women don't care nothing. They keep your spirituality if I have to be in the room with the rich white woman and I feel a certain way about it. That's what black women are saying. Keep your spirituality if I have to be in the room with the rich white woman with her $2,000 Louis bag. With her $2,500 Louis bag. If I have to be in the room and feel a certain way when Karen pull up in the new C-class Benz that her man just put down on for her, then I don't want your spiritual work. Huh. Right? Something like 30% of women in America admit to engaging in foodie calls. Once again, foodie call means she's not interested, she doesn't necessarily find you attractive or appealing, but she's going out with you because of either the restaurant or because she doesn't have any money to eat or because it's an exclusive restaurant or she's just trying to get out the house. It's not about you. It's not about getting to know you. It's not about you getting to know her. She just wants to be out the house, whether it's a lack of resources, whether it's just time, but she's not interested. She's just going out with you to go out with you. Once again, if 30% of women admit that, then you know it's really at least 50, 60, 75. Once again, men are not engaging in this, right? Huh. Tone talks about courting and lineage. Well, that's why, once again, when Tone talks about courting and lineage, and he's speaking about ADOS lineage, obviously, and the cost of being ADOS in America. And to that I say, and that's exactly why black women are threatening, and some are actually engaging in swirling and divesting. In other words, dating out or exclusively dating outside of the black community. Black women told black men, you could keep the weight of blackness, you could keep that. The poverty, you could keep that. You could keep that over there with you by yourself over there, black men. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use intersectionality to escape hatch my way out into the arms of whatever white man, Latino man, Asian man, Arab man, any indigenous man that will have me. That's what black women are here when they hear Tone Talk speak about lineage and the cost of that lineage. Black women said you could keep that over there. Huh. Right? There's a part of the conversation where Zoe speaks about paternalism, right? And he makes note to say white men paternalism. And to Zoe I say black women want that. Black women want that. They want all the positive good parts of white paternalism, and they're really like overtly saying it. That's why you're starting, and Zoe actually said benevolent patriarchy. Zoe was really hitting on the cylinders here. Zoe knows. I'm just once again I'm just reiterating these things. Zoe knows what it is. Huh. Vince says, I saw a video of Milton Friedman this morning in 1978 for the first time talking about welfare. That ish is vicious. Send it to me. Send it to me. Right? Send it to my email if you don't mind. And once again, I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? So we cover this, because I didn't get to get my thoughts out. And look, we're just about on a 30-minute mark, and I'm just now right getting to this. But yeah, no, I called into Tone Talks yesterday, and my initial comment, I didn't get to kind of flush it out to show that Mr. Z isn't this raving sexist lunatic, but that to hopefully get Tone Talks to consider, and I think he already considered. I don't think he actually really doubts me, to be honest with you, that there's a type of financial responsibility and performance that is levied on all men, that includes black men, that includes black ADOS men, and black women just don't want to hear anything outside of I'm going to perform this way financially, right? Everything else is excuses, right? Huh. And that's something to really consider, like the way that men are supposed to quote unquote supposed to perform financially in this system, even though women are in the workforce, even though women are competing against men for college enrollment, right, for being valedictorian, for being summa cum laude, right, for graduating with honors, for career advancement, for the jobs and the careers and the promotions. Women are competing against men for that, and yet men are still supposed to somehow magically provide more than women. That includes both inside the black community. That's not just the outside the black community thing. That's an inside the black community thing too. Huh. And so we're watching as the price of that gets levied on black men, both from with outside of the black community and intra-racially inside the black community. Huh. And I'm Waffle says Tone Talks knows, bruh. There's no way to have a black community and simultaneously let black men address their grievances with black women. Apparently not. Apparently we're just, and this is where Dr. Umar Johnson comes in. You know, it's interesting watching as people disagree with Dr. Umar Johnson and yet engage in much of the same things. People disagree with the way Derek Jackson frames things, but yet, like, when you get to the other side of the equal sign, it results in the same thing, which is you can't actually speak to black women about how they may be contributing to some of the issues in the black community because of their behavior and rhetoric. You can only speak about how non-black people and black men, particularly straight black men, but black men harm the black community. You can never speak about black women in that way. And if you ever do, you have to first, once again, sandwich method. First, you got to beat up on black men, essentially saying black men are the reason why black women act this way. Then you give black women a little pow pow on the wrist. Okay, look, you messed up there and you messed up here. Get a little. I'm gonna take my pinky finger and tap you on the wrist a couple times. You're in trouble. And then you beat up on black men again, and there you go. That's if we ever acknowledge that black women might be engaging in something that's detrimental to, even to them in the long run. And you know we can't do that. All right? Huh. So Tone and Zoe Williams, I like this combo. Um, I always have. I think they match each other well in the conversation about relationships, um, particularly in the black community. I just think there is a space, and this is why the black manosphere exists. And yes, I did catch Tone say in the beginning, this is not about manosphere. He didn't say black manosphere, although I'm almost certain he meant it, but he did not say black manosphere. He said manosphere. This is not manosphere. This is not feminist. We're not really going after the same things, but okay. Um, it's not a opposite side of the coin type conversation, although I know people like to frame it that way. It's not. Um, no, the manosphere, the black manosphere, we are actually speaking about the behavior in the rhetoric of black women that's detrimental to black men, black children, and even black women themselves. And Tone and Zoe, as exhibited by the lady that y'all covered, the Cheesecake Factory story. And as you yourself said, Tone, it doesn't matter if it's a skit. This is the narrative, right? You yourself said it does not matter if it's a skit. This is the narrative, and you are correct. Many of us, including Z, have spoken about being on dates with women and they start talking about houses and house prices. We're not talking about being 3 months in, 6 months in. We're talking about first, second, third dates. Huh? Zoe and Tone, particularly Zoe, starts reading, no, it was Tone, reading about the formation of marriage coming out of a particular era and how the father, pretty much had the final say so in this business relationship, business arrangement. And you hear black men speak about this sometimes. To be honest with y'all, let's be honest. And you hear black women speak like this. Here's the problem: what business relationship, what business arrangement when black people don't got it like that financially? Uh-oh. Right? What I will have to agree with Tone Talks is black people don't have the components, and yet we're still attempting to perform this type of relationship model without the components, and then get mad when the whole thing fall apart. Black women, on the other hand, are saying to black men, the black community will be a matriarchy if you want to be kind, a gynocracy if you want to be accurate, unless y'all are super rich and wealthy. And even then, you're going to have to pry the power out of our hands, even if you're rich and wealthy. Huh? So I think there is a blind spot on why so many black women are same-sex loving, why you hear the Dr. Chris Marsh of the world speaking about, if you want to see these type of relationships in the black community, you have to give reparations, because black women such as herself sit to hell with all of that quote unquote marrying down thing, right? Huh. It's something that I think that is a major issue in the black community. And to be honest with you, the reparations conversation is going to be a really difficult one when you have black women like Chrissy and Paris, particularly Paris, saying black men and black women that align with black men that speak a certain way are being cyber quote unquote terroristic. I'm saying it, I'm mispronouncing it for a reason. Huh? And Salty Ball says, and thank you for the super chat, you're talking about price discrimination in the treatment of black men compared to white men, yes? And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Absolutely. But the white skin pays in dividends, so black women think, right? White skin pays in dividends. And as I was trying to tell Tone, black women are just frustrated. They're tired of not being upper middle class white women. They're just everything else they hear is excuses. Particularly the black women we're speaking about, the black women like the lady that Tone and Zoe were covering. They're just so they walk around with the fake pompous attitude with their nose in the air, this bougetto thing, and they're brash about it, and they do way too much because it's the way they feel that society comes down on them. The reason why black women are so cringy with the performance of luxury is because when they watch white women do it, that's how they feel white women are doing them. That's how they feel black men that are with white women are doing them. That very overt looking down their noses at people when they have a couple dollars, that's how they feel the society is doing them. That's why they're so in your face about it. You're like, that's kind of cringe. That's not, there's a bit of nuance there that you're not engaging in. Until for them, it's to hell with the nuance. I want to feel the people's skull crack under my heels. Right? Huh. Spain Man. And Spain Man says, what's her name again? The actress? I forgot her name. She's funny as hell. And Spaceman says, it's poor people around, hide your money. And she was waving the money around, hysterical, right? And where did that go? Where did it go? And Trell says it's performative, it's method acting, man. Man. And I guess I'll read this now because I need a bit of context. And a split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And a split Jim says, good morning, Z. They got revitalized this week because of Ashanti. What happened with Ashanti? I know she was prego from Nelly, but did they have the kid? Is that what it is? Right. They couldn't have had the kid. It hasn't been 9 months already, has it? Right. But yeah, so I think this is a conversation that's going to be a hard one to have because black men don't want to. The black men like tone in particular, and I get it. By the way, I get it. They don't want to upset black women, particularly obviously ADOS black women. So it's a really difficult conversation to have about how and even if tone is right to a certain extent, black men too. Okay, black men want black women to perform a particular way, but it's not the money aspect, and that's when you run into the wall of black women levying on black men to perform the provider part of patriarchy, not the leadership part of patriarchy, not the final word part of patriarchy, right? Not that part of patriarchy, absolutely not. Not the leadership part, not the final word, not the final decision. Nope. The protector provider part of patriarchy. Right? That part. And Split Jim says the fact she is pregnant. Oh, I thought we already knew that. And Cheryl says, they pregnant? Where have I been? Yeah, Ashanti and Ashanti is pregnant from Nelly. Y'all know they got back together. Yeah. Because once again, where the hell was Ashanti going? Right? She came back out here and Irv Gotti was still waiting. Right? Huh. And that speaks to, as a matter of fact, we could tie Ashanti into this conversation. That is black. Think about what Dr. Chris Marsh said. Think about Amanda Seals. Think about what Ebony K. Williams said in her conversation with Stephen A. Smith. Black women of means, particularly black professional women, they want to practice hypergamy also. They want to practice hypergamy also. And they've gotten so far up the social and economic ladder as black women. And Dr. Chris Marsh know them white guys ain't checking for the most part. She know, because if Dr. Chris Marsh was into white dudes or if white guys were checking, she would have been gone. She would have been with one a long time ago. That's why she's talking about being single. She did not speak about dating out. Not necessarily. She probably talk about that in some other book eventually or in a different conversation, because she know what the numbers are. Once again, the PhD in demography and sociology. She know what it is. And so when you see the Ashantis of the world, once again, the Amanda Seals, the Dr. Chris Marsh, the Ebony K. Williams, the Bowser, whether they say it or not, they know what it is. And that's why you hear the Yannies. That's why they're speaking to black women about this quote unquote community, the Hive. Shout out to Nameless. Shout out to the Nameless protagonist. They're speaking to black women about working on building up their friend circle, the Hive, and being comfortable being single. Like I said to Dr. Thunder, shout out to Dr. Thunder. political lesbians and political singleness. It's temper tantrum talk. I can't be with or meet the black man on my level, and these white men are too racist, and the Latino and Asian men are too racist, so I'm just gonna be single with my homegirls. Right? Y'all can try to intellectualize it all y'all want, hide all of this sentiment behind 4 and 5 syllable words and academic terms. Yawn. At the end of the day, it's black women throwing a temper tantrum because the black men are not quote unquote on their level, and not enough white men are interested in marrying black women. I didn't say having sex with, I didn't say being in a quote unquote situationship with, I didn't say experimenting with for 3 and 6 and 9 months. I said being married to. Huh. And Trell says, why do we persist to the euphemism saying dating out? It's they getting smashed out. True, true, true. Right? Huh. And Ashanti is a testament to that. Who's the heavyset black woman that Obsidian been going out? Feminista Jones? Was it Feminista Jones? It was Feminista Jones, I think. Who once said, she would never backtrack and she'll never go back to X or whatever. And then Obsidian mocked her and made fun of her because guess what? She went back to dating one of her exes, right? Because it's especially if you are an accomplished woman, period, before we even start talking about black women, then if you're an accomplished black woman and you want to be hypergamous, right? And you're with a particular man and you want a particular type of man, you're the one who put the floor under you and say, I'm not going no lower than this. You're the one who does that. So when you say I'm not going lower than this, you're the one who limits your options. I'm not going lower than advanced degree. I'm not going lower than $100,000 a year. I'm not going lower than 5'11". I'm not going lower than. That's you. And when you do that, guess what, Ashanti? Guess what, Feminista Jones? Guess what, Ebony K. Williams? Guess what, Amanda Seals? Guess what, Claudia Jordan? Huh? There's a clip, a video on and I want to say she was an African sister, but there's a video on did I see it on TikTok? I want to say I saw it on TikTok where a sister was like me praying for a 6 foot whatever tall man, and then like the next clip over is I want to say it was her getting married to looked like an African brother, but a black man, and he might have been 5'7" or 5'8" or something like that, right? Because once again, ladies, you're the one who limits yourself, and then throw a temper tantrum because you feel that it's not fair that men haven't quote unquote risen to your level. Oh boy. And yes, this ties into the conversation with Zoe and Tone Talks, right? Yes, because the women are speaking this insanely because they're angry. Black women in particular, Tone, they're angry that they live in the same country with well-off white women. They're angry. They're angry at white men for not wifing them up. They're angry at black men for not being on this particular level that rich white men are on. They're angry at white women because white women played them real nice. They angry at themselves, although they won't admit it. They're angry at non-black women, Latinas, for coming up and scraping all the men that they turned away in the beginning. Y'all done messed up. They're angry. Black women are y'all. Are y'all talking to black women? I don't suggest it. Are y'all talking to black women? Oh, they're seething. Black women are, and I'm saying every black from the second they hit 18, they really see them before they're 18. From 18 all the way to death, black women are livid. They're angry as hell. They are angry. Black women are angry that they live in the same country as white women and Latinas and Asians, and and black men have choices and options. Particularly successful black men. Successful black men, it should be illegal for you to marry out. If black women could make it, it would be illegal for any black man. The second you hit about $80,000, $85,000 a year, it would be illegal for you to marry out. And the punishment would either be death and have your wealth and your income spread amongst black women. Just to put salt in the wound, they probably make it single black mothers just to throw salt in the wound. Punishable by death or time in prison. Think I'm joking. If it was up to black women, successful black men, particularly you brothers that's making over six figures, prison time. And if you listen to Dr. Umar Johnson speak, he pretty much agrees with it. You owe black women, and they all have heard he say, I actually somewhat agree. The problem is black women's behavior says that we don't owe them nothing. Actually. And y'all give Z 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And once again, thank you for the super chat. A split gym. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. But yeah, if it was up to black women and definitely up to the Dr. Umar Johnsons of the world and whatnot, oh no, you would be in prison, black men. You black men that's earning six figures and or close to six figures, and you with non-black women, no. Black women need to all say no to you first on planet Earth, actually. Right? And we start off with the dark-skinned black women, obviously, duh. And then when all black women on planet Earth, all about 2 billion of them, a billion and a half of them, whatever, however the number is, train tracks, after all of them say no first, including the single moms with 3 and 4 kids from 3 and 4 different men, then the white women can have you. Only up until you start making that $85,000 a year, then you go up for evaluation again. Y'all think I'm joking? Y'all let black women talk and tell you how they would organize this world and see if I'm wrong or not. Right? Huh. It only sounds crazy because y'all ain't really thinking about it. Right? Hmm. And yes, so because I don't think we think about these things like this, I think what Tone and Zoe was presenting, it's nothing new or surprising to us, right? It's nothing new or surprising to us, but to their audience who may not necessarily be engaging in this type of conversation, I think it might be something new. But if you look at what Black women are saying in real life, let alone on social media, yeah, lifestyle over everything. Lifestyle over everything. And the poorer we get, the higher the standards go. Shout out to the Black woman that said that. Absolutely. It wasn't necessarily a profound comment, but it was pinpoint accurate. That's pinpoint accurate. That sums up everything. The crazier the wealth gap gets, the crazier the calcification of wealth gets in America, the more insane women in general, working class, working poor, lower middle class women are going to sound. I suspect the crazier Black women in particular are going to sound. Right? Huh. Spain man said passport bros would fall victim to U.S. drone strikes abroad. Look, it's funny, but anybody want to say it's not true? Y'all hear Black women talk? Do y'all hear Black women talk? It should be for them. It should be illegal for well-off Black and let's just get right to the point. Black women are incensed that celebrity Black men often end up with non-Black women. They think celebrity Black men owe them marriage and relationship, particularly to darker skin, heavier set, broader nose, kinkier hair Black women. Black women think it's an affront to them. It is a personal attack on them when a celebrity Black man, God forbid he's good looking, when a celebrity Black man is with a non-Black woman, anything you do with that non-Black woman, you're flaunting her to them. It is a personal insult. It's as if name the random especially Kanye. When Kanye was with Kim Kardashian, you let Black women tell it. Kanye was going up to every Black woman, tapping her on the shoulders and saying, "You ugly, dark Black woman." That's how they acted. They acted like Kanye was forget tapping them on their shoulder, waking them up in their sleep and saying, "By the way, I just want you to know you're dark and ugly." Let them tell it. let Black women tell it. Black men were waking them up out of their sleep to remind them, "By the way, you're dark and ugly." Right? That's how you get the Chrissies. Recall when Chrissy, when she first made mention of me some months ago, sometime last year, and she did not say my name. Of course, she never has. And she said, I was listening to one of these manosphere Negroes, and I'm listening, and what she wanted to say was, he was saying some things I could agree with, and then he said he was gonna go chill with his mixed girlfriend. First of all, Chrissy, my girlfriend is not mixed. She's light skinned. She got 2 Black ass parents. Translation. Let's Chrissy translator. Chrissy translator says, "I discounted everything that Negro said the second he said he was going to end up with his white girlfriend." Wait, Z, your girlfriend ain't white. Let Chrissy tell it my girlfriend's white. If she light skinned, she white. He was saying things that I could kind of agree with until he said he was going to go chill with his white girlfriend. Right? You let certain Black women tell it. Anything that's not dark skin is white. Right? She literally said, I said, let me go, and I was mocking women like her, and she literally said, yeah, and then he said he was gonna go chill with his mixed girlfriend. I know I ain't saying my girlfriend mixed, but she's not. I went back and listened to myself, and I was like, I ain't say nothing about no mixed girlfriend. Where? And I'm like, see see, and that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. I said light skinned girlfriend mocking you. You said you to emphasize the point of why men like me shouldn't be taken seriously. You said mixed girlfriend. Huh? I'm tying all of that to this conversation by saying to Zoe and Tone Talks, which I know they ain't listening this far. Black women don't want to hear none of that. They don't care about nothing we saying over here as black men. When you speak about reparations for ADOS, when you speak about anti-blackness, as a matter of fact, you let Paris Malone talk, and when black men speak about anti-blackness, all they actually hear are excuses for why you're not performing like a rich white man. That's what they hear. You let Paris Malone talk. That's what she hears. And even if she doesn't hear it, this will make it worse. She's gonna say that because that's what she knows that's what her subscribers want to hear. Huh? Mr. Z spoke about inflation right after COVID when the prices of everything started going up and those house prices started getting insane. And what did Chrissy say? Do y'all remember? You remember when she said all I hear is excuses? Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. Right? Y'all remember her saying that? Exactly. Exactly. Black women don't want to hear none of that. All they hear is excuses. Lifestyle, Zoe. Lifestyle, Tone. That's all they care about. And they've lied to themselves and said the weight of anti-blackness outside of white men not choosing them. That's the only time they realize they black. Or when they get hemmed up by a white boss at work. Right? They pretty much said, okay, the weight of blackness is going to be on the shoulder of black men, so I don't care. F them. That's what they said about black men. F them. Let the weight of anti-blackness be on their shoulders. And let me go try to make these moves in this corporate job somewhere. And hopefully a white man will make a move on me. And then, I'll wake up in 3-4 years and I'll be married with the mixed baby in the suburbs somewhere. Huh? Yeah, exactly. And low value male says they believe that light skinned black women are the white people of black people. Really, they believe that black men are the white people of black people, but definitely light skinned black women are the white women of black women. Right? Don't forget the article that said light skin not light skin, but black men are the white racist men or white men of black people. Right? That article came out some 5-6 years ago, something along those lines. Right? Yeah. So that's all we're finding is that black women the average black woman doesn't really care. She may not be drooling at the mouth bad until you get to dates, and everyone says it. Even Rebecca Lynn Pope said it. I've said it. You'll talk to black women, and they will be rational, and they will know what the hell they're talking about, and especially if they're college educated, they'll know their field and they'll know it in and out. Black women, I never say black women are dumb. I never say black women are stupid. Black women are fully capable right up until you start talking about lifestyle, intimacy, sex, child rearing, and white women. You want to see black women get irrational? Start talking about white women. Start talking about marriage and relationships. Start talking about intimacy. All the rationality goes out the window because they feel slighted. Why do they feel slighted, Z? Because they're not white. And so speaking about relationships and intimacy and sex is a reminder to them that they're not white. right? That's all they see it is. You reminding them that they're not white, so they're most likely not going to have an upper middle class white woman's outcome in their relationship life. It's an insult. It's an attack on them. It's an affront to them. Once you start talking about relationships with black women, it's like you're telling them, "Oh, remember, you're not Kim Kardashian, so you're not going to get that. You're not Paris Hilton. You're not going to get that." Right? Crap, you're not even Nicole Richie. You're not going to get that. Right? Huh. And so yeah, so and shout out to Zoe and Tone. They get it. They get it. I just wasn't supposed to say what I said. That's why Tone rushed me off. Like, Negro, I'm trying to do something over here. I can't be talking about reparations and having you tell the truth. You're gonna make black women mad. You're gonna make ADOS women mad. Look, we're not to look. Stop. You rushed me off. I get it. I get it. Right. I just want you to understand. Martin and them were doing this. Had the same issue. Right. Huh. Oh, that's good. And Dr. Thunder says, and shout out to Dr. Thunder, we got to come up with a comprehensive strolling list of stupid female bias sayings a la drizzle drizzle. Right? We got to find a way to mock them about white women aren't told to settle. Who wants to be with average anyway? There go two for you right there, Dr. Thunder. Um, we already got them for the sprinkle sprinkle, so that's drizzle drizzle. Let me at least give you three. Let me see. What would be the other one? Um, Somebody already came up with the if he cared he would. So somebody I already heard somebody mock that. Let me see. What's a third one? Can't come up with one right now. I Waffle says I was mad for you, Z. Yeah, I just was mad I couldn't get get it out, right? Because I think it would have been something especially for Zoe to grapple with. And I would have loved to see how they expounded on that, both Zoe and Tone, if I could have just got it out. But Tone was just shut it down quick, fast, in a hurry. He, I get it. So yeah, exactly, Trell. A real man, and it's funny, man. Black women when they say a real women in general when they say a real man, and it's all this self-serving. Ignore my flaws, ignore this, ignore how I messed up with that, ignore it's like a real man would take me and my 3 and 4 kids from 3 and 4 different men because he's not the stepdad, he's the man that stepped up, or he's the dad that stepped up. It is a real man is always the man that will kiss their ass. That's what a real man is. It's always the man that would ignore their flaws. It's always the man that's gonna be like, you know what, baby? I don't care. I don't care. Right? I don't care about none of that. I'll take you just the way you are with the attitude and the chest tattoo, right? And the 3 kids from 3 different dudes. I'll take you just the way you are, even though you're really not interested in me and you're only using me as a life raft, right? Because I'm a real man. Alexa, play Real Negro from Gorilla Zone, please. Negro's not the word. Right? Exactly. Els Active says, we have all the good women gone. Yeah, exactly. They always say, we have all the good men gone. You know, the men I wasn't interested in about 15 years ago. Oh, bruh, the Russell Wilson. That is the dream. That is, I'm telling y'all, that is shout out to Shay and everyone else that came up with the Sierra prayer. That is the dream, especially for black women. They want the dream is I can do whatever the hell I want to do with whoever the hell I want to do it with in my 20s, maybe even my early 30s. Might mess around and have a kid or two from said men, and then magically God just drops a Russell Wilson into my life. And he loves my dirty draws, right? Yeah. Huh. The goal in life, that's the goal. Oh, Lion, that's another one. And Lion says, if you can't handle me at my worst, black women with this. And imagine, bro, so yes, you hear millennials say that, but that's really an extra term. Oh, Xers, oh boy, maybe even boomers, maybe some of the youngest boomers. But Xers with if you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. Imagine actually say, think about how dumb that statement is. Imagine actually saying that and meaning it. If you can't handle me when I'm being a complete and total irrational asshole, when I'm being loud and aggressive and brash and childlike, if you can't handle me then you don't deserve the kind, sweet, demure, well-spoken me. Imagine saying that and meaning it. Oh my God. Oh, Trail and Dr. Thunder, that's what they was hitting y'all with? What? Where's all the Xers in the room? That's what they were hitting y'all with? If you can't handle me, what the hell? What the hell were extra women on? What the hell? Imagine saying that and meaning it. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Wow. What? That was real? I can't imagine. I couldn't. I wish a millennial woman would say that to me to my face. I wish she would. If you can't handle this attitude and this neck rolling and this loud and abrasive behavior, if you can't handle this, then you don't deserve the me that's actually not this, the me that's kind, the me that's nice. What? Man. Insanity. Insanity. I would have had a field day. Well, once again, I don't even know how to math with math, right? Plus, obviously, black manosphere training for years, so it's not fair, right? But if there's a way to like make extra women younger, right? And if I was still in the dating scene, once again, we don't know how to math with math and how to science with science. But man, I'll have a field day with extra women saying that. Oh, what? Trell said they have aged like bread mold. Hysterical. Els Active says all the women my age are immature. Trell says I always say extra women are the worst. I mean, think about it. I've said this multiple times. Look at all the panels you see with women, from daily wrap-up crew to crew season, etc., etc. And then look at Queens and Cocktails and tell me what the hell the difference is. Tell me what the difference is. When you hear Claudia Jordan speak, right? When you hear Vivica A. Fox speak, when you hear Lisa Ray speak, what is the difference between them and all the millennial women that's goddamn 10 and 15 years younger than them? What's the difference? especially when they get into the black girl swaggy, who's not on their level and got to bring you down to size talk. What's the difference? What the cool phrases? What else? A.L. Evans. Oh, there's another excerpt, right? And A.L. says nothing, absolutely nothing. A.L. Before you came in, I was saying, damn, hold on, already lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, black women saying, extra black women saying to y'all growing up, in y'all 20s, if you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. I can't believe extra women were actually saying that. What? If you can't handle the mean, condescending, rude me, the a-hole me, the me that's gonna try to baby trap you with another man's baby, if you can't handle that me, then you don't deserve the kind, nice me. What? Right? And black extra women said that with a straight face and they meant it. It wasn't a joke. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They said that and they meant it. Wow. Jesus Christ. Anubis, I could actually expand on this comment. Anubis says that was the crack era chicks, Freaknik. You imagine a woman that, and I am about people having their experiences, even women. Yes, Mr. Z is about to go into a really weird place now. Imagine a woman that was out here. I mean, really out here, right? Had all these experiences. And then turn around and get mad at the world, mad at black men, because now she wants to settle down with the square brother that she's not actually interested in, but this fits in with her career goals or her life goals or et cetera, that she's probably going to cheat on with the same type of men she's really attracted to. And that woman is throwing a temper tantrum because she can't meet the man to fit into her life. White men ain't going to do it. Black men are not doing it. Man. Els Active says the difference is millennials have no game. Let me reframe that a little bit, and you tell me what you think about this, Els Active. I will say this: extra women were the children of older boomers and silent generation. I don't know if it was game or if it was training. So, especially for older extra women, they were trained differently. They knew they were giving black men the middle finger, right? For millennial women, I think it's not a lack of game. They don't think they should even pretend. They don't even consider it baby trapping. They don't even it's this is the way I am. What are you talking about? Right? So it's not a lack of game as much as it is this is just who I am. I am this loud, aggressive, mean person. This is not like a protest act. This is not a like the aggressive that you see the aggressiveness that you see millennial black women in particular engage in. Some of it obviously is pushing back on what they see as black men's like Kevin Samuels in his rhetoric, but much of it is like, nah, this is just who I am. So you get what I'm saying? I don't know if it's a lack of game, right? Huh? Anubis's entitlement, yeah, like a sense of entitlement, and it's a sense of entitlement not for their individual lives. Like if you listen to Generation Z and millennial black women talk, they're talking like black men and men in general owe them this, going back to the plantation, going back to the west coast of Africa, right? Like if you let them talk, it is a sense of you got to make up for me not being the rich white woman. That's why I bring it up all the time. Black men, why are you even talking if you're not going to make up for the fact that this black woman isn't rich and white? Why do you even talk? Right? And if you let black women talk, and even some black men, I don't know where the hell y'all be getting this from. Black men, wait a minute. You have leisure time? You're breathing? Wait, you sitting down on the couch? Wait a minute, you taking an afternoon nap? Wait a minute, you got time for vacation? Negro, if you don't go get yourself out here and work to death to provide this lifestyle for this woman, what is she saying? Make up for me not being a rich white woman. Right? That's what this is about. Huh. And Anubis says, I had a 71-year-old man tell me his game is better than mine. Okay. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying he ain't seen nothing yet until he see these millennial and Gen Z women, especially the black ones. You ain't seen that. You ain't seen nothing yet, because all of the boomer and extra black men I've come across, for the most part, look at us as millennial men and Gen Z young men, especially Gen Z young men, and total awe. In total awe. Even my own dad, me and him had a conversation. He was like, I would not trade anything to be where y'all are. And I recall I was listening in to Truth Teller and the Roger Report, and both of them was saying to what was the name of the brother? He's a millennial also. And they were telling him, so you're trying to say millennial women are even worse? Because he was saying at least extra women this and at least extra women that. And Raj and Truth Teller was saying, so all you saying is that millennial women are even worse than extra. If you looking at extra women, borderline laudatory, then you're saying millennial women are that much worse, right? Els Active says, my dad can't even fathom it. My dad either. But remember, my dad's Haitian, so it's a bit different, right? The situation is a bit different, but my dad got here when he was like 26 years old. So he was still young enough to still see certain things. Plus, my parents met here in America, right? So my dad was out here in the scene a little bit too before him and my mom met. So he's still seen enough, and he's like, God damn, right? Man. Anubis says his game is trash. I told him today is it 1964. He don't even know. That's a whole different woman. 1964 compared to 2024? 60-year dip, man. Come on, man. He don't know. Don't worry about it. He don't know. He don't know. Right? And that's the thing with a lot of this conversation is that you getting advice from people that just don't know. I think I critiqued of this. It was a conversation, and I can't recall. We were talking about one of these dudes that used to be in the streets and whatnot, and I'm just like, you don't. If you were out here in the streets in the 90s, maybe even in the early aughts, and you was out here, fast money, black women, you out here, luxury cars, sports cars from the late 90s, early aughts, mid-90s, you have no idea what it is to be a square brother in the 21st century in 2022, 2023, 2024. Shut the hell up. You got these dudes that were out here in the streets talking about what a man should be and how a man should move. First of all, you got fast street money in the 90s. You got fast street money in the 90s and the early 2000s. When houses were, when an average house was less than $250,000, less than $450,000. Right? So you're trying to give advice to square black men in the era where y'all raised y'all daughters. Oh, I forgot you did time. So your baby mama raised your daughter with some of the money you left over that they couldn't find on this bougetto luxury crap. And now y'all sent y'all terror of a daughter out here. Shout out to Lori Harvey. Your terror of a daughter out here in the dating scene. And then telling men what they need to do. No, Steve Harvey, have fun trying to get her wifed up. And she's fine as hell, and she's a terror. Oh! It's just, it's a bunch of 60 and 70 something year old black men who beat the game or got beat up by the game, but they still found a way out. Trying to give square brothers advice on women. First of all, sir, you have 3 and 4 kids from 3 and 4 different women. You were touching $100,000 in the 90s. Untaxed street money in the 90s. How are you going to give me advice, right? A.L. Evanson, middle finger, my response to them, right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. About to make this a damn panel. Here, I'll put the link in, right? Give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me a second, just in case anybody wanna join. Give me a second, and here we go. But yeah, like it's yeah, and there we go. Yeah, so you women want to give. I said women. You know, some of our uncles that was in the streets, or they were doing whatever they were doing, however they was getting their fast money, trying to give you advice. Negro, you were touching tens of thousands of dollars in the 90s and the early aughts. And you try to give relationship and dating advice as a dude with 3 and 4 kids from 3 and 4 different women to your square ass nephews, right? When you allowed your baby mom, it's not like you really had a choice, to raise your daughters to be absolute terrors in the dating scene. What the hell? What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
My response to them is, in the translation, is fuck them. Fuck them. And fuck
Wait a
them. I
minute.
want y'all to hear me clearly. This is from an exa born 1970 Trey. Fuck them. I'm 50 years old. And then I heard GZ, yeah, we can give you advice. We showing you every day what not to do. Pay attention, motherfucker. Pay attention. This ain't no game. The audacity, the uppity ass narcissistic fucking audacity, period. Yes. Yeah. Audacity.
No, I agree.
They can go and kill themselves. I've been watching fucking video after video. Yeah, and shout out to that boy, man. I love him. The single mama song. Oh man, that shit
Yeah,
had
yeah,
me
yeah, yeah,
rolling.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I even got a certain way. I got a little chair dance every time I hear it, man. My head
Oh
is
man.
bobbing. I'm like, Z, that shit's a fucking hit, bro. And then I seen another clip of an older woman laying on the couch with a bonnet on, part of the fucking bonnet brigade, and she's chastising these young women. Say, okay, bingo, we finally fucking got something. We got something. This shame, this song, she admitted it. Z, they can't stand that song.
Of
That
course
song
not.
is killing me. It
Of
is
course not.
killing me.
Look,
Hey,
man. Hey, yo, the other day I was at work and a little cute petite sister passed by, right? I'm like, she walking her dogs, and you know when y'all both do the little eye thing, and you catch her checking you out, and you checking her out, and y'all both know y'all checking each other out, so we both checking each other out. She walking her dog, and she got real close to me because you know that's how women do it. They never say anything, or they do say a good afternoon or whatever, but they get close enough for you to make the first move. I'm in a whole relationship right now. Sorry, babe. And so
She hit you
no,
with
no, no,
that.
no. She got close enough for one of the dogs to come by my feet, right? Because I'm at work. So she said, "Good afternoon." I said, "Good afternoon."
They're getting close over there. That was that walking up Klingon mating ritual. She was doing that.
Exactly. Wait. Here we go. I didn't get to the good part yet. You know, I didn't notice this at first because I'm like looking at her little petite frame, cute face, whatever. And then it took me a minute. And AL, I promise you, I was like, wait a minute, this bitch got a bonnet on.
Man,
no, it took me like a good couple minutes because I'm so, you enthralled, you're like, God, and your mind start to wander because you're thinking about, yeah, you're there. And then I'm like, wait a minute, she got a whole bonnet on, and it's like, I want to say it's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and she walking the dog, man, maybe 5:30 in the afternoon, and she walking the dogs, and I'm so looking at everything else that when she came back around the other way, I'm like, wait a minute, she got a bonnet on. What the fuck?
bro, I'm so you know how they try to look you up and down inside you. I would be so in that situation. I'm scanning from top to bottom. Bonnet, eyelash, beat face, nails, ratchet, whatever the fuck you got on, X. If you don't get, man, I'll be like doing about faces and marching away. Or I'm in my South God era. My nose is I literally have my nose turned up and I'm side out. I'm looking like, I know you didn't. What the fuck is you looking? And then if I look down, they'll have that stupid look like, is he looking at me like that? And then I bug my eyes at him like, yes, I'm using straight up sign language. And then I walk away. I'm not playing with you. I'm not even giving you a chance to speak. No, for what? I'm in my South God era, drizzle. Fuck that. If I'm looking and I see bonnets and all them X's, shit, my South God radar meters going up. No problem.
So going back to that single mom song. First of all, it's funny as hell. Secondly, of course they're offended because and it's very interesting how women speak about men like we're all one big man, in particular in the black community, we're all one big Negro, which is, by the way, racist as crap because that's how white folks treat black people, black men in particular. So it is like, well, I'm a single mom because y'all did it, right? So it's still, so when they hear the single mom song, it's an attack because it's like, well, y'all got me pregnant. It's not this man got me pregnant and we couldn't make it work, or I couldn't make it work as a woman, right? No, it's y'all got me pregnant.
And that's bullshit.
I'm a single mom because of one of you, right?
No, we ain't get them pregnant. They got them pregnant.
Yeah.
Those are their two thighs. That's their vajayjay. It's called a morning after pill. All case else fails. Condoms, diaphragms. You got 40 fucking contraceptions to our fucking two. And you mean to tell me you not fuck, and you know you want to fuck, you know you horny. They know. They're not stupid. You know. No, fuck that. The onus is back on them. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Not them. Because the ratio of protection exceeds them greater for them than us. So no, you knew what you was doing. You decided to lay that spread. You was horny. You wanted that shit.
Mhm.
You gonna take fucking accountability and responsibility. It's not all on that man.
Wait a minute, Uncle Al. Wait a minute, AO. Wait a minute. By the way, that's not his real name. He said his real name on Toya's channel. If you ever want to hear AO's real name, I did watch that whole thing. By the way, AO.
Oh, you. See,
I
you
did
got
watch the whole thing.
you got the backhoe entry number. No, man.
I watched the whole interview with you and Toya. I watched the whole thing, right? So, there's nothing wrong with your actual name. There's not. It's not. There's nothing wrong.
You for paying attention too goddamn
Right.
much.
Right. So, first of all, wait a minute. Did you just say line? Did I just hear AL say accountable and responsible? Did he just say accountable and responsible and women in the same sentence?
That shit
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
It don't compute. But ain't nobody paying these Bojangle sandwiches sized ass women on my
Why y'all to say Bojangles? First of all, y'all gotta stop because the other day Grinch had me say he said tar what? He said
tar donkeys. He's
absolutely right. Bro, I was so mad this nigga made me read this shit.
Hold on. The Grinch, my main man from the Coliseum days, he called them what again? Please repeat loud and clear.
Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
He called them tar donkeys.
Tar donkeys, TAR donkeys.
Yep.
Oh, I love that. See, God bless Grinch. He was. Grinch should have never fucking left like he did and just took a hiatus because whenever he was like, you had to listen, and he was gonna cut them long, wide, and deep. He was gonna hurt their hearts, and he did it.
No, but you know what make it worse, AL? It's because I was talking about Chrissy. You know, Chrissy whole thing is colorism. So I'm talking about Chrissy, and I'm kind of going in on her, and I'm being above board. But this is the time, you know how my conversations usually go. I'm serious in the beginning, and then I read the comments and I joke around. And Grinch put it as a super chat, so you know I gotta read it, right? So I gotta read it out loud. And he said, pretty much, why you entertaining these tar donkeys? I'm like, God damn, Grinch, why you have me read this shit?
Yeah, that shit was fun.
So like, God damn, the worst.
Right on time with that disc.
Oh, it was the worst.
As far as I'm concerned, no, don't nobody want to hear that. I listened to the video you were referencing that last one, not the one you did today with Chrissy.
Yeah.
That manosphere Negro. Just say his name out loud. We know.
She said she'll never entertain us by saying our names. It was me. Y'all can all tell it was me. But yeah, she said she ain't never gonna actually give us the validation or whatever the hell of actually saying a Negro's name.
I don't want to hear nothing about income. Not with all these goddamn whales out here. Like, and the thing that astonishes me, right? There's this fitness chick. She's a fitness trainer. And she's pretty much having a video pretty much like laying into these females being lazy about their workouts. Bruh, you see all the coping in these females' workouts. I'm like, no, I don't want to end up being muscular, no. Or some other chicks like you gotta crawl before you walk. And all these excuses. And you know what I'm sitting here thinking like, but y'all expect top 10% men though.
But check this out. I'm gonna break it down.
When it comes to income.
Z, please allow me to break it down. I'm gonna really break this shit down for y'all real quick on these women.
Before you go, let me shout out no placeholder for the super sticker. Shout out for the super sticker. Okay, go ahead, AL.
Okay, I'm about to break it down to y'all, let y'all understand why these bras don't work out and don't like to work out. And I figured this shit out in the 5th grade. I used to sit back and watch, and why all these girls just acting like they too good for PE and they don't want to work out and they don't want to put on their workout gear. I literally went to a junior high down south where they made you get out there. We had 2 coaches, Coach Garza, Coach Hauser, shout out to them. They would literally fail them girls and tell them off the rip, if you can't run this 1 mile, because every time we had to go to PE, they take us out to the track. Wouldn't do nothing else but take them out to the track because they was like, tired of looking at these morbidly obese girls. They take them out to the track and say, if you can't run a mile at this time, 1 minute and 50 seconds, you out of here. I'm flunking. And I sat back and I used to watch. I'm like, why all these girls walking like, I don't care. I'm going to take an A and just walking around looking like they too good. And it stems from that. I mean, you know, before you get to school, you could go to the gym and work out and shoot hoop or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the gym, sit down, playing with their hair, talking shit, sitting up in the goddamn bleachers, not moving. I'm like, why are they not working out? And it dawned on me. I'm like, these bitches are lazy. They think this body they go have this same body all the way through life. And these mamas, these aunties, these grandmothers, they'll never sit back and tell them the truth. From my era, I mean, remember, I'm born in 1973, right? See, and I think my tea lady, my egg donor, she was born, I think, 56, 58, something like that. So from you got mamas from that time all the way on up, letting these broads know. Letting these boys know you good just the way you is, you good just the way you is. So they took this all the way from junior high through high school, graduated in 91, 92. And I'm 50 now, mind you, I'm 50.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching them. Oh, and I'm watching them at the club here, there, and everywhere. And I run through them and run across them and talk to them, have deep conversation. Why y'all not working there? Why y'all don't do no sit-ups? Why y'all don't do no push-ups? Man, fuck you. I ain't got to do nothing. I look good just like you. Then I look up. Here come my 30s. I'm looking at. Y'all ain't looking the same in my 40s. Y'all ain't looking the same in my 50s. Beat down, ran down, gone.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, but I really want to hear from the brother, like you and Trail's age, late 40s, early 50s. How the hell do women look now?
Beat down, run down, gone, and putting on everything in their mama.
See, Trail said he graduated in 93. Trail, how do women look now?
If he graduated in 93 and I graduated in 92, shit, he know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. He know I ain't lying.
Trail said, ugh. Trail said, ugh.
UGLY, they ain't got no alibis.
Hold up. Because Line is only like a year or two older than me, too. Line, how they look now? And we in our 30s still.
Bruh, I'm just going to tell you, most of these chicks are about as wide as my PlayStation controller.
Look,
and bad as
there's only like one female. Like when I look back at like chicks I saw in high school, there's literally only one that's still fine as hell. Only one. The rest of them, nope.
Hey, Line said they wider than one of them wide body F-350s.
Tablet. They bigger than the new PlayStation 5. That's how wide they is.
It said Jupiter wide.
About as wide as my tablet.
It said Milky Way galaxy wide.
Talking about like they like lighting candles. You about as wide as these candles.
But still trying to talk to you like they got the upper hand and you got to do what they say when they say how they say. I'm like, and then still with the neck rollers, still with the eyes, still with the finger. Yeah, you remember that meme? Somebody used to put up that meme with that big old heavy set girl with her face cocked to the side and her lips perched all up like a goddamn nasty ass fish, and she got that finger wagging. You remember that old meme? That's how.
Yeah. She looked like she was maybe older, like middle age, maybe late 40s, early 50s. The one where she got the attitude on her face. No, you're talking about somebody else. Okay.
She look like she in her late 30s. No, that's and this shit, that old ugly ass weave on top of her head doing that shit. I'm like, that's what they look like. When you start to say, man, what is you talking about? You don't have no upper hand on that. And this is what they don't get. For every one black man out here that's eligible, it's 9 of them now. It used to be 4. And then it went up to 6. And my grandfather told me this back in the day. He said, you know, I'm going to give you the ratios and why I'm telling you on the endangered species list till you damn near die, young man. And yeah, and we are. All black men born 3 and up, you're on an endangered species list. You know, black man, do you know we the only Homo sapien animals, 2-legged animals, and the highest in the animal chain?
I already know what you were going to say.
Endangered species list, animals, then us. And think about it, animals, then us.
You know what I thought you were going to say? I thought you were going to say black men are the only ones who women weigh more than them. I thought that's what you were going to say. Got real close there. I thought you was going to say that.
No. Ding, 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 ding. Extra credit. Yes, and yes. Thank you.
What's up? What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
The only way for people who literally we are born with a baton death march and a goddamn bullseye on our back from 3 all the way to damn near. When he told me this, he told me from 3 to 60 something, and now I'm 50. Look, this is the shit that broke my heart. We will never be able to truly outlive getting off the endangered species list. He said he told me on my 13th birthday. I was like, man, this is some sober shit I got to deal with. So why you think I've been walking around on this goddamn earth, third rock from the sun, tippy toe? What should a grown goddamn heterosexual alpha male, and just like I'm speaking about me, I'm speaking about y'all. We have no business walking around here tippy toeing on eggshells. Just got to make it to another day. Just got to make it to another day. Y'all don't think about it as deep in a thought sense like that as I do. But I should not have to. My head. I'm glad I played football. The first thing my coach told me, son, you better keep your head on the swivel stick, and that's where I literally keep my head on the swivel stick to stay the fuck alive.
Do black men even have a choice? I mean, like, do you not have? You don't have a choice but to keep your head on a swivel.
Oh,
like,
do
you?
Oh, man, I mean,
You can't tell your age group is like that. Look at all these niggas in Chicago killing each other for just looking at them motherfuckers stupidly. Motherfucker, I remember back in the day, if you saw somebody you had beef with and you didn't like, you just chunk the fade. And if you got faded, you go back and chunk a fade again till you get your fade. No, they want to grab a gun.
No, let 18th. I'm sorry.
Niggas ain't losing fights. Niggas, I don't know what you talking about. Having a fight and losing, that's embarrassing. I would much rather serve prison time. That's what them niggas are.
You in your age group and down ain't losing a fight because guess what? Y'all don't have no men to teach y'all how to fight. Y'all don't know how.
Not just that. It's more to it than that. It's the fact that we live in the whole social media era now.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus back in the day.
So your fight loss is on camera.
It's on camera and it's there forever. Yeah. And the funny thing is, back in the day, you can meet somebody from the shoulders, and if you got your ass whooped, you just got your ass whooped. The only people that knew was the people that was there on that block. Now, if you get embarrassed, you can get embarrassed for years to come. They can pull up your video at a high school reunion.
Yeah,
Remember when Deshaun got his ass whooped? It's still on here. Looking at a YouTube video posted.
Everybody.
So, and think about it. No, that really means a lot. What 18th is saying, because that doesn't give you a chance to grow. So you could become heavyweight champion of whatever the hell after that. It don't matter. You remember this video right here when such and such got his ass 15 years ago?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah.
And then on top of it, of course, with them being raised by a lot of the women that we talk about, that brings a whole nother dynamic and element to
raising and rearing them for proxy violence. That don't make it no better.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say this before I let Naima speak, because I know Naima wanted to get in there. Mrs. E, do you remember when Chrissy said in her previous live streams, when she would describe her sister, and she would talk about her sister was dating a white guy, and she was and see, the funny thing about Chrissy is that Chrissy would give her subscribers hints that she really don't care about them. But nobody ever.
Oh yeah, she always does that.
She always does. When she tells them, you guys got to be more selfish, and all of that is just projection.
Does that shit too? Yeah.
All of that is just projection.
All of them do that shit because Yeti do that shit too. Yeah.
Say things like that when it came to her sister. She's like, my sister is not pro-black. Like, she don't care about you Negroes, because apparently her sister is married to a white guy or dating some probably bottom shelf Brad from Indianapolis.
She's probably mad that she can't get a Brad like that too. That's why she's secretly upset too.
But Chrissy has she's very aspirational, so I don't think she wants a regular Brad. If Chrissy wanted a regular working class Brad, she probably would have had one already. She wants a lifestyle. But if I'm not mistaken, Chrissy lives in Indiana, right? So no, listen, man. That's why I said in my stream, bring your ass to Miami. You want to talk about colorism? Bring your ass over here so you can see how Cubans do freaking colorism.
You said she's in the state of Indiana?
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
What the fuck is she pulling over there?
AB ain't even looking for that. He in Indiana.
Yeah.
And I'll say this real quick.
First of all,
wait. Y'all let 18th land. Let 18th land, please. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I just wanted to say this, Mrs. E. Do you remember in her earlier days, she even said to herself that she didn't really experience colorism like that. So
Yes.
like, in reality, she really did. It took me a while to put two and two together, but she took her argument from Rashida Strober.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
What she did was bring it in with her marketing skills, bring it
Yeah.
to the forefront, and practically, and if you notice, like she doesn't. Not only doesn't she have answers for her subscribers, but when her subscribers start getting a little suspicious, like because she's dealing with subscribers who look up to her to the point that they don't want to question her on anything.
Yes.
So, like when they start to even think, which she does, she gaslights them to make them think that it's their fault that they're not trying hard enough to, follow what she's saying. So she's been really manipulating her subscribers. She don't care about women, anything like that. We saw her doing right now with the colorism argument, which she did when insinuating divestment and throwing little hints about divestment and supporting divestment to not supporting no more when it started becoming borderline hate speech.
Yeah, so this is the thing with Chrissy. I think Chrissy knows better. I think Chrissy got into it with a certain content creator, right? I'm not talking about Sarge Willie Pete. And after that, she said to hell with everything. And she decided to go at black men because I heard it in her tone of voice when she was critiquing me, and she was pretty much saying, for a second there I had her going. She was like, okay, all right. And the second I said, oh, and I was mocking her when I was like, okay, let me go inside and go chill with my light-skinned girlfriend, mocking Chrissy, right? Mm-hmm. And after I say light-skinned girlfriend, she ain't want to hear nothing else. And that let me know, like, you have a real freaking issue, number one. Number two, all of you weirdo, and I'm not saying that brothers and sisters from Indiana are weirdos, but all of you weirdo black folks that don't live around black folks, don't really chill around black folks, and your life's goal is to be a freaking white person, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Because all you do is throw salt in the game, and you actually hurt the same people you claim to advocate for. That's not most black people's life.
Honestly, here's a cold part. The states like Indiana and all those other states, that's the white people's ghetto.
Yes, definitely.
States like Indiana, what top-notch white dude are you pulling in fucking Indiana?
Mm-hmm. And after go ahead, 18th, and then name it after this. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I will say Indianapolis is, it's considered a mid-major type of city. It got almost 800,000 people in there, so it's not like they got their luxury stores and different things. Because remember, Indianapolis is only about 3 hours away from Chicago, so it's a major city. But like you said as well, because that's Lion, right? That's Lion that was speaking.
Yeah, that's me, dog.
Yeah, that's Lion. It's not. Indianapolis is not Miami. Just like
wait a minute, 18th. Both of you deep voice niggas better know who each other is. You got Lion and 18th. Is that you over there? Oh yeah, that's me over there. Stop it. Go ahead, 18th. Go ahead.
But yeah, like you say,
shaking my goddamn phone. Go ahead.
Because with Z being from Dade County, Chicago ain't no damn Miami. It's people that, even though we the third largest city, like a lot of wealth is concentrated in Southern Florida. So it's people here that comes from here that go to Miami and their minds will get blown. But the funny thing is, she realized her niche was, because at one point too, she stopped caring about the sisterhood by getting into it with certain women. I think she just said, to hell with everybody. I'm going to manipulate these women to spite black men, and I'm going to get paid to do it. And that's exactly what she has been doing. She know that a lot of black women, she know what they want to hear. She knows that. That's the thing. She was kicking it. She was friends with Sarge. That's not a person that you can just have a dumb conversation with. So she knows she was going to manipulate. I'm going to manipulate these women because I see that either I see that they're not serious, or maybe I don't really have the answers for them, and I don't really care about the black community, both women or men anyway. So let me manipulate them. Let me be able to articulate my words and put these images in front of them using my marketing ploy.
Yes.
And insinuate different things and trigger their anger and their insecurities.
And that's what took her channel off better than Rashida Strober. Rashida Strober just might remind you of the loud, brash auntie. The Rashida Strober is just auntie. She's just loud ass auntie.
Mhm.
Chrissy, on the other hand, like 18th is saying, because of her marketing degree, she made that shit sexy. She
Yeah.
made that shit sexy. And we already know, especially for millennial and Gen Z women, they want that lifestyle. They want the opulence even more than, I would argue, even extra women, right? So
And-
that's how Chrissy was able to make that shit look good. And of course, she got all the subscribers that might have went to Rashida Strober when it comes to speaking about colorism. But Rashida Strober doesn't talk lifestyle per se.
No.
Right?
And
So,
another thing I'll say with Rashida Strober before I pass the mic to Naima.
Mhm.
One thing I would say about Rashida Strober, she doesn't see that she doesn't seem to have. You can tell she's angry, but she doesn't seem to have this hate, this intense hate.
Yeah, I agree.
Towards black men. Chrissy, on the other hand, Chrissy turned around. She used her marketing and the images and everything, and she pretty much structured her videos to trigger black women to have a hate towards biracial women, light-skinned women, and black men. Chrissy is individually the single reason why you got the golden sphere that exists with biracial women. So like,
let me answer this, and let me and before right before you go, who is Chrissy? So Anubis, Chrissy is a young lady, a content creator. She's been creating content for like 8-9 years now. She came in through Sarge Willie Pete, or at least she had her channel, but then Sarge Willie Pete really put her on the map. I don't think he knew it was going to become this. And she originally started speaking about colorism, right? And they would have conversation about it. I don't know what happened between her and Sarge Willie Pete, but they fell out. And she got into it with Obsidian way back when. Her and BGS then had back and forth. But for her, it was about colorism. She then switched to solving colorism by giving black men the middle finger and swirling. She speaks about black women in luxury and luxury lifestyle and femininity, and she does her own little thing on Patreon and whatever, pretty much teaching black women how to manipulate white dudes for money and lifestyle. So Chrissy, the reason why we critique women like that is because of how they're able to pull particularly younger black women. When I say younger, really think under the age of 40, younger black women, because they advertise like they're selling a particular lifestyle. It's the opulence, right? It's the extravagance. It's I'm going to help you become feminine, and hopefully what that'll do is get you that middle-aged white dude who's going to provide you with the lifestyle.
And remember Z, and remember, in the beginning, she wasn't even talking about colorism. She was on the point of trying to talk about the community. She was kind of like a female Sarge in the beginning. And then as time went on, she started bringing in colorism. But then when she turned against everybody, if you notice with her subscribers, she slowly started spoon feeding them the hatred. One video got a little bit intense after another one, and then that video got a little bit intense after another. Because in the beginning, remember, it was black men that was supporting Chrissy whole skin DDS magazine.
And she even had to admit that, yes.
Question. With that being said, and we know we denounced all that colorism shit, explained it, and ran her through the mud with it. Why? My question is, why are they still on it? We done defeated it for them. Why are they still on that trope? Well, I know they black females and they can't get over it. That gives them a reason to scratch, fall, and fight.
They can't think for themselves, AL. They can't think for themselves. They've absorbed the information that they may not get taught in real life. They go to the internet to get. So they've held on to this. And even the funny thing about the situation, right? Some of these girls might not have experienced colorism. Some of these girls may not have that inferiority complex until women like Chrissy or other people have put that in their heads.
What I think is not, and I gotta let Naaman go real quick. Salty Balls, you go after Naaman. Let me get this out real quick. First, let me read this. And Detroit says Brandon Jamal has Single Mom in Spanish remix. I heard it too. I heard that too. Number one, and thank you for the super chat. First, and going to what 18 said, I think that really needs to be emphasized. These young women are going on the internet for answers, just like how we say the young men are going on the internet for answers. Here's the problem. The answers on the internet for the young ladies are Get 'em Jade. It's the young lady that I covered before that said black men are what you are you telling us because we're not your sisters and because essentially we won't give you vagina that you're not going to help us or whatever? It's women like that. It's women like Chrissy. It's women like Yanni. It's women like Paris. So when those young ladies come onto the internet, whether it's really for them, it's TikTok, but whether it's TikTok or YouTube, the women that are waiting for them with answers are Amanda Marianne, it's Madison Brown, it's Chrissy, it's Yanni, it's Paris, right? It's women like that, right? It's Get 'em Jade, it's all these, it's Kim Foster. Those are the women that are online with the quote unquote answers for black girls and women that might feel unwanted. They're going through bouts of loneliness. They're going through bouts of feeling undesired, whether they actually are cute or not, right? So Chrissy got a ready-made answers because you're dark skinned, right?
Z.
And there you go. But before you go, AL, because we got to get Namer in because Namer been trying to go for the longest. Go ahead, Namer, and then we'll get Salty, and then we'll go back to AL. Go ahead.
Before I go, I got to give you an ad, Mr. Z. Mr. ZBlackneffect and his channel is brought to you by Soft Guys Scented Oil, brand new Haitian spice remedy for that plum wine flavor type of scented soft guy. Drizzle, baby.
I haven't had plum wine and I at least got 6 months, but this shit's funny.
Trademark South Guy era brand.
Oh man.
drizzle, baby. But anyway, oh, by the way, I was over on Toya's hangout a while ago, but you know, I figured come over here, show y'all some love. By the way, what's up, what's up, AL? How you been? And 18th, how you been, man? It's been a while. Good
My
to hear
boy
from you.
Naima, how you been, brother? I know
I've been good, you know.
Anytime Z does the open panel, it's usually like on the weekends, and I work the weekend, so this is why you guys haven't seen me around in a while.
Okay, yeah. It is usually on the weekend. Right.
I drop a line every once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, I'm just saying. There's a this is a reckless stream, by the way. So 18, just in case, you know, don't put it in the comments and don't say it on the chat. But yeah, this is a reckless a reckless stream too. So yeah, I'm answering what you just said. If you remember what you just said, 18th. So yeah. So yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing.
Don't
like,
forget shoestring budget. As I was saying.
Oh yeah, my bad, name. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's cool. It's just like, you know, I understand. It's like you guys are talking about what you're talking about. I'm on the outside looking in. I had to be reminded of that. Although I see a parallel of my existence over here, because, like, you know, as a black person in Europe, you know, you got to keep your head on a swivel. There's always been misconceptions, and it's like Dave Chappelle asked the question once. If you guys remember when Dave Chappelle was on Oprah Winfrey's show, just after he left the Chappelle show. She was kind of mocking him. She was mocking him by saying, you know, you do sound a little paranoid and stuff. And then he looked and said, well, first of all, what is a black man without his paranoia intact? I remember watching that in 2006, and that woke me up and realized, you know, anytime I'm anywhere, I have to be vigilant and well aware of my surroundings, even though my self-awareness is not always there at times.
Well, you got to remember too the difference between Oprah and Dave Chappelle. First of all, Oprah may be savvy; she's not as smart as Dave. Number one. Number two, that's a black man speaking to an older black woman. Number two. Number three, Oprah has always been positioned in our society as the female version of OJ, playing down race, right? Playing and like she's the younger cousin of the true civil rights, the people that were really part of civil rights. She was their younger cousin. Her, OJ, so like they were the ones that was like, I don't know why all the black people are mad. And as a matter of fact, Oprah actually did say that. She did say that on an interview, right? So when Dave speaks about what he's going through, of course Oprah's gonna downplay it.
Z, you left out something. AKA Miss Goody Two Shoes is what the fuck she thought she was, and how she traded herself. Her shit never stuck. Remember?
True.
Her shit never stuck.
That's true.
I mean, that's why she would look down on Black America like she did, namely black men. When do you look? Every black man that's done been up on the Oprah Winfrey channel has been degraded, emasculated, and put the fuck down. Period, point blank. And I've been watching this bitch. I've been knowing and watching this bitch since '84. It took my grandfather in '85 to literally damn near break the TV in front of my goddamn grandmother and say, "Woman, you will not watch this goddamn woman no more. This woman is evil." And we knew in the house, when my grandfather said that about that, he listened to her for like 6 weeks because he broke his leg and he had to stay off of work for 6 weeks. And it was killing him. So he was watching some of the shows my granny was watching. And he watched about a week worth of that shit and he said, that woman that woman is evil and she's not on the TV channel in my house.
I remember, like, you know, first of all, Oprah started in '86, if I'm not mistaken. Her show started in '86. But
it started in '84. It started in '84, brother. '84, not '86.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay, my mistake.
I'm older than you.
I remember. I was a little kid when my mom started watching that show, and this is like back in like '87, '88. So I remember watching that show. Hell, I remember. I've seen episodes of her coming to Ethiopia as well as South Africa, and I remember how the women accepted her, embraced her, and such. Oh yeah. But understanding how people view black men in general, it doesn't surprise me. And oh, by the way, Z, when you were saying "fuck you" to all the people who are trying to act white and everything like that, does that include the people who are turning white against their will, like myself?
No. Stay on topic. Go ahead. No, that's involuntary, Mr. Villaligo. Read Villaligo.
Oh man, you got the opposite of what Michael Jackson got.
Right.
That is the devil from reverse Villaligo.
You don't have to go there.
Funny, man. But no, bro. Nah.
No, real quick. Let's let Mr. Salty Balls. Saul, go ahead. What's going on?
He's salty tonight. He's
getting salty. He gets salty balls in the house.
Hey, hey, you know, I think it boils down to, you know, our coalition of enemies or whatnot. What be them, you know, big backs. Be them, you know.
Y'all think it's the worst?
Obsessional colorists onto, you know, the Giblet crew or whatnot. It all boils down to that, because when you look at the greatest common factor, I mean, you said it earlier, I've said it, Ed has said it, where you're using multi-syllabic words to, you know, corner the market to benefit you. If you want to go out and you want to date white men and that's what you're interested in, you know, own it, but they know that it's unpopular to do so, right? So of course I'm going to scapegoat black men who I don't like anyway, right? Because I already have my own self-hatred. So I'm just going to blame black men to do what I already wanted to do anyway, right? If I see that, you know, black men are considered the alpha men when we're talking about intelligence and we're talking about physical body and we're talking about the swag and stuff like that, guess what? I'm going to make up all these sorts of, you know, lies and bullshit about trauma, and I'm Giblet anyway. I like to, you know, delve into clams and clam bump and stuff like that. So I'm going to fashion myself like a black man and shit on them just so I can corner the market and get them too, you know? So it all boils down to, you know, games and propaganda so that, you know, all these weirdos, you know, the girls who sat in the back of the classroom could, you know, Revenge of the Nerds can get essentially what they want, and we're not going. And that's it. You know what I mean?
You know, Salty, I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't think a lot of people make space for how many black girls are literally sitting in the back of the classroom thieving at the light-skinned cute chick at school. They're livid. Y'all just don't. They be holding on to that shit for goddamn 20 years.
I'll take it a step further. Okay, Mr. Z. Not to be in your business or anything like that. If you could just give me a general sense of, how old are you?
I'm 37. No, you good. I'm 37.
Okay.
Fucking baby. Baby.
So back in the 80s, and AL probably can attest to this. I don't know where AL is from, but I know it was quite popular in California. This is quote unquote liberal California, right? The 80s and the 70s, you will hear of stories where there's big backs and dark skinned chicks jumping, cutting out the hair, throwing acid, and spitting on light skinned girls just because.
Fucking them up daily. Shit, nigga. That was a regular occurrence. That was a regular
about, right?
Yep, a regular occurrence in Texas.
Every day. You know what I mean? And so, nobody ever wants to talk about that when it comes to school violence and quote unquote the sort of sexual competition that they have going on. And of course, we get caught up in the middle of it and they blame us to begin with. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's my 2 cents about that. As far as the quote unquote anti-colorists and all this other craziness, let's even take statistically, right? Corporate America, right? Our educational environments. Who has more proximity to white people? Right?
Black women. Yeah,
exactly. So if you're talking about these sort of exceptional situations where you see black male celebrities going out and getting an exotical or a or a white girl or whatever the case may be, it happened. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't your average everyday black man. And not only that, even the athletes in general, for the most part, it might be a higher incidence of them dating outside of the rate, but across the board, for the most part, they're dating people who look like them. You know what I mean? Like when they're looking at Instagram models, they're looking for that ass. You understand what I mean? We all know that, right? So, it's just propaganda and bullshit. And, I call this era in particular, I'm starting to think of things in eras. This is the comedic counteroffensive. And as long as we continue to, conquer the minds and hearts of our young generation so that they won't have to put up with this shit, we will be effective. Because guess what? Logic ain't work. Discussions ain't work or any of that other stuff when you're talking to people. I mean, ad nauseum. How many discussions have people have had across the board or even, within, outside of them about this stuff? And the most effective strategies have been comedy. And I mean, because there's one thing that they thrive on is attention. And I would
let me answer your question. Myself, I have at least it's probably 660 now, 660 videos, mainly talking about this type of thing. So that's just me.
Exactly.
So to answer your question, go ahead.
I just want to add on to after Salty Balls finish. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and I would encourage. My last point is this: I would encourage what I like to call an attention blockade. Right? Do not like. Okay. Do not heart, do not comment on any videos with twerking, any sexual content, any sort of attention getting sort of stuff. Take that away. Snatch that. If you're on Facebook dating, if you're on the first thing anybody like to say is add me to the Instagram or add me on social media or whatever. Do not do it. Don't do it. Once you take that attention out of there, you take the air out of the room in which this sort of fungus can thrive.
The attention economy. You're taking away the currency.
Absolutely, exactly. And I'm a piggyback real quick and real short. Then old boy can have it. Check this out. In 2024, I've actively been doing this, and this is what was my New Year's resolution. Anything on any social media, but I'm only on YouTube. I boycott all the rest of them. I quit using them. But anything I see that's got a female showing up, anything, I don't care. Just showing up, black, white, whatever, anything. Thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down. Like, I'm changing the algorithm. Fuck it, thumbs down, thumbs down. Goddamn it! So when my phone it shows on it, all he does is say thumbs down to anything. Goddamn right. Anything a woman got to say, do, act, show out, whatever. Thumbs down. I'm not. Look, I thumbs up for all male, whatever you posting this and that. And whenever somebody pass, if it's a male pass, thumbs up. Female pass, thumbs down. I don't care no more. Yes, I'm that nigga. I don't care. You are my enemy. You have
Let me say this real quick.
my enemy. Go ahead.
Let me say this. My bad, Demetrius, for keeping you back there. Your name wasn't populating, and I was like, this could be a troll. I'm gonna wait, right? And once your name populated, I was like, oh, okay, there we go, it's Demetrius. But like, no, because at first it just showed me this weird picture. I was like, wait a minute, that's not, who the hell is that? Okay, y'all go ahead. Who else got? Who's next?
Yeah, it was always me. Sometimes I don't put a name.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was just going to add to what Salty Balls was saying a minute ago, and even AL. I kind of geared towards because I'm not a real forgiving, especially when I know that you've had intentions to literally try to destroy us or think.
And it's intentional. And it's intentional.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I kind of gear. I'm kind of gearing towards accountable commentaries mentality, but at the same time, I kind of feel like I'm still, a black man. So, but I just because remember, Z, before, I don't forget nothing. Remember, before even Kevin Samuels came onto the scene with the windstorm that he created, before then, they had us against the ropes. You had Mahogany Pink, you had Lexus Exodus, you had Chrissy, you had Paris Milan, you had Divested Zealot, you had and then all of their little side minions as well with the little smaller channels, Chris Logic, they was attacking black men left and right, and there really wasn't no response like that with any type of aggression. And I used to be looking like, damn, how much can a nigga really take? I used to be, I'm like, y'all, this is really, really bothering me, because the whole point of the whole point that I understand now is that we've been gaslight from the beginning. We thought that we was in it together, trying to fight against, white supremacy, the white people. And we didn't know that we had our women right along, they was wearing the same uniform underneath our jerseys.
Yeah. Actively sabotaging.
You know that. And the funny thing about that situation is that really what it comes down to, a lot of us as black men, we haven't done anything wrong. We've always tried to validate our women. We always tried to put our women on a pedestal. We always tried to uplift our women. We've always had that in our
community. Watch this 18th.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Look at all the trauma stories. That's a
problem
fact.
Number one.
Let me just.
Did you try to make them white?
That's the whole point. And I was just going to say, really,
we never tried to make them white.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Let 18 go. Let 18 go, because that's where he was going.
No,
I just had to ask the question.
I was just going to say, the thing is, really, they knew that we always tried to uplift them and put them on a pedestal, but our validation was never worth anything, because our validation to them wasn't gold. So it was it was something that was mandatory. Yeah, you're supposed to do that, but the validation that I really want is from a white man. But I'm trying to hide that and not let you know that. I'm trying to hide it. And if I can't get it from a white man, if I can get it from other groups of men, that'll work too. But that's really what it comes down to. They wanted global validation, how they saw white women have global.
Yeah, no, Chrissy has spoken to that before. She has, as a matter of fact, she because I listen, right? So she has pretty much said that. And I think the reason why we use Chrissy, by the way, for those of you that want to know, because she's emblematic of a certain thought process. That's why we use her. So she has spoken about, even if black men were to really be honest like that, which, by the way, we are, unfortunately, it's not enough. So it's going to what 18th has said, and I think Sarge Willie P has finally, goddamn, gotten to this point also, which is, for them, it is about, as 18 said, global validation. I said it on Dr. Was it Dr. Green Gorilla or was it Dr. T.S.R. Johnson? It was Dr. Green Gorilla. I said on Dr. Green Gorilla's channel, they want to take Margot Robbie, because she's the woman of note right now, the white, blonde, blue-eyed. Y'all know every about 5-6 years they switch them out and pick another one. Right now, Margot Robbie is the blonde, blue-eyed white woman of choice. They want to take her off and put someone that looks maybe like Ashley Acuna, or someone that looks like, for those of you that remember the grapevine, Ashley Acuna, or someone that, Ashley was straight, but they wanted, they want to take her because Ashley is not too slim, she's darker skinned, she got locks, right? And maybe, you know what, Ashley might be a bit too attractive. They want someone like, Uchechi, yeah, yep.
Yeah,
I was like, where's he going with this? Uchechi was more like what Chrissy be talking about.
Yeah. They want to remove Margot Robbie, and she's heavier. But Uchechi's not dark enough. But they want her, and Uchechi. You know what? You're right, Demetrius, because Uchechi got the ultimate resting bitch face.
And
the ultimate resting bitch face. Goddamn.
You know something else, Z. If you paid close attention to Chrissy's marketing and everything, to what you're saying, it was nothing but European aesthetic dipped in chocolate. That's all.
Yeah, I've said that before. Yep.
And speaking of chocolate, hold on, Z. I ain't heard you mention my boo thing that I used to love to joke about. What's her name? We used to.
I mentioned her earlier. I mentioned Stefco earlier. Yeah, I definitely mentioned her earlier.
You ain't been giving Stefco her props. You know that's my boo. I told y'all.
You know what though? Hey, she's back on Black Man.
Remember I told you I black Kevin Liner in the Coliseum for the team. I
remember that. Hey, but wait. Ayo, she's back. She's exclusively black men now. So,
what?
She's exclusively black men now, Playboy. You know her family's originally her family lives in Texas. I don't know if she's in California now or in Texas, but she might be in Texas too, maybe. So
boy, I'm telling you, she better not get a gander at me with my good straight black hair. Shit, that natural, my natural Indian black hair. Man, I straight up black Kevin Liner for the team. I promise.
Look, you can't. No, you're gonna reset the clock. That's what you're gonna want to do because she can't. Oh, she can't have kids. Goddamn. So you're not gonna reset the clock. So y'all might be able to do that.
Perfect.
Saul got a comment for you. Hey, Saul got a comment for you in the comments. Saul, you want to say?
No reach backs.
Saul said no reach backs. Leave her over there with Brad.
You know what? This is I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you something.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll let it.
Because now I realize
after this AB, y'all go ahead.
Yeah. Because I guess we got two interventions we're gonna have to have here. One for AL and one for Better You, because they're both trying to get to Texas right now for this.
Better You trying to get Better You. Wait, AL. Let me explain to you. Better You wants Yanni, and you want Ostefco, and they both in Texas. Ostefco might be in Texas. She might be in California. Either way, because I know her family's from Texas. Only because I watch her stuff and she said it. So yeah, but
what is it with y'all in I don't know, trauma women? I don't know.
No.
I don't know because at least Z. At least
Hold on, you don't get it. You talking about trauma? This with me is not a trauma thing. You see, we had a running joke in the Coliseum. What it is, and I do Yandy too for the team. This is what I've been saying. Look, I'm gonna go black Kevin Federline these boys and bring all the money back to the black manosphere for the team. That's the joke. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna do this and volunteer to do this because I wanted this bust. Wait.
Let me say this. Alexa, play Drake and the Weeknd Crew Love, please. Oh, go ahead.
You taking a shot at me right now because you know that I'm from the same tribe, from my tribe, related tribe. Excuse me.
Yeah,
man.
I knew it. Mr. Z hates Eritreans and Ethiopians. I knew it.
Neighbor, okay.
Go ahead.
Of all the people that y'all, Z, of all the people that you talked about on here. The only person who I would have probably went for is maybe Cadology. And it's the nose. I don't know. It's just something about her nose.
Cadology about to put her nose in some vagina now. I don't know, Demetrius. So and you might have to take a track. She about to put her nose in some vagina.
I'm talking about before she came out. Now,
okay. What's going on, Mr. Z?
What's up?
AB.
Man, BGS is right. The old niggas coming out. I don't want none of these bitches.
I swear.
We need you to fix the Chrissy problem in Indiana. That's what we need.
Let me be clear. Do I want to smash some of them? Yes, but do I want to deal with them? Hell no.
I wouldn't even want to touch them. I don't want to touch them.
AB, this is what you go do. You got old girl in Indiana that we go Black Kevin live because we got to get this. We got to get this monetary. We got to get this monetary.
Chrissy's in Indiana.
We got to get.
Chrissy's in
Hold on.
Indiana.
Yeah, he got to get Chrissy in Indiana. And he got. You got to do.
Like, come on, man. Why you got
listen. I need you to listen to comprehend. I need you to do her in Indiana. I'm gonna get these two down here in Texas, and what we gonna do is
Y'all out of here. Y'all out of
we go
control.
Black Kevin Federline these hoes, take all their resources and bring it back to BGS and the Black Manosphere. That's what we gonna do.
You can keep them AL. You know who's a cutie.
Raising funds. We just raising funds. We fundraising. We crowd fundraising. That's
this fucking hysterical, by the way. Go ahead, 18. Go ahead.
Keep them AL. You know who's a cutie to me, and she ain't anti-black. And hey, I'll be on my way to California to get her, Erica Lachey. That's
you can get her.
Oh, Erica Lachey. Cutie. Y'all can keep them anti-black bras. I don't even want to touch them. I wouldn't.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm. That's where I'm coming from. I don't know about all that because if I y'all can keep them, bro. Because
that's the problem. Like in my personal opinion,
here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with Erica Lachey. She is that bad. So you're gonna be 18th letter trying to be Negro number 873 ticket, right? Like he's trying to be in line. 18 said, "I'm gonna be in line behind the other 1,273 Negroes." For Erica Lachey.
I always give Mr. C credit.
But you got to remember.
Wait, y'all. Let's go AB and then AL. I think Demetrius was trying to talk, and we got Black Socrates in here. So go ahead, AB and then AL and then Demetrius and then Black Socrates. Go ahead.
I always give Mr. C credit because he said these bitches sound like Nazis, and I didn't believe him. And I got a horrible reminder when I actually went into your description and listened to that airheaded bitch Paris Milan. I was like,
man,
listen to this bitch. I'm like, God damn,
bruh. It's bad. Notice she took, bro. Like that is a truly gruesome, sad story about the sister Sade Robinson. She's 19, so that's why I didn't even try to even make fun of that or mock it because it's gruesome, and she was only 19, right? So she.
I don't even put that story. I don't even put that story in divisive terms. Look, ladies. You need to be careful with who you're dealing with. Yes. I don't care if they're white, black, or whatever. And that's on a serious note. I don't even use the diverse angle, even though I can.
And here's the dawned on me what y'all must be talking about that chick, that black chick that went out with that white dude. And he cut her arms and legs off.
Wait, 18. We ain't trying to go into detail. Yes, that one though. Yes, that one. So somebody sent it to me in email. I saw it and I wasn't gonna cover it because I'm like, this thing is way. And I'm like, okay, this one right here. Because I'm not gonna make fun of it. It's sad as hell. She's only 19, and they say she was excited and whatever. So it's the worst, right? And then I saw Paris cover it, and of course, and this is my issue because Chrissy did the same thing. Lexus Exodus did the same thing. When they gotta play damage control. They bring black men in for some verbal abuse, but of course, and they beat up on black men first. Then they mention it for like 2 seconds. Then they go back to beating up on black men, and it goes. Yep. Chrissy did this with she did this with the white women that were graduating college, and they all showing their rings. She did this with when she brought in the dude Zach. She does these little damage control videos. Same thing with Paris Milan. Same thing with Lexus Exodus. And what made Paris so egregious is this, and her quote unquote solutions and how to keep yourself safe or how to deter certain situations were so generic. She had so much passion going in on black men, but when it came to go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, remember, Paris insinuated that black women get their firearms to start deleting black men. You remember that?
Yeah, and not only that, she
was promoting that shit.
Yes. And make it even worse.
Oh yeah, when Paris, they sound like Nazis. He is not lying.
No, and definitely, and she was speaking as if the reason why white men are doing this is because black men have given them the cue that it's okay because black men do this to black women. It has yeah, she's the worst. She's the worst. It has nothing to do with the fact that this is what white men are on, period. Maybe Paris doesn't remember that white dude who deleted the Asian woman who was getting, this was like over a decade ago. College students, white dude deletes
somewhere. I forgot. I remember.
Yeah, he put her in a goddamn fridge, bro. He deleted her and stuffed her in a fridge on the college campus. That was a white. So when you hear these stories, and non-black men engage in this also, it's not just white dudes, but when you hear these stories and it's a non-black dude who did this to a potential mate or a mate after the situation, whatever, instead of them addressing it for what it is, they have to remind black women how horrible black men are, and don't let this deter you from swelling and divesting because now you're weary or you're afraid of this potentially happening to you. Because black men ain't, it's so much, it's better risking death and mutilation than giving black men the satisfaction of going on a date with you. That's what they want, really.
With that being said, my dude, Mr. Z, check this out. And shout out to you, AB, for saying. Shout out to Mr. Z for calling him the Third Reich. For this, if the white man is the Third Reich, we finna classify these black women as the Fourth Reich. That's just straight up Fourth Reich bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah. No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad, and I think Chrissy gets a pass because not Chrissy. I'm sorry. Not Yanni. Goddamn. Paris, the same difference for all three of them. Paris gets a pass for a lot of these women because the way she speaks, and they identify with her, right? Yeah, they identify with her.
But Z, remember this though. Remember in the beginning before Paris went rogue, she knows better. That's why she's so evil. Because remember when she covered the story. Remember when she covered the story of the of the black chick? She was black and Asian in over in New York that was dating a white guy, and she mysteriously came up dead, and the white guy took her company, which was like a hair grease company. And he
the sisters, and then he started a beard company with it. It was a shea butter company or something like that.
Like a shea butter company. He made like he made beard butter from it, and she covered that story, and this was before she went anti-black man. Paris is something evil because Paris did this strictly for money.
All right, I'll let you finish. Mr. Z, before I forget, Paris Milan, the Iron Bank, Cynthia G, brought to you by Dr. Moise Watkins.
Dr. Boyce. And that lets you know.
Somebody called that Cruella DeVille, a.k.a. Cynthia G. Just got to let you boys know she snuck back up on YouTube this past week. AB, I need you to track this bitch down, and we need to get out there, and she ain't supposed to be here.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad with these content creators because I keep on saying, forget them. Many of them they're going to end up with a relationship as bad as they are. Many of them are not going to be single indefinitely. Not all, but many of them are going to end up either with the mythical, magical white man. Probably not. He's going to be extra average, or with the brother, even with the insanity they talking. Paris, but they're subscribers. That's the thing. You have hundreds of thousands of subscribers that listen to you, and these people are the people that we're interacting with every day, and they're ingesting this way of thinking. And then you wonder, and like I always say, you wonder why the chick at the return line at Walmart is giving you such attitude.
Yeah, well, right? V, I give you a perfect example of what you were saying, right? Let's talk about Ayami Loho. Ayami Loho.
Yes.
She was delving into that territory as well because, of course, she saw that it was paying. I remember seeing on Ayami Loho's Instagram page when she took a picture with her godson, a black boy, and the comments she was getting on her page sis, you got black boys in the pictures and different things like that, where she literally had to go in and check some of the women because these women had this Third Reich mentality when it came to innocent black
Fourth Reich, Third Reich, Fourth Reich. They're the Fourth Reich.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just say this real quick. And she literally like, this is my godson. The same thing, like shout out to AC, shout out to Accountable Commentary. Because remember when he covered when what's her name? What's the chick name? Tanya TKO.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah. Oh, she's bad.
When she had, I don't know if that was her nephew or her son or whoever, she had him on a live stream, and the black women in her comment section was like, "Why did you got that black boy here? Get him out of here!" And that little naked boy. What did she do? She moved her child or her nephew out of the viewpoint of her on a live stream, because that's how bad she wanted the money. These people are sick. Eloho has gotten married since then. You don't really see Eloho making too many of these videos about this stuff, because now she got a husband and went off into the sunset. But
like I said, what did I just say? They sell out into the sunset, and they leave all of y'all that they done filled with all of this BS. Y'all out here looking sick. This is why I'm careful. I'm careful with my content, because you never know what 16, 17-year-old brother just got ripped out the frame who may be listening. I'm not here to help cause you to hate black women. That's not my goal here. Those other content creators, though, yes, they are. Yes, they are. The Chrissies and the Yannies in them, particularly Yanni is literally talking about decenter men and essentially being politically single. Meanwhile, black women are complaining about all the goddamn Latinos flooding over the southern border. Like, how the hell is this supposed to work?
The thing that makes this so dangerous, Z, is because as time goes on, most of these women that consume this content are not even going to understand the origins of their thinking.
Yes, I agree.
And that's the thing that makes this so dangerous, because Chrissy is deleting all her content.
Yeah, she has. Yeah, she Paris and Chrissy, not so much Yanni, but Paris and Chrissy, they definitely engage in doing lives and deleting them afterwards, or deleting old lives, deleting videos, old videos. Yeah,
remember when Jessica X was going at Chrissy, and Chrissy actually had a video on why don't educated lames promote themselves, and she was critiquing all of the stuff that Chrissy was saying in that video, because Chrissy knows she says a lot of bullshit in these videos. She know, and she know it can be easily challenged and easily debunked. What did she do when Jessica X was doing that live stream, critiquing her videos and calling her out? She deleted the video mid live stream.
Yeah, ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, that's why I say she's not dumb. But go ahead. Who was that speaking? Go ahead.
AB.
Okay, go ahead. AB, and then Demetrius, and then Black Socrates. Go ahead.
What do chicks see as She-Ra 7? I'm confused. She's an overrated side bitch who found a simp to marry her.
That's it.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. Thank you, Lion. That's the goal.
They see one woman like her succeed, and they all think they can do it. Why do you think they love Sierra so much?
The Sierra prayer.
Succeed, and they believe it can happen to him. It's Disney all over again.
Yes.
She's an overrated side bitch. I'm sorry.
But listen to the story. Yeah. But AB, no, what Lion is saying is important. That's our perspective as men. What they see is just a woman that won. She got to live life how she wants to live, and last minute, boom, Captain Save-em, rich white man, or at least well-off enough white man, saves her from the consequences that she would have met if he wasn't there. And so for them, she won. That's all they care about.
But when you keep this in mind, when you say these things about women, you be like, I don't understand. It's not for you to understand. It's for you to know, and then follow, and not follow suit, but keep in mind and note to yourself as a man when you're interacting with these women. For them, it's for them to think and believe it can happen.
Yes.
By the way, shout out to the Angry Man Valdez, because he actually played a video of She-Ra, and it clearly shows that she's not the one in control of that relationship. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, and look, at the end of the you might be correct, right? This is the thing. Like Lion is saying, it's the perspective, and the way women, particularly black women, see it is it doesn't matter because she won. She won. That's all they say. Okay, yeah, he's a white man. So but understand, if white men run stuff in the relationship, for them, that's okay. It's black men that's not supposed to run the relationship, right? So like that for them, a white man that saves Sierra 7 from herself and that he runs the relationship. Okay, so right, that's the rightful order of things. He's not black. He's not a black man. So for them, it's a black woman who won because Captain saved him. White man saved her. you know.
Hey, Z, I just wanted to add this really quickly.
And after this, Demetrius, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry because I don't mean to be cutting people off anything. I just be trying to get it out my head while I'm thinking about it. But these women are so vindictive and evil.
Yeah.
Who remember back in the day? This one back in the day. This might have been a few years ago. It was a letter that came out during the email saying that it was white women that was conversing with each other, and they said that they was talking about black men and black men smell, or like I've tried to be with a black man, and all of these black women was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All of this. To be honest, I think these women are so sick. I think those was black women disguised as white women just to create narrative and prove a point. I think that's how far they go. What's her name? Yanni. Yanni had a woman on there on her stream one time that she was talking that was supposed to be Dominican. Saying that black men thirst after me and we just use them because
I heard it. I heard that stream. Yeah.
Because when you know they talking points so well, you able to identify. You like something don't seem right about this.
18th. That wasn't even the funny. That wasn't even the one that was the most egregious. 18th. The one that was the most egregious was the African sister that said, they come over here and the way they act, because the white men, you overhear the white men talking, and the white men are talking about business, and they talking about curing this and getting that, and then the black men, they sound so immature, and you're like, what type of you think them white dudes is just going overseas talking business?
Right, you're a liar.
You think them white dudes is going overseas? They going to Africa and smashing them something.
And and just
the hell
with that, Mrs. Z, I really think that was a black woman on Yanni's channel, trying to disguise herself as a Dominican woman.
No, she might be Dominican. No, there was a as a matter of fact, wasn't there a Latina sister that called into what's his name? The Latino brother, the Latino dude that me and you met on. Radical Latino. Why am I forgetting Radical Latino's name? Radical Latino. So the Latina that she's shown her face before, and she's cute, but she's another white man worshiper, right? Not Denise. There's another one. She's more tan. Her hair is more like 4C curls. I mean, not 4C, 3C curls. 3C curls. I know y'all, this hair conversation. The 3C curl, she's cute. Bro, when you hear her talk, she does the same thing. And what we're finding from women of color in general, black women specifically, is that they find very interesting ways of ending up on the white penis. They don't just come out and say, I just want me a white man because I want the lifestyle. I want me a white man because of the status. I want me a white man because of this. They find ways of first beating up on the men of their own demographic, for us black men, and saying how we're uncultured, we don't make enough money, we don't take education seriously, and then they use that as an excuse to come back around to the white man.
But see, if you notice something, right? If you notice something, that is a pattern that they've adopted from white people, because in order for you to do somebody dirty, you have to be able to justify your actions. And that's exactly what a lot of these women do. They look for reasons, they lie, they create false narratives. Some of these women are so bad on here, they'll sit here, black women that sit up here and create a lie out of thin air and make a video about it just to make black men look bad. They do that to try to justify what they already have intent on doing it, because they just can't come out. That's all I want to say, AB.
I just saw.
And after this, Demetrius, go ahead, yo.
I just saw a clip of a so-called African.
Yeah, so.
Hold on, wait, let me finish.
Go ahead. And then it's me.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, AB.
This so-called African said, black people have no culture. They have no culture. There's just one problem. That's all I can. That's as far as I get. There's just one problem with the statement. She has blue hair.
Yo, you gotta send me that because I can do a.
Go ahead. Z, you there?
Z?
You about to drop.
Oh, my bad. I cut out. No, my bad. I said I was gonna have to do a whole video on that, and I guess y'all didn't hear me. When you get a chance, AB, send me that. I'm gonna do a whole live on that one. And go ahead, Demetrius.
Yeah, blue hair.
Hold on, AB. Hey, hold on, AB. So, interestingly enough, Z, you're familiar with Themis, right?
Yeah. Oh boy.
In like his crowd, in like how they talk about things. interestingly enough, like, okay, so I've been getting it like recently into like feminist literature. Like the one I just finished was Hood Feminism, and now I've started Bell Hooks' The Will to Change.
Yes.
The funny thing about it is Themis's crowd, and Senji is part of Themis's crowd. I think she's one of his co-hosts, I believe. The thing is, his crowd and him, like they champion feminist literature.
Yes.
But at the same time, what I came to notice as I was reading the book is Bell Hooks actually criticizes people who act like his audience. And that was so interesting to me. It was like the people who find themselves championing her rhetoric don't even see how Bell Hooks is insulting them.
Would they care if the point is to spite black men?
I want an example of that.
I mean, sort of, because like there's this whole thing, right, where ladies are even calling Bell Hooks a mammy or a pick-me, right?
In other words, she wasn't radical enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's actually like observations that she made in A Will to Change, and I was like, okay, that was a very
she questioned. You know what it is? She questioned women's motives. And she actually, as much as we have
exactly
an issue with Bell Hooks, exactly. She questioned women's motives, and as much issues as we have with Bell Hooks, she called out her own hypocrisy, and she called out women's hypocrisy, and that's why they have an issue with it. Go ahead.
That's a fact. That is a fact, because she even said it in the book. Yeah. She even said it.
Yep.
Wow. So I don't even know how they are supposed to like rationalize that.
Yeah. Well, for them, you're not supposed to even question it. So the problem with Bell Hooks is that she acknowledges it and then says it, right? You can't run from that. This is the thing. They don't want to even have to come into contact with anything that interferes with this idealized version of men, which is Russell Wilson, which is future than Russell Wilson, right? And if you don't fit into these boxes, and if Bell Hooks gives you she puts it in your face, first, you're being hypocritical. Secondly, you're objectifying men. Third, why do you want white men? Oh, so you're objectifying black men and white men? Maybe you're not deserving of this relationship that you're seeking. That's a problem, because they don't want to have to come into contact with their hypocrisy, with their dehumanizing nature of men. They don't want to have to deal with that. And so, of course, they're going to call Bell Hooks a mammy. And we know Bell Hooks is far more radical. But for them, the problem with her is that she's even acknowledging that there's an issue here. That's the same thing. That's the same issue they have with Iyanla Vanzant. They'd like to say Iyanla Vanzant was yelling at women. No, y'all have an issue because Iyanla Vanzant called out black women for their bullshit. It's the same thing. Go ahead, Demetrius.
And the reason why I brought this up, right, is because like recently we acknowledged on the channel that Yanni calls herself a womanist. Okay. Yeah. And funnily enough, I actually wrote a paper on womanism in my race, class, and gender class. And one of the things that I found was
what's the class called?
Race, class, and gender.
Oh, that's good.
So one of the things that I actually found in my studies, particularly, I believe the piece of work is called Womanism, What's in a Name? One of the original tenets of womanism is to restore the connection between black men and black women. And so I find it very ironic how Yanni calls herself a womanist, but doesn't even fully understand womanism. It's just interesting to me that are you saying she just says something and she doesn't even, like, it doesn't dawn on her that she is not even what she says she stands for.
Well, you know, Dimitri, if I may add.
Wait, 18th. Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No problem.
AB was going to say something. I want AB to say that because I think I know where he's going. And then go ahead, 18th. Go ahead, AB.
Wait a minute. Are you saying they don't read their own literature? I'm
there we go. I swear, I actually thought you were gonna say, "Wait a minute, are you saying they just spewing out stuff they don't know?" But that's good enough. That's good. That's good. I knew it was gonna go there somewhere. Go ahead.
They spilling out stuff they don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was just
go ahead. Go ahead, 18.
I was just going to say that the same thing you guys were saying. Yanni is regurgitating information as well. She's been called out. She's been called out on it. Yanni is pretty much doing whatever to make her channel get money.
You gotta remember, like, this is Yanni's job. This is it. Chrissy got other jobs. From my understanding, maybe Yanni got, like, she took some of the money and invested in something else, but it's probably not gonna pay enough, at least for right now. So if Yanni if Yanni loses this YouTube thing, oh boy. So yeah, this is it for her.
Yeah, you know what? Like with Paris, I would love to see Paris' channel actually going too. But like I wish they would have got Paris before she got married, because that would have made it even more sweet. But yeah, like with Chrissy as well. Chrissy, she talks a lot, but I think, you know, she does have other jobs, but I think she really enjoys this YouTube money. I think the YouTube money has been more lucrative than her other jobs, which explains why she deleted a lot of her old content, because she don't want, especially after Cynthia G got taken out. She did. They was all scrambling like roaches when the lights went on. They was all, because they was trying to make sure that because here's one thing Accountable Commentary says, and I got to give a shout out to that brother. A lot of these women are bums, man. Before YouTube, they was nobody. So like a lot of them are bums, and they trying to make sure that they keep their channels to keep, you know, the viewership and keep, you know, things going on. But yeah, a lot of them, and to what Dimitri was saying earlier about reestablishing the connection between black men and black women, we can try, but it's really the women that don't want that. They don't want it. They want the power. They want the global validation, and they're willing to destroy not only black men, but manipulate and destroy other black women and darken their hearts to just see everything going in the wrong direction. A lot of these, like, we really underestimate how evil and disgusting some of these women are. I'm not talking about sisters in general, but these women are willing to do the most downtrodden, nastiest stuff with bottom shelf brass, and then come back to the community like we don't know. They're willing to.
Wait, brother! Don't talk about Cynthia G like that. Oops, did I say that out loud?
No. Let me back up 18th real quick. And after this, I gotta let Demetrius finish. And I think Black Socrates still hasn't said anything yet, and I think Naaman was trying to talk too. So let me say this: personal experience, y'all. A firm I used to work for a few years, super thick ass Haitian chick, born and raised in America, but super dumb thick, brown skin Haitian chick, right? You would have never, ever, you would have never thought in a million years. I thought it because I'm me, but you would have never thought in a million years, bruh. White attorney, lead attorney, mind you. So okay, she went up. Okay, not an ugly white dude. Okay, cool. But married, and wife also works for the firm. So he works for the firm. His wife works for the firm. They're both attorneys. This attorney is smashing all different type of women: white, black, Latina. Dude is the most eligible married man ever. And he both got head and smashed this super thick ass. Half of you brothers that you like you some thick shit, this is her. To the point where we're at the Christmas party and she's trying to be all up on him at the Christmas party. You know where his wife is, right? So I want y'all to understand, like when 18 said, you know, these women are doing all type of things, they really are doing all type of things. Right, with married and non-married white male co-workers, both in blue collar and definitely in white collar spaces. Right?
Don't talk about Ebony K. Williams like that.
I'm saying though, for real though, and I'm reminded of a Gus T. Renegade clip. I brought it up a million times. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to find it now, but it was a older sister that called in. It was a bunch of different black women on his panel, Gus T. Renegade, and an older sister was saying the same thing I just said, and the same thing 18 just said, which is like, you will be surprised. And she was talking to black men. This is a black woman talking to black men and saying, you will be surprised how many black women are having sex with white men that they work with. Right? And she said it almost in disappointed or ashamed, right? So like, yeah, so it really is a thing. And let's pause right here and Demetrius finish up, and finally we'll get Black Socrates in. Go ahead, and then 18th. I'm not 18th, and then Neymar. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the thing is, right? Womanism is so new that I don't even think there's like a second wave yet. But my whole point of bringing womanism and like the Black feminism piece up is because these ladies are like actually disrespecting Black women when they claim to be of these movements. They're disrespecting other Black women.
Anything but Black menism is what they really mean.
Yeah, and I got that, but I don't think that they realize, if they look at it from that frame, that they are probably some of the biggest pick-me's. That is what I'm getting at here. You're disrespecting other women so that you can get at men. Yes.
And they're okay with doing it. I mean, like, think about, yo, I really meant it when I was annoyed with, because I'm used to Paris going in on us, right? But when she called sisters that were like mentioning, and I wouldn't have said some of the things that I read about the sister Sade Robinson, but when she called the Black women handkerchief mammies, I was like,
I was like, oh hell no. I was like,
you see what I'm saying? I'm like, this is some straight white racist woman shit right here. Like, we know mammy means something different. We know the actual definition of mammy. But when she said handkerchief headed mammies, like, what the? And I'm like, Black women, y'all, the Black women in her comments, y'all co-signing this? So y'all so insist Black men that y'all
she acting like an Auntie Ruckus.
Thank you. And I keep on saying it. I gotta say it just in case this brother ever fall on this channel. Whoever you are, yeah, you African, you don't do it. She never gonna do that to me. I'm not with it, whatever, nigga. Whoever you are, Nigerian nigga that's married to her, oh nigga. If you see okay, let's say Paris doesn't act like this with you. She a complete character online. You know this is a side of her. This is a side of her, nigga. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Niggas always think they different. That's that's a man problem, particularly a Black man problem. Niggas always think they above it. Niggas always think they different until that bitch drag your ass into divorce court. Have fun.
Yeah, niggas always. Hey, you know what? And you know what's crazy too, Z? You can hear it when people be talking this whole, oh, I'm an individual and I'm alpha male,
whatever,
and you know, like this superior financial talk. I'm like, you niggas, man, y'all kill me, bro.
That court will be right there with the lube to butt fuck you so hard in that divorce court. It's not even funny. But like this, the more money you have, the worse it's going to feel.
Right. And let me read this before we let me read this first because it's been up forever. And Indigo Flow says reckless tax, and thank you for this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat because Mr. Z is still living like life reckless right now. And and let me read this other comment. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Indigo. And Detroit says there's this Black woman in Japan got jealous of Black men, and I did see this video. There's this Black woman in Japan got jealous of Black men dating Japanese women. When she got to the club trying to talk to Black men, she got pushed away because Black men knows that's an American Black woman. And I saw the video. If we're talking about the same thing, I saw the video with her talking about it, and she talked about it like didn't she say simmer down or like bring it down a little bit? Look, man, when Black women get their egos bruised, the way they talk, just admit it. You felt a certain way because you met this Black man in Japan. You might have found him attractive. You think y'all gonna chill, right? You probably open for some adult fun too. You think y'all gonna chill, and he's not interested. Like, I don't think Black women really appreciate how they treat and speak to Black men. And so when Black men, and this is the worst thing that ever happened to Black women, whether they want to admit it or not, when Black men get to experience a Black woman, or even mainly non-Black women who treat him like he isn't a nuisance, ain't no going back. So if you're a Black woman and you met this nigga in Japan and you let him experience Japanese women seeking him, oh, it's over. You know what you got to do to battle against a Japanese woman in Japan as a Black woman when he probably left America and ended up Japan half the reason because of the dating scene. All right. So yeah, I saw that video. And let's let Black Socrates go. Didn't name it, and I know Lion was trying to say something. Go ahead, Black Socrates.
Hello?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm just chilling. How y'all guys doing?
What's up with you?
Yeah. I didn't look at the video that actually spurred this conversation. So are you talking about that particular video? Or
no, we originally, obviously, because you know my monologues in the beginning, we were actually speaking about Tone Talks and Zoe Williams had a conversation about, they went all the way back to a few months ago with the Cheesecake Factory conversation of Black women pretty much saying Cheesecake Factory isn't, and it was more than just Black women, but Black women namely speaking about how Cheesecake Factory isn't a sufficient enough first date. You know how Tone Talks does it. He breaks down the numbers and say, yo, you walking out of there spending like $80, $100, $120, and Black people's wealth is this low. How the hell? What the hell? And you know, I just was responding because I did call in and I didn't get to really get my whole spiel out. So you know, I just was kind of going into that, and then you know, I brought up the panel. So yeah.
I'm not sure. Like I said, the commercialization and aspirationalism that's portrayed in mainstream society and the economic reality are so diametrically opposed that it's bound to come to a head. So I'm not surprised that, you know, your Red Lobsters and your all these places are filed bankruptcy, David's Bridal filed bankruptcy. That's going to continue the trend. In addition to the fact that millennials are going to be the least married generation since this statistics has been tracked, so it's going to have definite deleterious ramifications for the rest of society. I mean, I think the next decade is going to be very fascinating. I have a hypothesis of what's going to happen, and it's not going to look good. But
pause on the hypothesis, because I want to hear it. I want you to bring in your hypothesis, because I want to ask you this question and go into your hypothesis about that. Okay. I suspect it's not. It's also because, number one, not only is the value set of millennials and Gen Z, it's that we don't have the wealth of our parents, of our boomer and older Xer parents and adult and older cousins. Number two, and number three, it's the wealth that is being passed down is going to be for select, about the top third of millennials and Gen Z are going to get that wealth. And everybody else have fun, right? So of course that means that Red Lobster is going to the dumps, and all these other companies, corporations that catered to either a wide swath of people or like solidly middle class, or lower middle, not lower, like solidly middle class. I just think like the way the wealth disparity is gonna manifest over the next decade or two, I think they're going to go bankrupt because we just don't got it like that. And the really top 20%, but the third of people that do got it like that are going to really want to distinguish themselves from everybody else. So these kind of middle of the road companies are going to go the way of the dodo bird, because they're going to be a middle of the road, right? And I'll pause right there. What you think about that?
For those you don't know, Red Lobster just filed for bankruptcy, and man,
I know. That's why that's exactly why I use it as an example. But go into that, Black Socrates.
Yeah, fair question. What I think is going on is that I question, and it's going to be very controversial, but I do question about the argument that millennials don't have as much money. I question that. People say, what are you talking about? The wages have not increased in 30 years. I said, yes. Inflation has increased 2% every year for the past 40 years. I said, yes. But I don't believe that's what's driving the lack of relations between men and women. And that's not true. Because if you look at statistics globally, even prior to 1950, which I know everyone thinks that America started in 1950. No, there was America before then. Most Americans were never wealthy. Most Americans, there was no middle class like that. Most people got married despite them having any economic justification for doing it. It was a survival mechanism. It wasn't until the introduction of industrialization and feminism where women, I believe that feminism actually teaches women to hate men, that women are told that men are the enemy. Just the way Black people are conditions.
Unless they can buy you, that's where capitalism comes in and marries with feminism. Yeah.
No, same thing with Black people. Like Black people, white people are your enemy, right? They're your sworn enemy. They're your oppressors. But if they pay you enough, you can, chuck and jive, right? They pay you enough. That's the argument. So the same thing with women.
It's literally the feminist argument right there.
Correct. But men are your enemy, but if they pay you enough, then you can tolerate them. So it's not about the money. Because if it was about the money, what about Mexicans or migrants who have no money to get married. There are plenty of people around the globe who still get.
You say that, Black. Sorry, I got to bring this into your analysis. You say
Sure.
yeah, for the Mexican immigrants, but what about their daughters and granddaughters?
Because they got acculturated. It's not about the money, but it's the culture. We don't value family in our culture. We don't value. We value money. Money is our god now. We don't have faith. We don't have purpose. We don't have family. We don't have community. All we have is money or aspiring for money, and it's really destructive. Like, we don't understand how much. Like, I had this conversation with a friend of mine recently. He's an MIT grad, very smart guy, and I was telling him an article that I read that there was a Georgia land lottery back in 18. Don't quote. I think 1842. I want to say. So they gave land to people randomly in a lottery, and then they tracked what happened 40, 50, 60 years later. No material difference between the people who got land and the people who didn't get land. And I keep telling people this about money. Like, I think people in the West have this magical view of money. They think money ennobles people. They think money makes people a better person. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Can it make someone a better person, or can it allow for that? Yes, it's possible. But does it in of itself? No. Also, back in 1971, Alaskan Native Americans were given $1 billion in investment, $1 billion in reparations, 40 million acres. They're the poorest group in Alaska to this day. Like, this idea that you can just throw money at a social or psychological or many way spiritual problem is not the solution. But nobody wants to talk about this. We keep thinking that, we just throw money at things. Just keep. I'm like, here's my argument. If racism was to end tomorrow, there's no more racism. Let's say something magical happened, something spiritual happened. I don't know. Something divine happened. There's no more racism. Snap of a finger, Thanos. No more racism. Also, no more structural barriers to getting money. Anyone has an equal access to everything. Basically, everyone's in the position of a white person. That would not change the needle of the marriage rates in America. Why? Because women do not like men. They're socialized to view you. You're viewed as their enemy. And my whole thing is like, you think that money will change? Even women with money, I think they still don't like their husbands. They just tolerate them more. It's more tolerable.
I agree. I think it's the social. This is the thing, and this is what I think we're seeing, and nobody really wants to say it because I'm watching more and more the elites realize what the fuck they did with capitalism plus feminism. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about
they get desperate because they like, fuck, we really fucked up.
No, this is the thing. Marriage becomes a luxury item, and here's the problem: not just marriage, courting. See, it starts off as marriage becoming a luxury item, but then dating becomes a luxury, right? And courtship becomes a luxury, and men and women, and here's the problem: then children become a luxury, right? So you couple that with the Mouse Utopia project, and now you got a shitstorm on your hands that you can't fix, because this is where Black Socrates come in, because the women don't want to be around the men unless the niggas is buying them.
Correct. And it's crazy because it directly correlates to the mouse utopia, because that's what the mouse started doing after generations. You had a certain amount of mounts that all they did was groom themselves. They didn't mate. They didn't.
What are they called? The beautiful ones or something? Yeah, the
beautiful ones. Yeah, they just groom themselves and eat. And I'm like, this is what I'm like. Listen, I tell people, I was like, yo, our society is very destructive. Look at the way women are socialized, and look at the way the men are socialized. Women are socialized to believe they're special, that they're important, that they slay queen, they're boss bitch. If you listen to women-driven entertainment, it's all go girl, you're the best. He don't deserve you. No one deserves you. You're a goddess. You're divine. You're the best thing since fire. Then if you listen to how men are socialized, why are you so toxic? Why are you not good enough? Why are you not rich? Why are you not a billionaire? Why are you not the best? You're a failure. You're like, so now,
if you go into my shorts, I got a video about that. Exactly what the question is.
How in the world are these two people supposed to get together? Look at the socialization. They're incompatible. I'm like, we're not socialized to get together. I had a friend of mine recently. He's doing well for himself, physically, everything. He's with his girlfriend, right? She wants to get married. And he told her something, tongue in cheek, that she probably didn't want to hear. He said, listen, ma'am, you're not meant to be a wife, and I'm not meant to be a husband. And what he meant by that is that I was never raised or enculturated. He was never raised and enculturated to value being a husband. He don't know what it means. He don't know what it entails. And he says, honestly, he's too selfish and self-interested to actually be anyone's husband. He don't care like that. He's ready to leave any relationship on a drop of a dime because he don't care. He's in his late 30s. He's been burnt already. He don't care. And she's disillusioned by that. But it's like she already has a baby by another man. It's like the whole dynamic doesn't make any sense. Like, if you really, like, this is why I say to women who are older, past 30. I don't take any women past 27 serious when it comes to marriage. And here's why. I understand that you have to spend time to find yourself. I understand all the arguments you make. But here's the fundamental issue. If marriage was a priority to you, if marriage was important to you, if marriage was something that you would fight for, like you fight for getting into your college, like you fight for that job, like you fight for getting that right guy. If that was that important to you, why is it the last thing on your list?
That's exactly have been my mind state ever since I see these women on these dating apps when they talk about marriage. I'm like, you're not serious, because if you were serious, you've been married.
Let me give y'all something to think about. So both Lion, and because I want Lion to finish up, because I cut you off. So let me give y'all something to think about. And I don't know how many of y'all were really paying attention to the messages that were, especially for us millennials. The message, whether they said it overtly or not, and not all of them said it overtly, right? Our parents and our parents' generation. Marriage and child rearing was at the finish line of adulting. And much of it is because our parents' mothers resented not living when they were young. Living mean hot girl summer. And so they raised us, mainly our sisters, to do everything first and then marriage and children. So I'm not speaking about Keisha from the hood that has her first kid at, let's say it's adult, so she has her first kid at 19 or 20 or 21. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about educated Keisha that went to school and got her degree and then went and got her advanced degree and then went and got her PhD, and then she did her thing in her career and she climbed up the corporate ladder, and then she looked back and said, oh crap, I'm missing something. And at 36, 7 years old, right now it's time to hurry up, pull, in case of emergency, break glass, pull the brakes, right? Emergency brakes up, and now it's time to get married and have children, right? I do, like the Roger Report says all the time, you got to be held accountable for what you believe in. I do hold Black women accountable for believing this bullshit, but I will not act like this was not the message. This is not the message that was told to them, which is don't worry about these men, go to school, get your education, do your thing in your career, and then after you're done adulting and everything in your life is perfect, then get married and have a child. And quite frankly, and oh, by the way, hypergamy is punching them in the face too. So now you're supposed to marry hypergamously at 37 years old. How the fuck, right? So
Mr. Z, I understand this whole thing about that they were told this, they were propagated this, or promoted this. But here's the thing: this is what's very frustrating about history. Like, we know about how history is presented to us through the public school, through even the collegiate education system. They tell you really one side, right? Like, for instance, good example, the civil rights movement. People all know about Martin Luther King. They know about the bus boycott. They know about all that. But how many people know about Joseph T. Jackson and the fact that most Black people at that time were actually against the civil rights movement? No one knows about this, or the friendly bus company, Black-owned bus company that existed. And so it makes you question, why were they so obsessed about going into white bus companies? And what happened to Black businesses? How there were more Black banks back then than there are now? Or how there were more Black businesses back then than there are now? No one talks about that. We apparently gained a lot through integration. And the evidence suggests otherwise. So these women were told these things, but it was under the milieu of people telling them the exact opposite. They were always told by somebody that, listen, if you follow these feminists, you're going to end up a spinster. I was very clear how many conversations and shows you have throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s where you had people telling these feminists that, listen, I know what you're saying, but be careful, because what you're saying, you might end up not getting anything. And they completely disregarded that. Oprah, all these shows, no, whatever. I'll do bad. That's the whole idea of doing bad by themselves. Where did they get the idea of doing bad by themselves? Because people told them. Doing bad by yourself is a reaction to the warning that if you live this life of solitary, solo, mercenary thinking, I'm just going to do me, I'm going to care about myself, you're going to end up by yourself. And the retort was, oh, well. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. They knew, they 100% knew. They said, they said, even if it's possible, I will end up not getting married, not getting a kid, that's fine with me. I know they were foolish to say that because they didn't realize the actual reality of that, but they were aware.
It was a temper tantrum. It was exactly what you go ahead, Line. Go ahead.
And the new quote to what you're saying, Black Socrates, is, I'll just become the rich auntie.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
beautiful.
No, you're
That's the flip. We already know about the money. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that.
yeah, come on.
Because the flip.
Because being rich is something you just close your eyes and say, I'm gonna be rich. Okay, good luck
And
with that.
here's the problem, because going to that do all battle by myself, and what you're saying about the reaction, which is 100% correct. Adding on to that, it really is a, well, if this man is not going to elevate me financially, but elevate me, then I can do battle by myself. So what that statement, that's what it really means. Is it's this: if I'm not gonna be rich by being with this dude, then I can do battle by myself. Going to what Line is saying, and it's just funny because it's true, and that's why I say, rich auntie, you mean barely stable auntie at best? You mean no, you mean okay auntie at best and barely stable auntie at worst,
Put
right?
that in all caps.
Exactly, because it's really it's really not rich auntie, because we know the money that most black people make, that includes black women. They're not rich, bro. You can't call yourself rich auntie because you earn $47,000 a year and you don't have no kids. So you rich auntie? Get out of here.
So you sit
you
there
pushing
in
a
that
baby
house,
Benz.
you sit there in that house that you end up refinancing in 5 years that you can't pay for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Rich
That they
my
keep
ass.
bragging. That they keep bragging about now. Because now they're trying to brag again. Oh, black women are buying up the most homes out of every group that they're going to lose. That they're going
like
to lose.
it doesn't matter how much you're gonna keep, how much you buy, how much you keep, right? You can buy as much things you want, but can you keep?
Not how much you make, how much you keep.
Yeah,
that too.
They won't tell you about that. They won't tell you about those articles about how much they're running behind in paying their mortgages. They
on everything, by the way, running behind on everything: student loan debt, mortgage, car payment, anything that they have to pay monthly, and that goes to something like this. Is why not only do I make the argument about black women being on black men's program, for their own freaking sanity, which by the way matters. It's also the financial aspect. Y'all just can't afford to be by yourself. Like, by the numbers, black women can't afford to be single. Y'all gotta keep on doing it though. And oh, wait a minute, that ties to doing battle by yourself. Okay. Anyway, go ahead, Neema.
One thing I think some people forget about. By the way, Z, you really got to see that movie called The Joneses with David Duchovny and Demi Moore and Amber Turd, because it's about covert marketing. Really interesting shit what they did in that movie.
The Joneses, you said?
The Joneses.
Okay.
It comes from the phrase "keeping up with the Joneses."
Yeah.
Okay. So, but when you think about this whole thing, it's like, does anybody remember the movie Mahogany with Diana Ross and Billy D. Williams? She threw. If you remember the scene where, if you guys might check out the movie, there was a scene where he comes to visit her, and she just throws her success in his face and everything, and she's like, "I'm a success." And he's disillusioned, and then at some point, he just wants to snap. And he looks at her, and he says to her, "Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something good. No, let me tell you something. You listen good. Success is nothing without someone you love to share it with." And then he walks out, and immediately as soon as he walks out, she starts yelling at him, "I don't need you. I hate you. I hate you," and starts crying because she realizes he's right. But guilt, shame, and the need to be right and everything. Shame, it's not what sign language, you know what I mean? But it's like they're trying to compensate for doing the actual work they need to do. They think they're gonna, they can. It's like how a lot of young guys are looking for a cheat code to get ahead in life. That's how these women are looking at these things. Oh, by the way, when we were talking about the Reich thing, the Fourth Reich, black women aren't, what you think they are. It's more like they're the brown shirts when you think about it. They're more like the brown shirts. Because remember what happened? Yeah, the minions. And remember what happened in the and if anybody who remembers the history of the Third Reich, the head of the brown shirts was a guy named Ernst Röhm, who was Alphabet, and everybody knew he was Alphabet. And with
you're saying a lot right now, Neema. You being louder than a motherfucker, whether you realize it or not. Go ahead.
But realize eventually they have to be.
And the most same-sex loving women on the most same-sex loving people in America are. Go ahead, Neema. Go ahead.
Why do you have to make me feel so paranoid?
No, but that's why I said you being louder than a motherfucker. You don't realize it though. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't realize a lot of shit. I'm not myself today. But like I said, it is what it is. But eventually, they're gonna be, they're the brown shirts, and you know what happens with brown shirts? Look at history.
And you know what? To me, they remind me of Brutus. I'll be feeling like black men and they're Brutus. It's like you getting stabbed in your back while you trying to fight the other people. Who like, no, not you, Brutus. Not you.
And too.
and you too, Brutus. You too. And that's exactly because we've uncovered so much information between this era, right? Because we the same age, Z. We close to the same. So when we first came online from the Sergeant Willie Pete's to the BGS's to yourself to like we've really wanted to dig deep and dive into this relationship of black people and the things that we've come up with and concluded just based off of the internet without media interference. It has been truly astonishing just to know that really it's been like, and the funny thing is, it's been brothers that felt this way in the back of their minds, but was afraid to say it because you would get gaslit, personally, and be told, and get shamed personally for not going along with the gynocracy. And this is where we are. And the funny thing is, right, when you talked about like what Lion was saying with a lot of these women's purchasing homes, and you was telling like about not being able to keep up with stuff. I saw a video, and I think you saw that same video. It was a white woman, because it's funny the difference between black women and white women. Because white women in times and situations they'll be vulnerable, but black women have been taught so hard to keep this poker face that it's crazy. Because the white woman, she was crying in the car. She was just like, "I'm just tired of doing it alone. I'm tired of doing everything by myself alone." And I know black women feel the same way, but they've been so indoctrinated with this type of mentality. They've been, because this mentality was really for them. Team,
let me give you something to think about while you're going through that, because I want you to finish it. Black women do have moments of vulnerability. You got to see through it. They don't sound like white women. It's the vulnerability when they crack. It's not the same as non-black women. When black women crack, it's still gonna be these niggas ain't shit talk. So you got to be prepared for that. That's coming. That's breathing for them, right? But the cracking is okay. Perfect. When a woman calls you and she starts talking about her bills, why is she calling you to talk about her bills? She didn't ask you for anything. Why did she call you to talk about her bills? Because she is asking you. She's like, man, y'all talking. She's like, man, these bills is, oh my god, these is real. This cell phone bill, oh my god, my cell phone bill $200. I don't even know how I got like that. Anyway, so yeah, and y'all talking, and she's like, man, this is cell phone bill. I don't know. Well, so next time you call me, if you don't hear from me, that means my cell phone cut off. She's asking you for the money. Yeah. She just didn't ask you for the money,
and you should ask her to do your laundry. You just say, man, I got some clothes piling up that needs to be washed.
You know what's the typical response?
That's funny. That's funny, Black. But seriously though, go ahead.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Here's my issue is that these women. I also think it's not tenable. Continually or going forward, because they're jaded. So even if you do force them to come to the table and work with you, it's with contempt. So it's like the jaded cop waiting for his pension. He's on the job, but he's not really on the job like that. He's crooked. So
there's no enthusiasm. There's no sense of urgency. There's no sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Where's the work ethic? It's not work ethic.
Commitment. Yeah, like
it's just straight. Not even obligation. It's just straight. What Beast Mode used to say, I'm here not to get fined. It's really, I'm here not to get fined.
Yeah, but at the same time, in the reverse, even when this, quote unquote, great collapse happens, do you want them when they're desperate? Are you going to want them at their desperate?
I don't. But the answer from most black men, I think, is what is she willing to do?
Well, this is why I said I forgot to mention that my 10-year prognosis. What I was going to happen in the next 10 years.
Oh yeah. You had to go through it. Yeah, go through that.
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty, right? It's going to be bad for men, but it's going to be even worse for women. So this is what I think is going to happen. Number one, women are going to start committing suicide. I really believe that. I know it sounds harsh.
The self-deleted.
And yes, and I know people are going to say, where do you get this from? I actually get this from the work of Emil Durkheim, who was a famous sociologist back in the early 1900s. And he actually did research on suicide across Europe, right? And said that how the suicide rates followed very similarly to the environmental or the economic situation that were prevailing at that time. Meaning, when things get...
Their attempts are higher than men.
Their attempts are higher than men, as well.
For now.
More than men do.
Yeah, for now, right? And so this is what I think is going to happen, right? So once, because women are very lemon-like, no offense, but they're followers. They cow to social pressure, and they're very much followers. So I told my friends this already. I said, you're going to see very prominent or women who should not kill themselves. I mean, they're pretty, they're young enough, they have everything going for themselves.
The model from a few years ago. Yes.
Correct. But you're going to see more of that, right? You're going to see women cashing in their cards and killing themselves. And then once it's reported, because there is this thing, when you report suicides, people who identify with the person who commits suicide are more likely to commit suicide. So once the women start seeing she's like me, then, and I'm like, and then there's more though. It's not just that. It's also the fact that AI and biobags. What are biobags? UPMC is working on a technology that allows for children to gestate without a uterus, right? It's called a biobag. 2, AI girlfriends. AI girlfriends are now going to be a reality. Just like we have OF. OF will be supplanted by artificial intelligence. It will be artificial intelligent women or artificial whatever women feeding to men's needs and artificial intelligent girlfriends. Thus, the market, the capitalism, will actually make women kind of obsolete. And now that wouldn't be a bad thing if these women had social skills and were good people and were fun to be around and were actually helpmeets or cooperative, but they aren't, obviously. And that's why it's going to be such a disaster. All right.
And to be honest, that's why I don't feel bad for him.
I don't feel bad for him at all. You fucking
they're not good people.
Y'all are way too fucking lazy. And the thing about it that keeps going back to this one conversation I had with this black woman. I asked her straight up. She was talking about relationships. I was like, all right, tell me your list of qualities you want in this man. She gave me that, no problem. I was like, okay, cool. What are you offering them? Crickets. I'm like, you don't. I'm like, this is the main problem with you women today. Y'all don't think y'all never thought about the fact that y'all would actually have to offer something to this man that you want. And then when you don't and you get dumped, then it's everybody else's fault.
Well, women are operating based on their monopoly to reproduction and sex, right? They have a monopoly on that. But once that's gone, once men have AI girlfriends and sex robots, and also they can have kids through biobags and surrogacy, why would a man deal with a woman? Now, of course, I believe upper class men will still deal with women because they can afford it. But
so you kind of are saying, Black Socrates, if you don't mind, because by the way, we're witnessing that now with internet porn and OnlyFans and online. So you're just saying what we see now more and more intense.
Hence why Red Lobster is going bankrupt. Yes, it'll be acceleration, right? It's like this is already happening. The cracks are already there. The fissures are already there. They'll just be.
I just want y'all to know that Black Socrates just admitted to me that he's an accelerationist. I just want y'all to know.
Well, I didn't say that.
He ain't saying it, but he said it though.
Listen, I'm saying something's got to give. To me, like my issue with a lot
of. By the way, I agree.
My issue with a lot of leftist thinking is that it denies that there's any natural order to things, right? It denies everything could be socially constructed. Everything could be, abstracted. Everything could be, constructed. I'm like, no. There's a baseline. There's like a baseline of how humans function. And if you ignore these things, you do so to your own peril. And I'm like, listen, what you did to women through feminism, by making them think that men, the most important thing in their lives, and I think it's the same thing for men. We need each other. Men and women need each other. It's the most important thing. It's why we're here on this planet when it comes down to
optional and disposable.
Correct. When you made that optional, disposable, when you made that filled with enmity and disgust, and I'm offended at how feminists cast men. Like, oh, like they literally, since the beginning, since the Seneca fall, that men are just lying in wait, ready to oppress women, to beat them into submission. Like we never loved them, we never cared about them, we never laid our lives down for them. No. We were just always trying to hurt them like masters and slaves. That's all it was. I'm like, that is a hard. I can't stand how they try to change history. I'm like, you never see love poems that men and women sent to each other because they actually loved each other. You never understood the songs, the things that men and women did for each other. Like, it's trying to cast all of human history as this battle between the sexes is absolutely not true. It's not true. Absolutely. And that's what's so sad about it.
It's called minimization. That's exactly what it's called. They're minimizing everything down to the people who committed the worst acts.
But at this
point, say that one more time.
No, I said it's called minimization. They're minimizing everything, history, down to the people who committed the worst acts, and calling it that, and saying like that's all that happened. That's why when you bring up like
I give you a prime example.
That's why when you bring up your grandparents, they're talking about, oh, she was a slave for him.
I give you a great example. A friend of mine, a sad situation, but he lost both of his parents. But even though it was a horrible situation, it also was a very endearing situation. If that makes any sense. I know it sounds very oxymoronic, but this is how it happened. So his dad caught cancer, and he got terminal, and he died. During their funeral, his mother basically died of a broken heart. She just died. Like, she passed out from the grief.
Yeah, because that bond. Died. They were bonded.
Right. Like,
bonds are real.
Her living life without him was just too much, and now she died.
I gotta get to it. I gotta say it. Black Socrates. Fuck that bone if I can't have this money. and they'll say it.
Go ahead,
and mean it.
And then I have something to say about feminist perspective of the world. Go ahead.
As a matter of fact, fuck what I'm saying. Go ahead into that.
Which one?
Okay.
Which part?
In the preface of The Will to Change, there was something very disturbing about, I think she was talking about her father's death. There was something so disturbing about it. See, what she said was her father was having a heart attack, and as he was laying on the ground dying, she was hugging him, right? And she said this, and I'm paraphrasing when I say this. She said, "The man that I had feared all my life lay still, and this is the father that I always wanted, a father that could receive my love. And it's a shame that he have to lay dead for me to give him my love." And I was like, what the fuck? I was driving back from Houston to Dallas, and I was like, what the fuck?
What book
is wrong with this lady?
What book is that from?
A Will to Change. A Will to Change.
A Will to Change.
A Will to Change. All right. So I think a lot of people should assess the psychological makeup of a lot of these quote unquote think leaders, because what you'll find, starting from Karl Marx up until now, is that a lot of these people are mentally deranged. Like, they have really bad mental and social problems. Prime example, Karl Marx. Karl Marx spent his entire life as a bum, living off of his family. He was notorious for taking advantage of his friends. He mistreated everyone he knew. He had a lot of bad issues. And what I think is that I said unhappy people tend to be more motivated than happy people, right? Chronically dissatisfied people are more motivated than satisfied people.
Y'all better find out about Hitler.
Yeah, so think about the most unhappiest people possible. And I think that's what's driving our culture. Miserable people who might have penis problems, because I also suspect that's going on too, right? That they're so hateful that they want to spread their animus to the rest of the world and infect them like a virus. And they do so with exaggeration and lies. They essentialize, not just minimalize history. They minimalize history and essentialize things about people, and then also weaponize it against them. So they say, "Oh, you're a man." Yeah, I'm a man. Yes. So that means more than anything else about you. That you're a human being. That you're trying to live life. That you have hopes and dreams. That you have feelings. None of that matters. Only thing that matters is that you're a man. She's a woman and you're her oppressor. I'm like, how can you reduce all of human interaction to such essential characteristics? That is ridiculous. Like, I remember
the things that she would bring up in the book Black Socrates are like the times when her father would whoop her or anything.
Yeah.
And like by the time that she had grown up, she had nothing to say to him because she had harbored feelings of resentment for her father all those times that he whooped her. And I was like, man, she must be different, because I look back at those times and I laugh.
I would love to know what she meant by him receiving her love, and he had to lay there dead to receive. And I think because we're using bell hooks to have a larger conversation about Black women and what they see as love, that the way they express love and the way they want to receive love writ large, because everyone's different. But I think what Demetrius is getting at here, I think, is a very important, because saying that the one time your father was able to truly receive your love is when he lay there dead. I think that's not even think. This is a lot about what you think the definition of love is. Now, we know Bell Hooks is no longer with us, so we can't even really ask her the question. But I think this is perfectly emblematic of what Black women mean by love, both the way they express it and the way they want to receive it. Right? And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
But this is also an indication of arrested development, because what I often characterize these people as is they remind me of teenagers who are very histrionic and emotional. Like, Dad, if I can't go to the game, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, they're very exaggerated. Yes, if your dad was abusive, yes, cool. That was your dad. That's not all dads. That's not all men. You can't blame all men for what your singular dad has done.
Wait a minute, Socrates, because this is important that I say it too. If you recall, Socrates, if you hear me talk, I go to this trope all the time. Okay. It might be annoying for my listeners, right? For my subbies. It's the idea that much of the trauma that Black women are claiming really has nothing to do with whatever young man drove their car and brought it back with no gas when they were like 22, 23, 24 years old. No. From Ostefco to Yanni to who else? Just a number of Black women online. When you listen to them speak, they're actually talking about high school and middle school shit. They're actually talking about feeling rebuffed and rejected and unwanted and desired, like a couple years after puberty, if not going through puberty. And
they stumbled and never recovered.
Exactly.
So when you same since, they've been walking with a limp ever since.
Literally. So when you say arrested development, no, you're 100% right. These women are in their fucking 40s and 50s, still harping on who didn't find them desirable when they were fucking 16 years old. The shit's, first of all, it's frightening that we're having a conversation about women who are 30-something, 40-something, 50-something, maybe 60-something, but really late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And they're really talking about teenage years and early adulthood, and they're holding on to that for dear, and that's where they get all of their sense of worth or, quote, lack of worth from. So when you say arrested development, no, you're 100% correct. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's also due to feminism, because feminism keeps telling, feminism to me is like anti-woman. Feminism is actually anti-feminist, if that makes any sense, because it diminishes.
It crowds out competition.
Not only that, but it also makes women ashamed for being women, right? Like, women are fragile. Like, I'll say this, there's evidence, research to prove women are fragile compared to men. They're more delicate. They're more prone to cry. They're more prone to be emotionally aggrieved. This is why they complain all the time. This is why emotional labor is a thing for them, because it's not that they actually experience more problems. They feel more problems. It's actually proven through psychological research. They're more neurotic. They actually feel bad more often than men. For no reason. Everything could be going great. They'll just start feeling bad. I believe it's an evolutionary adaptation for them to be concerned with kids.
And this is why my best friend who's married and been married for over a decade and BGS both say you got to give them the light because they don't got it.
Sure.
Women feed off of your light because they don't got it. Go ahead.
So think what happens. So feminists tell these women, right, that you're not fragile, you're strong. They've been aggrieved when they were middle school or high school, which is actually a real thing. Of course, it might seem reasonable to us. It might seem crazy, But for a woman, it actually does matter and affects them very deeply because they're very emotional. So instead of us as a society saying, hey, baby, I understand you were hurt. Let's talk about it. Cry it out. Let it out. Feel bad about it. It's okay. They're there. We're telling them, suck it up and suppress it.
Black Socrates,
And
you know I gotta
we're
make a
having
jest
suppression.
out of this, right? I gotta make a joke.
Okay.
I gotta make the joke. But goddamn, that light-skinned bitch that was the fine bitch in high school, and I never got to go to prom with the guy that I wanted because the light-skinned bitch got her.
You heard. Wait.
Damn you, Erica.
What? What? Say that one time. Is that a guy or
No, seriously, no. So what I'm saying is, God damn it, Black Socrates, but that light-skinned bitch, and the fact that she got the man that I wanted when I was 17 years old, and now I'm 42, and I'm still mad that that fucking bitch got the man that I wanted when we went to prom. I had to go to prom with a group of girls, group of girls, and that fucking light-skinned bitch got fucking Todd, and I wanted Todd.
But here's the thing about that, Z. Here's the thing about that, Z. That story. Here's the thing about that, Z. That happens in high school. But here's the thing. Later on in their adult life, that happens to them. And they have to live that, and that shit comes back all over.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to touch on
in
that.
their adult life. And guess what? It's probably a light-skinned bitch. Like, hey, whatever. It is what it is.
You know what, though? Real quick, and I'm sorry to cut both of y'all off. But so what Lion is saying is true, because I was speaking to one of my homegirls, and she literally said the same thing. She said, Z, you're right, but we do relive it when we're going to homecoming, now in college, and them niggas ain't checking for us. Or when we're in our career, and the white dude flirting with us, and we give him some vagina, and it was just a smash session, right? Like, she brought that up to me, right? And she said, and she brought up the guy that we finally get a boyfriend that's worth a damn, right? But it don't work out. So like Lion is saying, like and every time it happens, they don't just count it as this individual situation. It's just a reminder from high school. So they relive 17 years old all over again at 27. And then 37. Yeah, go ahead.
Some reverse that so Raven.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
So what you're describing seems like a creature that's very delicate and is in need of protection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Exactly.
Right. That's like, and I'm like, as long as women keep on playing this game where they're independent, the more they're gonna go through trial and tribulation that they simply cannot handle, and it will emotionally, psychically, and spiritually grieve them, and they will carry these wounds forever. This is why men used to keep women indoors. It wasn't necessarily just to make them slaves. It's because they're delicate. Like again, 42% after the statistic, % of women cry on the job. They cry at work. Only 8% of men cry at work. Right? Like,
this real quick.
Go ahead.
To what you were saying, Black
Sure.
It's because Z covered this before. It's going to be one or two things, and both of y'all are right. Like what you were saying here, the self-deletion, and Z covered this. Some of these women are going to get so fueled with anger, I wouldn't be surprised if they go on mass shootings against.
Oh, let me give it. Black Socrates have never heard me say that. Black Socrates, I'm not gonna say all. I'm saying I think there's going to be a story, and I think it's sooner than later at this point because of where we are in the conversation between men and women writ large. But I think it's gonna jump off with black women. I've said this before. It's just right now. It's just a theory. I do think one day we're gonna get a black woman to walk into a barbershop and air that shit the fuck out. And I think, I think of I know it sounds far fetched, but it sounds far fetched now. But you could consider.
Well, here's one thing that's happening that wasn't mentioned. Have you noticed? Lo and behold, like every week or two, or every other week, there's a teacher having sex with a kid.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well,
notice
that.
that.
So that first of all, that's not.
No, but
that's
it's becoming more apparent. It's becoming more known.
Yeah, and Line is speaking about the women sleeping with the dudes. But here's the important part to what Line is saying. So, Black Star, I did this stream maybe a couple weeks ago, and we met like 3-4 weeks ago, and we were speaking about the horny auntie, right? Or talking about horny auntie, your aunt's friend that you have sex. You're 17 and she's 37. You're 17 and she's 35, right? And this is one of the most open kept secrets in the hood. Everybody want to talk about the creepy, horny uncle. Nobody talks about and like this is a thing in the hood that like nobody mentions.
Listen. First of all, from personal experience of my friends, because I was an athlete, and one
train tracks. Go ahead.
Being a young athlete, especially one of my people I went to football, played football with, went to the NFL. So I got D1 friends, all this stuff, and I also was a promoter in college for high-end clubs in New York City. And this showed me a view of women that has forever destroyed my view of women, because I've seen things that our society just turns a blind eye to. And what am I talking about? Bruh, across this country, I know this for a fact, star male athletes are sleeping with older women. Not because they necessarily want to, but older women are going after them, especially when they're in college. This is why.
But wait, Black, sorry, I gotta pause you. When you say older, you have to info, because when you say older, people really think you're talking about he's 21 and she's 24. No, you gotta emphasize the older.
Listen. If you're the store, think about it. If you're in Brooklyn and you're all city, all state, black young man, or in the basketball team, bro, the women that are throwing themselves at you range anywhere from 14 to 55. And the crazy part is like, what do you mean? I'm like, yo, bro, these women will proposition these men. They'll buy them things. Any D1 player will tell you this, bro. The wild stuff that happens when it comes to women. That's why when women claim to be innocent, damsel in distress, I'm like, bruh, yo, we're not ready to have this conversation about what goes on.
To add on to what you were saying, I can remember, like, I didn't play, sports in high school and everything like that.
Okay.
But I was like, I'm 6'1", about 225, 230. And I can remember one of my guys, his mother would flirt with me and throw his, and his mother was, I was like 15, 16 at the time. His mother was like in her late 30s, early 40s. Like, and she would, throw little hints there, and you would have women that'll throw little hints there to see if you will bite and everything. You 16? I thought you was older than that. You look like they would literally throw hints and be touching all on your shoulders and everything.
Yeah, so, good. Is that done? Good.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that. That's all I was.
No, yeah, I had a teammate of mine. I was in junior varsity. He was already in varsity at 14 because of how much of a genetic freak he was. Like, he was a genetic freak. He looked like a grown man by the time he was 14 years old. And he also went to the NFL. So imagine this. You're 14. You look like you're 22. Every game, every Sunday, your name is in the newspaper. You're all city. You're all state. You're all known by anyone who follows football. You're known. And there's women in the stands. Some of these women are these aunties, these single, lonely aunties. Come on, like just put two and two together. Like, anywhere there's status, the chance for
the women going,
women are going, and that's why I'm like, yo, every time I hear these men, like these basketball players, get caught up in weird sex scandals. Like, he put his penis in the assistant's mouth while she was giving him a knee rub, and they're like, why did you do that? I sympathize. The answer is he probably thought he was supposed to. And people say, what do you mean? I'm like, bro.
They don't know.
Bro,
let me give you this story. Bro, let me give you this story. My mom got so heated. So in the summer between 10th grade and 11th grade, I had surgery on my chest. It was nothing major, but it was kind of major. And this Latina nurse, whole probably 20-something, 30-something year old. I'm all of 16, maybe. I'm 16 years, and she's like in my mom's face flirting with me. Like, not play, because if it was play, my mom would have, not had an issue with it. Like, so, and this is a Latina in South Florida, y'all already know. So, number one. Number two, and to add on to what Black Socrates was saying, it's also because these women missed the opportunity with the men of their own age.
Correct.
They were correct. So they see in that, and it's interesting because they put this on us. They see in that 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old young man the dude that they missed, or the dude that they were not the cute chick for 15 and 20 years ago, 25 years ago, right? So that's another thing I think we should add on to that. Is like, yeah, it's the status of the young man and whatnot, and that's an aphrodisiac for people in general, but women specifically. but it's also because, damn, this is such and such. This is a younger version of such and such that I missed my opportunity with 20 years ago, right? And the young man don't know. They're also capitalizing on his naivete. The young man don't realize, yo, like this young lady, this lady, not even young lady, she's seeing you as a younger version of the dude that she messed up with 20 years ago. Or she missed 20 years ago.
Or never had a chance. With.
Exactly. Never had a chance with 20. And that's really what it is. It usually is the never had a chance with 20 years ago. And you know, let's be honest. You're 14, 15, 16 years old. The wind blow the wrong way, you get a boner.
Correct.
And that's all it is. Yeah. And she's going to capitalize on that. She's going to capitalize on that.
Yeah. And I think, and what I'm sure most people in the public wouldn't know this. Like, you have to be in these inner circles, whether you're in the team, you work with the team, you're not gonna know. Like, yo, in college, D1 colleges, straight up orgies. Like, you know, he got game. That scene when he's bringing him around the campus and all the girls was making out with him. That's real. That is real. Like, bruh, if you're a D1 basketball player, I feel sorry for them. I'm like, yo, I would pray that if I had a kid, he never becomes a D1 athlete, because it's like, yes, how do you protect? My man went to his dorm room. A naked woman's in his bed.
Man, let me read this because I had it up for a little while. Let me read this real quick, and then you finish. And Southern Purchases. I know this is off topic, but Z, did you hear Chris Brown, Ether, Quavo, light skin stand up? I gotta listen to it. I didn't know, so I saw thumbnails kind of speaking. Yeah, I saw thumbnails, and I didn't get the gist of it, so now I gotta go back and listen to it. So I'll maybe have a review for that later on. Apparently. Damn you, Cat Williams, because you done set the shit off this year, because everybody is going out. Everybody, it's too much truth being told. I don't even know where to go no more. So apparently, so we got the R&B niggas over here singing their asses off, and eviscerating apparently the rapper niggas. This is gonna be fun. So yeah, I'll check it out when I get a chance.
Drake dropped something yesterday, right? Last night.
Oh, did he? So I missed that too. Okay. Well, oh man.
Drake, and he wrote verses, but did an AI. For Tupac and Snoop Dogg, and they're all dissing Kendrick Lamar and asking Kendrick Lamar, "You need to drop your track. Why taking so long? Is it because of Taylor Swift? You scared because Taylor Swift is dropping?" And I'm at this point, I'm like, "Yo, Kendrick, you gotta respond, man. This is going too far, man. These light skins are doing too much."
Hey, this is the thing. I consider Chris Brown light skin, but I don't consider Drake light skin. I consider Drake shot because my fellow Dade County nigga said that nigga white, and that's what we saying. That's what we saying.
You got pants on, no drawers on, white boy.
Hey, bro, when he said that, I died. He said you got dockers. Bro, he said you got dockers on with no drawers on, white boy. I was like, oh shit.
I was like, oh damn.
Hey, by the way, Mr. Z does not think mixed people are white. I think that you are what you claim to be. But when you claim that shit, that's what you are forever for me. If you claim mixed, that's what you are. If you claim black, that's what you are. But if you claim, well, I'm not really black like that, then motherfucker, that's what you are. So yeah, I don't do the whole you're not black because both of your parents are not black. You are what you claim you are. And Drake never really was. Drake always been playing 1 foot in, 1 foot out with the shit. So I don't know.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
I'm not when it comes to his success, I'm like, dude, you do birthday parties and clubs, that's fine, but stay your ass over there. When it comes to battle rapping and this really rapping shit, no, we're not calling you. Stay over there. We're not calling you where the battle rap has to happen.
You know what's funny, Z? When people like try to say like they be like biracial people ain't black, but the funny thing is the ones that'll be calling biracial people, I'm like, you fully black and don't want to be black your goddamn self. So how the hell
say that? Say that.
I'm like,
bro, oh my gosh.
Another thing to what
you fully black and you don't want to be black, and you over here
and you talking about you hate your hair. Y'all see that clip of the video? The lady who hate her own hair.
Oh wait, the little airhead, young black girl.
Yeah,
I know which one you're talking about. That bitch is she's a whole mess. I don't want to hear from these mushmouth ass women no more, bro. You know what's crazy? When we say mushmouth, everybody think we talking about black men. Now there's mushmouth ass black women too.
Yeah. Hey, Z, I was meaning to tell you, like when you was talking earlier about the whole the thing.
And line after and then compassionate. Go ahead.
When you was talking about the thing with light skinned girls, right? Do you that's the Chrissy definitely has a problem with light-skinned girls. And remember, like in the beginning, she used to always talk about how she got a light-skinned biracial best friend and all of this other stuff. And light-skinned women, y'all, she really has you bored.
Isn't her niece mixed? Doesn't her brother have a I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me now?
That's
can you better? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Isn't her niece mixed? She has a mixed niece, don't she?
And she deters her niece from dating men.
At this point, I'm like, I mean, at this point, I'm right with for them to complain about light skin, At this point, I'm like, well, since y'all have no problem hiding y'all love for Brad, why should we hide our love for Redbone?
See, that's the thing, Lion. It never was about light-skinned women. I mean, it never was about us. It was about what they wanted to be. They just
they hate being black.
But my thing about it is, I'm like, since you're being so honest about your love for Brad or whatever, I'm not about to be ashamed because I have a thing for red bones. You're not gonna make me feel bad. Yeah. So what?
Yeah.
Oh well.
They want us.
And not only that, let me add on to that.
Justify their love for light skin. They want us to admit
clear.
That we. Go ahead.
No, my apologies, because I think I was Borgian and I didn't realize that you were speaking compassionate. Let me say this real quick before y'all go. Yeah, so here's my issue. When you look at Lauren Smithfield, that is a pretty ass young lady. She was pretty. That was a pretty.
Borgin.
You're Borgin, dude.
Z, you Borgin, bro.
He went off. Oh, they got him.
Yeah, of course. It's freaking South Florida. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, we got you. What's up? What you were saying?
Can you guys hear me now? Okay. No, I was saying Lauren Smithfield was pretty. Okay, I was saying Lauren Smithfield was really pretty. So you're trying to tell me she could have ended up with somebody like Demetrius? She could have ended up with a young brother.
I mean, you would have never thought she was talking how she was talking online.
You see what I'm saying? That was a pretty dark-skinned woman. So ain't no colorist over here. Look, when she was out here living life reckless, and we already know what happened, right? So when you're pretty, period.
Racial hypergamy.
Ain't nobody talking shit about no Kelly Rowland, and she was out here swirling.
Yeah, but I'm like that's always been my issue with the entire thing. I'm like, I said it before in your other stream. You know how you fight colorism? The squat rack. No one's ever cared about the skin tone of a chick with a fat ass and some leggings.
Absolutely not.
No one's cared about her skin tone.
I've never walked in the club and just looked at.
You're talking logic,
and
that's not a currency. That's not a currency that women use.
Right?
Yeah.
No dude has ever said, "Oh my God, she's dark skinned. Get away from me."
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I know it. Hold on. So I was a promoter in New York City. So they're like different type of models. There's this cohort of Sudanese models. They're always very dark skinned, and I love dark skinned. I can care less. They get it in. Beautiful women are beautiful women. It doesn't matter. Like this whole idea that's why I never bought into the colorism argument.
The irony is black women don't believe that though. Dark skinned black women actually don't believe that.
Well, so here's the thing. So in New York City, I don't know anymore because ever since COVID, the nightlife has gotten kind of destroyed. But before the COVID, there were like these top clubs in New York City where all the trust fund kids go to, the models and Arab sheiks and investment bankers. Now to get in there is very exclusive. 90% of people cannot get in. That's just the way it is. So here's the thing. Yes, 90% of women aren't pretty enough, regardless of their skin color, to get in, right? But the models, regardless of their ethnicity, Asian, white, black, they all got in because they're all pretty. Yep. Being pretty is its own thing. Most women aren't pretty, and that's the problem that they have. Like, so with Steph Cole, no offense to her, she's not an attractive woman. Now, she probably has a complex in her mind because of the feminism keep telling them, you're beautiful. Like the lying that feminism keep doing. You're all beautiful. You're all amazing. You're all the best.
Yeah.
So I remember a quote. I copied her quote one time because it was so bizarre that I had to send it to a friend of mine. Right. So she took.
Socrates, you drop. Is that me?
No, it's not you. No, it's Socrates. But that's the thing, though. But
hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get the quote. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
What Cece was saying, I want to add on. Cece said, like, dark-skinned women don't believe that. You know why they don't believe that? Because they're slaves to their own hypergamy. Because the dude they went after, shut them down in ways they couldn't even fathom, and they've been carrying that shit ever since.
Bro,
listen. No, go ahead.
Real quick, Socrates. Let 18 finish with that, and then Socrates, and then we'll continue because I think Demetrius was trying to say something too.
And the funny thing
before I leave.
The funny
thing,
yeah,
we gotta get Leon in after that. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And the funny thing about it is, what it comes down to us is the brothers, right? Mm-hmm. Even the gaslighting is so intense. Brothers are not even as colorist as we was led on to think we are.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's the funny thing about the whole situation. We're not really colorists. It's just women gaslighting to look for justification, to wanting to project their own insecurities onto black men and do what they want to do with white men. That's it. That's it.
It's always been a psyop. It's been a psyop.
Go ahead, Leon.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick, because I gotta get Leon in because he might be at work.
Okay.
Have y'all ever heard me and Charles versus whoever it is on Beyonce's side? It'd be me and Charles on Kelly Rowland's side, and whoever it is on Beyonce's side. The shit be funny as fuck. It should be funny as fuck. We be because it's be like the niggas that think Beyonce look better. They both look fine as fuck to me.
First of all, Beyonce is an average-looking woman. And people say, "Yo, you crazy?"
Mind you, my girlfriend is light skinned.
Absolutely.
The shit be funny as fuck. We be flaming Beyonce. Go ahead.
If you look at beautiful women, I'm talking about like the top. Not leave white women alone, just black women. Like if you look at the '90s, the supermodels and all that stuff, like Vanessa Williams, Tyra Banks, Iman, Naomi Campbell,
Jesus Christ,
right?
Naomi Campbell, nigga.
Right?
That bitch crazy as fuck, but she fine.
She's fine. I said, listen, I had the pleasure of seeing some of those beautiful black women because they were models, and I'm like, bruh. When you see these women and you start seeing the Beyonce's talented. She's great with makeup on, but without makeup, she's like a 6.
Glamour up.
She's a 6, right? I'm like, no, she's like, there are women who are so pretty. Look, their face was drawn. Someone drew their face with a pencil. I'm dead. You can just stare at them, but I can't believe how. I can show you pictures. There's one girl named Jasmine Kiso. Jasmine Kiso looks like she was made in the lab. She looks like she's half black, half white.
The question is,
Denmark.
So like you said it, Socrates. Like feminism kind of polluted the water with this shit because obviously,
And after this, Leon, go ahead, yo.
Women cope. I'm gonna be quick. Women coped a lot better with not being that. They understood they weren't the baddest bitches on the planet. Like,
they have evidence for this. There's a video of talking to UK women in the 1960s, right? And they would ask them, like, is your husband attractive? He's like, no, he's ugly, right? And he's like, so how do you feel about that? Well, nothing. He's a good guy, right? Yeah. How do you feel about yourself? Well, I'm all right. Same thing with girls around in places that have been affected by feminism. What would you rate yourself? Oh, I'm a 4. I'm a 5. Come to the West, 10. And I'm like, yo. I was a promoter. My job was to make sure that ugly women didn't get in. Right? Seriously. So I'm like, man. Yeah,
I think media and then television made this worse, and then social media made this worse because women got to see the way other women are living, and they were like, "Shit, nigga, if I'm not living that, if y'all not calling me pretty, I don't want it because that's how the pretty women are living, so I'm pretty."
Yeah, but the problem is you can't democratize beauty. That's the thing about this idea of equality everywhere. It's not true. I'm like, listen, I agree. A woman like Vanessa Williams in her primes, yes, I would kill a Steph Curry to get to Vanessa Williams. I would, right? I would.
My dog Jay Stone said, you niggas back up. Oh, Steph Curry's mine. Okay.
Right. That's fine. That's fine. But I'm saying,
you better stop it before AL come up here and give you a talking to.
That's fine. But there's a guy. Probably a working class brother, probably got a big belly, you know what I'm saying? But he's a good dude. He would love a Steph Curry, but she don't want him. You know what she wants? This is what she said. This is what Steph Curry said. She said, I used to always say the man that I end up with.
You dropped.
Yeah.
Because I remember her saying something like, I want a gorgeous man and I want him to only have eyes for me. And when she said that, I was like, at least she's honest about it. Yeah, at least she said it. She said, and essentially, Steph Curry was so 100% honest with that. And that shit was actually kind of frightening how honest she was. She was like, I want a gorgeous man that only got eyes for me. to make up for pretty much make up for me not feeling desirable.
Oh, dude, you see that picture of her birthday. You remember that picture of her birthday, and she was still a 4.
This mating aspirationalism is crazy. They just
exactly. Exactly. Oh, go ahead, Leon. We gotta let Leon in. Go ahead.
They finna fire your ass, boy.
You Borgen like come on, that hospital got you all the way messed up.
Yeah. Get off our
Wi-Fi. You Borgen. Right?
ER Wi-Fi. ER Wi-Fi.
Hello? That Wi-Fi.
Leon, we can't hear you.
Folks try to pull Leon.
Damn. Oh, that's all them nurses. This must be lunchtime. All the nurses on TikTok.
They all on the auto nurse. That's what the other live folks is messing up your Wi-Fi.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
Nah, but I mean,
I guess until Leon gets back up here.
I remember when she shared her story, and when she shared her birthday pic, I'm like, damn, this is the best you can do.
Dry as hell.
Yeah. And I get look, bro. Because this is the thing for us men. I think we just think. Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I think her people are from Texas, and she's in California now. I don't know if she's still in Cali because I think she has spent some time in Texas. I don't know. She going back and forth. But here's the thing for me. Look, how am I gonna say this? Look, when it comes to Ostefco, I think she's perfectly emblematic of a lot of black women. I just think that they're taught to be more angry than she is, right? So when you look at Ostefco, I think Ostefco is far more maybe introspective than a Chrissy, than a Yanni, but Yanni got a certain looks, and Yanni got a body to her. So
well, Yanni worked for that body too.
Yeah. Oh, she just paid for lipo, nigga. Oh, Demetrius got worse. She paid for lipo. She just admitted she did lipo.
Oh, wow. For real?
Yeah, she just admitted she did lipo. Man, she just admitted.
And she was promoting all that gym stuff to her audience.
No, she was doing the gym shit. She did do. Wait. She did do the gym shit. The lipo's recent. The lipo's like over the past couple months or something like that. The lipo's
because I remember I saw her stand up one time and I was like, damn.
And I'm telling you, like if we're gonna go off of stereotypes, Yanni got that body that blue collar niggas be fighting each other over, right? Yanni, she got that. She got. Hey, Yanni is definitely the chick that when
Yanni body though.
Oh no, she got she got a little But the problem is Yanni is your stereotypical black woman that the fucking second she opened her mouth, you like, bitch, that's why you single.
Yeah, pretty.
Wait. And by the way, Yanni knows that too. She knows that. Go ahead, say it again.
I said it was literally you're cute till you open your mouth.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but also no. Also, I can tell these women have never been in really upper class circles. How they talk, I can tell because if you've been in these places, you already know what's up. Number one, it's very white. It's very monocratically white. That's the fact. And number two, if you are a black person in there, you better, if you're a man, you better be doing something or have some type of something to offer. And three, if you're a woman, you better be skinny and tall. Like that's just a standard. So all these women with BBLs and stuff like that, that's not for upper class men. They have a misconception. They watch reality television, they look at rappers, and they don't understand that entertainers make a tiny fraction of the upper class.
That's exactly
the vast majority of upper class men are not entertainers. Okay?
Yeah, it's
if
the
you look
class
at the entertainment
media that they absorb.
Absolutely.
Misperceive the market.
Correct. If you look at the entertainment industry,
players, because they're the low hanging fruit.
Again, the whole ecosystem of millionaires. You have executives, you have agents, you have managers, you have the lawyers, you have the investment bankers, you have the financiers, you have the insurance agents. All these people, I have one insurance agent that I know personally. This guy makes so much money, and all he does is chill out and play golf, right? He's not, and I know his wife. He's a white guy. They're not going for BBLs. They might cheat on their wife with a BBL girl. They might deal with her on the weekends, like do a dalliance or lazy on. but they're not. There's no BBLs at these galas. There's no BBLs at these conferences.
It's so weird. I would have never thought black women would have took to ass augmentations the way they have.
Out of all people, because
they don't know. They really don't know
how self-conscious they really are.
They also don't know. They don't know. Like in these circles, they're like norms. The norms is like I call resume posturing or resume voguing, where they'll humble brag about who they are, what they do.
Yes, like right. So
I've
been in the political spaces where they do that shit. So maybe not. Yeah. It's not all the way up where you are, Socrates, but it's the local politicians that rub elbows with those people. I've been in their spaces, and exactly what you're saying. They do that shit.
Exactly. And so there are these norms. One of the norms you'll notice is there are no fat people there. There are no overweight people. So a lot of women are overweight. So I was like, listen, if you're overweight, don't think you're going to be in these circles. And they'll take all exceptions. What about this woman who has to be overweight? I'm like, she's the exception, not the rule. I've been to places where if there's 100 people, 99% of them are not overweight. Like, it's seriously, like, it's not a thing. And also, a lot of upper class men, their wives aren't like these super dime pieces. That's another thing that people get a misconception of.
The side chick is.
Yeah, the side chick is, absolutely. Right? But their wives are regular average looking women, bro.
Yeah, I heard Ron Will said that recently. He said like most billionaires and shit be having like a solid 6 for
even millionaires. Even millionaires too. Because a millionaire, when you get that kind of money, you're thinking about functionality and peace of mind. You don't want people causing problems because everyone's trying to rob you. Once you get a lot of money, everyone's trying to rob you, right? So your thought process is, how do I not get robbed? So I'm gonna go with the woman whose chance has less likelihood. She might still try to rob me, but she has a less likelihood of robbing me. And that's how they think. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true, right? Who's not going to rob me? The woman with the BBL or with the augmented plastic surgery, she's definitely going to try to rob me.
Yeah, and it's definitely a class element to this, because I'm thinking, when you saying that, I'm thinking, I watched like Wolf of Wall Street like last week, and dude, the real life version of dude is like a low class, white boy, random bottom shelf Brad white boy, just was smart and slick.
Jordan Belfort.
Belfort. How he, like, at least in how they portrayed it in the movie, he kind of did like a quintessential, you ain't never had shit before, and once you got money, he went and got the baddest bitch he could get, got the biggest house, helicopters.
That's the nouveau riche stuff. That's that nouveau riche stuff. That's that nouveau riche stuff. So a lot of guys who are from lower classes who get money, they have a typical pattern of behavior that actually makes them lose money. Because why woman?
Socrates, go into the nouveau riche behavior compared to old money, and you see. By the way, what Black Socrates is saying is accurate, but it gets into a scary territory because there was a recent trend of women that includes Black women. This shit's so scary when you consider Black people, and they were like kind of insulting some of the nouveau riche symbology when it comes to money compared to old money. And I'm like, but Black people, where the fuck is our old money? In other words, do you realize you're insulting yourself? I'm not saying that we should be as brash. I'm not saying we should be as brash when we do get money, but I am saying maybe you might not want to follow old money 1-to-1. Do you realize, especially if you're a Black person born and raised in America, you realize when you are coveting performing wealth a particular way, you're coveting performing wealth like the slave owners? You don't realize you're doing that shit, but that's what you're doing. You're actually insulting Black people for not performing the way the old money, you mean the New York and sometimes obviously Southern old money, you fucking idiot, the way they perform old money. Do you even realize what the fuck you're saying? No, they don't. Of course. Go ahead, Black Socrates. I cut you off the rant.
No, it's cool. Several points to that. Number one, I often find the conversation when Black people talk about money ridiculous, because I know how much money Black people have. And I know who has money, what has money. I used to work at a hedge fund, right? So I'm like, I've been around money. Like, you guys don't have money, and it's cool. It's not a problem. A lot of people, the vast majority of the planet doesn't have money. Not having money is the norm.
The nature of money is scarce.
Yes, I'm like, yes, most people don't have money. You're in good company. It's a strange thing where Black people have this insecurity, which is weird, because it's like they're all like trust fund kids who haven't come into their inheritance. That's how they act or think. Like, you know, I'm really
rich. Temporarily embarrassed millionaire, Socrates.
Yeah. I'm really rich. I just haven't come into my inheritance. I'm like, yo, bro.
That comes from that plantation shit that because we basically, as African Americans, we actually were an ethnic group of like the poorest people living amongst the richest people of the country.
Yes, it
so
fucked us up mentally.
Our whole perception,
same thing in Haiti.
The whole perception of like you said, like how we kind of even following the old money trend. That's not a mistake. That's because that's literally our frame of reference on some like watching from the plant the cotton field.
Before you get to that, Black Socrates, I recall who was talking about it when they said when the slaves were finally let off the plantation, they had aspirations of learning to speak Latin. Gramps, you don't even know how to brush your teeth.
Yeah.
Gramps, you don't like. You get what I'm saying? You don't even have a quote unquote job yet. You just got off the plantation like yesterday, but they want to learn Latin. That lets you know, like, Black people have always battled with this concept of status and money in America, because status and money, particularly in the West, but in America specifically, has been white. Right? And so go ahead.
I don't necessarily think there's an issue with that per se. Why? Because up until the 1950s, there was a black bourgeoisie in America, and they were making strides and doing their thing. And I don't think it was an issue. It became an issue when, after 1950s, 1960s, where I think the casino economy of 1970s and the leveraged buyout craze and all this greed is good of the 80s, and just everyone knowing how much money exists and everyone wanting a piece of it.
And the neoliberalism.
Correct. Neoliberalism gone haywire. Where in the sense
my favorite word.
Like back in the day, if you did better than your parents, that was sufficient. If you did better than the generation prior to you, that was sufficient. Now everybody wants to be rich. I think it's a very perverse way to think. Because number one,
but are you human? If you think about the system we live in that says money is speech. Think about this. Are you? Because I'm attempting to empathize with the women. I didn't say sympathize. There's a difference. Are you human if you're not rich?
Bro,
and if they grow up in a society. No, I agree with you, but I'm just posing the question. And if you grow up in a society that, at least for you, tells you that to be a woman is to be white, blonde, blue-eyed, and rich, then of course you're going to look at the man that put her there, and then you look at men of your own demographic, black men, and say, nigga, you ain't shit, because look at what the white woman gets. The white woman gets, go ahead.
But here's the crazy part about that. So if you're saying that, then what you're saying is that you want patriarchy.
Absolutely, just white.
So that's why it's a contradiction. You say you want the result of patriarchy, which is how the white woman gets in her position through the patriarchy.
But no. It's a low resolution interpretation of it. They're not looking at it that, because you're right. When you look at it at a higher resolution, it's clear. Oh, okay. Well, then that's all that shit is built on European patriarchy or white European patriarchy.
Dude, if you go through the Forbes list of rich billionaire women, either through inheritance from a man or divorce from a man. Like literally, none of them, I repeat, none of them build it on there. It's patriarchy. So what you're complaining about that. Yeah.
No, just to go to what Black Socrates is saying, the one Walton that's not, well, I already gave it up, but the one woman that's a billionaire of the Walton family was the one that married in, and then the husband died.
I told you, it's either divorce or inheritance. I told you, of a white man, not a woman, to a man. Correct, patriarchy. So when black women make this claim and they start complaining, what they're saying, these gynocratic, right, feminists, matriarchs are complaining that why aren't black men patriarchs? That makes no sense. I'm like, hold on.
It makes perfect sense. No. Wait, Compassion, he never heard my quote. You must have never heard my quote before. They want patriarchy by feminist specifications.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It's exactly. It sounds dumb as fuck, don't it? Exactly.
Yeah,
patriarchy.
Is that what white women have? Is that what white women do? White women have
no,
with
but black women are charging black men for not being white men, so they want patriarchy by feminine specification. And what's patriarchy by feminine specification? It's the provide protective patriarchy while women still run shit. In other words, you still go out, compete against the white man, beat the white man, bring the millions and billions back over here, but you don't get the final say. You're not leader. All of the boons and all of the extra good shit that comes with being a patriarch, you don't get none of that shit. You just supposed to feel good about being the protector provider.
And that's literally crazy.
So they're accusing men. So you're accusing black men of not being neo-patriarchs, like pseudo-patriarchs?
No. It's patriarchy by feminine specifications. Now, what they're attempting to do now, and I'm seeing it more and more, is you're hearing some of these talkers and thinkers say benevolent patriarchy. And they're saying it kind of grinding their teeth, but I think eventually we're going to start hearing about this more and more. And I think they're going to try to find another name.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Patriarchy as a system is when they invest a lot into their sons, right? They invest a lot into their sons because their sons are going to be the ones who inherit the position, the status, and the money.
Yes.
Okay? The black community does not invest in sons. So you want to not invest in sons, but somehow these sons
call it a gynocracy.
Hold on. So somehow these sons are supposed to still become patriarchs that give patriarchy with feminine specifications.
Because it's low resolution, bro.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's a very
It's not supposed to make sense. That's the point. It's not supposed to make sense.
The conversation is over. Like, hold on. If you're not investing in if you want strong sons who become strong men, who become captains of industry, you have to invest in them. If you don't want to invest in them, you're not going to get that.
But what about if I don't invest in them, and then for the one, real quick, and the one or two that crack the concrete, the rose that breaks through the concrete, even if I didn't invest, he still knows enough to plant the seeds over here back in the concrete that I don't even know how the fuck this is going to work, but he's supposed to plant the seeds back over here where the money will bring the money back over here in the soil that didn't produce shit for him.
And then we'll listen.
Mama's black.
And we rebuild this.
But why would he do that?
Because
that's not.
There's not a wait. You're asking for a reason. This sounds like logic, sir. We're not using logic over here. You do it because it's what you're supposed to do, because Queen Mother Goddess Black woman said to do it.
Period.
And your mom is black.
And it's
and your mama black.
Hunger Games to find the strongest nigga. And
there you go.
Exactly. Like you said, he's supposed to come plant a bed of other roses. We let most of that bed wither. And then the other 5 roses supposed to do the same thing.
And there you go. And let me read this from Leon, and then we're gonna have Nema and then Demetrius. And Leon says the backbone of capitalism is women. On the heart attack story, black men have never had the privilege to love their children and maintain a family. Oof. Not as a rule. Not as a rule. I think I know where you're going. Not as a rule.
Okay.
Not as a rule. I know what I get what he's saying.
What kind of in the black community?
Black community. Hey,
first of all, Black
only
Socrates.
logical put in a comment. Only logical put in a comment. Go ahead and highlight it.
Leon,
no, give me a second.
We gotta get you a lace front name, man, to match your name.
Right.
Mine, sorry.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and Only Logical says the black community expects you to invest in grown black women. Absolutely.
Invest in the boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's invest in black women, and then there'll be no patriarchy. Okay.
Wait. No. See, you got the math all wrong. So you trying to do the math the right way. Your math is mathing. The problem is we're supposed to invest in. I've said this before for women writ large, but black women specifically. The thumb is supposed to be on the scale against the boys and for the girls, against the men and for the women. But magically, when it's time to have children and get married, she's supposed to practice hypergamy. So magically, even though she got valedictorian in high school, even though when she graduated she was summa cum laude, even though the thumb was put on the scale for her with the tutors and all the other good shit, even though all of that happened, guess what? Magically, now that she's 27 and that clock is ticking and ringing off the hook, and she's trying to get married before 30, somehow magically she's supposed to marry hypergamously into a man that doesn't earn 2 and 3 and 5 and 10% more than her. Oh no, that nope.
120%.
At least, yes, but to be kind, at least 50% more to be kind. But really, it's it's really what compassionate
Kevin
said,
Samuels
right?
proved that shit when he asked him how much.
It really though.
You know what? To quote Kevin Samuels, to quote the late Kevin Samuels, I just have to say, as Snowman would put out, the Snowman would still put out that soundbite, but you can't make this shit up.
Hey, who said it was supposed to make sense? I don't know where y'all get. BGS in the comments. You better ask BGS. I've been telling them.
Yeah,
hey, you trying to make it make sense?
That's that hedge fund shit, bro. This ain't the hedge fund. You trying to make the math.
Okay,
the math is never ever math. It's never math since the plantation.
You're trying. Look, 1 + 1 might equal 2. Then it might equal 4. It might equal 27. It might equal 32. It might equal 106.
What exactly? Call it. It's gynometry.
Exactly.
Is there infinite number? Is there infinite number of high end, top earning black positions for everybody?
No.
What you're failing to realize, Black Socrates, is that that is our fault.
Depends.
Thank you,
Oh, I see. Okay, so black men are supposed to create the enterprises where there's more abundance of black slots for black people.
Because that's what they think white men did.
That's
they
the
think
Wait. Without state help and with the society and black women both putting their thumb on the scale for the women.
Black women actually believe in bootstrapping.
That sounds that's not even bootstrapping. That's something completely different. I believe in bootstrapping. That's not bootstrapping. That's Narnia. We're talking about Neverland right now. We're talking about Never story right now. We're talking about a fantasy world. Right? This doesn't happen.
Speak of the devil, is that better you, my Yanny candidate?
We brought up Yanny earlier, bro. Hey, your girl done had lipo, nigga. Your girl done had lipo. That stomach is even more tucked than it was before, Playboy.
See, hang on a second. Better you. We were at a hangout earlier, and what did the host tell you about Yanny?
That she'd be my wingman or wing woman if we was in Houston.
Who was that we're talking about? Who was that?
Oh, Toya.
Toya said she looked him up.
Hey, bro. Toya in Texas too.
Yeah,
we gonna try to get better you over here with. This is the problem. Yanny over here trying to live super ultra mega extravagant. So I don't know, better you. Your little 6 figures may not be enough. She got put. Notice what I said. I told this nigga your little 6 figures may not be enough.
Man, better you. You better go get paid for
I'm telling you.
Attention.
Go ahead.
Y'all gonna see one day. Y'all gonna come on YouTube and she could be like baking blondie brownies and shit. And y'all be like, there's no way.
No, he actually gonna. I know. Actually, I'm gonna send you a gift. I'm gonna cash out.
Better you gonna be walking back in the background behind her streams.
Right. and nothing but Bucks of Briefs on too.
and look at eating a bowl of cereal.
Looking like Melvin off a Baby Boy.
Yeah.
No. Worse. He's gonna be walking. He's probably gonna be like Melvin in the kitchen, coming out there, butt up naked except for an apron, just bringing breakfast to her. He made some pancakes. You want some pancakes?
Oh man, you want some pancakes?
And just wink at the camera better. You don't even say shit. We gonna know.
The camera gonna see. He's gonna show you the entire ass on the camera. That's what it is.
Man. So
BGS, what up?
What's going on, BGS?
He came in to police this shit.
It's a song for life.
It's a song. Oh man, there's a song now. Oh no, there's another song. Oh boy, that's the anthem.
That's definitely the anthem for the whole summer.
Alexa, play Jay-Z's version of a if it's a it's a Hard Knock Life, and I need us to replace Hard Knock with Soft Man Life. Oh God.
Oh,
it's a soft man life for us.
I'm gonna need you to cash at me.
Oh man.
Singing in the background.
Hey, what we telling them girls now? Hey, this dick costs.
It always did.
Hey, BGS, I think the soft life era could count as another black masculinist turn. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah, it is. You know,
Low key.
Don't get it twisted. Yanni pays, all right? Don't get it twisted. She pays.
Uh-oh.
Better you.
Pays.
Better you, hey, bro.
Yanni pays, man. Don't get it twisted.
Get some of them divested coins.
and
get more than a juice box and a sandwich on your way out at 5 o'clock.
All right.
Don't let her cheat you, man. Because if
I
was on with Yanni, so where your man at, baby?
Matter of fact, BGS, I'm in my soft guy era, man.
All right.
She got to pay for this.
You're the centering men. Okay, so how much does the dude get when he leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning, baby? What's up?
Period.
Hey, look at what Trell said in the comments. This is the perfect line. Instead of tricking, we get tricks. And literally, hey, soft era men are looking for tricks. We looking for trick ass women. Where y'all at?
Tricks of the kids, man. What is it?
Right?
You know, in other words,
wait. Aren't big women tricks?
Yeah, big women are tricks.
No, we making all women tricks. That's what we saying now.
Basically, you know the tricks rabbit with a little ear. Okay.
Yep.
You got the new hashtag.
That's a new symbol.
The new hashtag is Boss Babes Annie Up.
Right.
Period.
Do anyway, man. Bring us out in the light. Put us on the credit card. All right. Anyway.
Oh man.
You a boss babe? Yeah, let's find out.
I listen to Yanni. I see you so disingenuous with that shit, baby. You know what you do.
Look, she's just, for me, let's say she is spending like BGS say, that's the problem. She wants because she's making good YouTube money now, right? So she wants the particular life. She just wants the dude to pay for it. And you know.
Yeah, but why would that dude want her?
Yeah, but thing is,
that's always the question.
Ask Yanni what big girls say. Ask her if she's single.
Oh,
she's
okay. You know, because of this, I'll find it when I find her again. I'll tell you because that's what she asked. She's 40, right? She asked her so-called high-value female friends, "Are you single?" That means, yeah, we know that publicly you're single. You ain't got no man. We still talk about that dude that you hide.
Exactly.
According to Yanni, she's been celibate for 3.5 years.
Cap.
That's what she said. And I don't mean she said that a while ago. She just said that like a week or two ago.
Cap.
Yeah. But if she's telling the truth, better you.
Dick. All them hoes buying dick.
Cap.
I'm not trying to hear that shit. They all buying dick.
Because all she talk about is men. Cap.
Yeah, and apparently she talks about her a lot too. So yeah. No, the toy. The toy begetter. I'm telling you, there's a ghost and there's an evil spirit in them goddamn toys because them women minds is gone. BGS.
It desensitizes them.
Yep. Buzz Lightyear. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Lion. Why didn't you bring it back up? I wasn't trying to say it again.
So she got the 3D goggles along with it.
Oh man.
Yes.
No, she got the Apple. She got the Apple glasses.
They
with
have
that
Apple Vision
glasses.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Right. Look, man. The Rose toy got an evil spirit in there because all the women apparently online that play with the Rose toy, their minds is gone and it's F-men forever. So I don't know. they are going to buzz themselves into space.
They basically doing like what they used to do back in the day. They used to like try to like for crazy women and shit. They would do little weird shit and electro shock therapy and shit. They basically doing that shit to themselves at this point.
Literally.
You know what? You can actually make a business buying up all the batteries, and they have to buy them from you.
No, you basically have them ship it to refurbished toys.
Low key.
That too.
And put it on eBay. Okay, it got refurbished toys.
Oh man, hey, shout out to all the desperate women that buy these secondhand. What?
And basically, would have say if you get a say like a celebrity, have them sign it, right? Okay, this one's used by Beyonce.
Oh no, bro. No. Trail said to infinity and beyond. Apparently that's how they feel when they orgasming. Apparently. The way they be sounding.
Star
Command. The way they be sounding about these toys.
And had to put on those man-shaped pillows and those weighted blankets and shit like that.
Hey, it's not women didn't evolve to be able to give themselves, unlimited orgasms like that with machinery. So they really not built for that type shit. So I could imagine they actually are fucking themselves up psychologically.
Oh yeah.
Sex being with a man for a woman sex is only just the tip of the iceberg, man.
Right, right.
That doesn't replace what a man does for a woman psychologically. Okay.
Exhibit A. What do I say when I'm like, okay, good, you got your money now. What about where you are mentally and psychologically? BGS just said the same thing. Like I said it all the time. Okay, all right. Your subscriber's gonna fall into a sea of antidepressant pills and not have no money. What about you? You got the money and what?
Hello?
Ebony K. Williams.
They already got the
women cannot have sex without some type of production being the result of it, whether it's a child or whether it's the manifestation of material acquisitions or something. So if a woman just keeps something has to come from it. That's why when women have sex and nothing comes of it, they get depressed. Something has to come of the sex.
Because their hormones are looking to bond to something.
Let me pause right there because Trell just caught me. I did not realize there was a pun in there. I should have said it. When I was like, shout out to all you women that's buying those toys secondhand. And he said secondhand. I was like, I didn't catch myself. I didn't catch it. That was good. That was good.
It's going from right to left to right. What are you guys still doing up, man? I thought you guys
look, you already know. It was a reckless stream. It's gonna be a reckless stream in the next 25 minutes. But now I caught the end of your stream and I wanted to stream earlier. I was responding back to Zoe and Tone did a stream. They do it maybe yearly, but they haven't done it in a little while. They went back and looked over that Cheesecake Factory debacle. And I called in, but Tony ain't give me no time to speak. And I think he might have X'd out what I said. So I just did this stream to respond, and I decided to bring up the panel afterwards. So
why didn't he listen to you? Okay. What did they say?
No, they were speaking about they touched on essentially black women seeing black men as the reparations. So they used the Cheesecake Factory to how Tone talks, to pretty much say like black people don't even really got this money, and if y'all saying Cheesecake Factory is not sufficient enough of a date, so I went on to pretty much say, yeah, they are saying you have to make up for not being a white man and not making me a white woman. So you start off with the date, right? And so Tone talks right out. Exactly. And so Tone talks essentially said, yeah, black men too. And I'm like, no, because, and I didn't get a chance to get it out. And what I was trying to tell him was no, because there is a financial component, obviously, to patriarchy that women don't have to partake in, right? They're not the ones, even if, let's say black men were telling black women they had to be white women, which we're not. There's not a money part of that. You see what I'm saying? The money part is on our end, right? So if black women are saying we want you to perform as white men, that's where the money comes in.
When did black men ever say that they wanted black women to perform as white women?
I'm not saying we did. I'm saying even if that was the case, there's still not a money aspect to that performance.
No, it isn't.
Shit, there is now.
Soft guy,
it's not, baby.
It's soft guy life.
If we have to be, Mr. Z, let me sum it up this way. Okay. To sum it up, let me explain what is wrong with these women, especially those overusing dildos. It's like a certain pain in the ass Ethiopian up in Quebec would say. I tell you, there is a sickness.
This is a
sickness. That's a gang accent. I'll say, you know how we say it in Ethiopian Eritrean accents?
Mm-hmm.
We go like,
I tell you right now, there is a very high sickness. The sickness is higher than anything you can comprehend. Very high. It's so high, you can't take them to hospital right now. It's too late. You must take them to the cemetery.
Type shit.
Pretty much. The thing about that though is about like women will say about how much porn damages men. I'm like, well, we can say the same about your social media consumption.
Say that.
Wait a minute.
And they consume a lot of porn too, apparently.
Porn. You ever notice that?
According to Pornhub,
A lot of porn.
40%.
They consume hella Pornhub.
I mean, I've talked to. I've actually talked to women and asked them, you know, what do they usually check out in their flick bank, not spank bank, but flick bank, and they admitted a lot of them have actually checked out a lot of same-sex shit. You know?
Yep, that's a fact.
Yeah,
the numbers say that. Yep.
Yep.
Same-sex. And there's a thing. A lot of people will tell you that when women check out porn, it's like the same way men check out porn. They're always checking out the girl because the guy is just a prop. That's why in the adult film industry, guys make up less than a quarter than what a woman will make in any shoot for any scene and whatnot. That's why guys have to multitask. Some of them have had to create their own production companies. Some of those guys also double as the grips, the lighting, and the sound guys in some of the scenes.
I wish I would be the goddamn sound guy and the goddamn buck in the porno. That'd be some funny ass shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Compassionate Callous. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I watched a documentary, and it was in one episode of that documentary about the dark side of porn. They followed 4 people who were entering the industry, 2 men, 2 women, and one of the guys when he was going to get casted for casting. The director said that they're lucky on any given day. They're lucky if 1 or 2 guys get a call back, because the vast majority of the guys, when they show up to scene, and they show up for casting, they say, "All right, let's see what you can do." And most guys, when it's time to get in front of the camera and audition, they can't get over the first hurdle, which means the dick gets camera shy. This happens a lot of guys.
I can imagine.
They get camera shy because get hard in the bedroom. In private is one thing, but in the camera, but in front of the camera, it's like
over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, LT and Lexington Steele is in practically every goddamn porno.
Yeah, because most guys can't get hard for women that they don't like.
Yeah.
And come on command.
Yes.
And busting out on command,
And all of this in front of
that's interesting.
At least one other person outside of her, but usually 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 other people on set.
Yeah.
That's just a skill.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the number of takes it is, and the director is frustrated with this guy. He's like, "Can you get it up? Do you need some ginseng or something like that to help you get it up?" Because some of these guys have to require something, or they get a body double in some cases.
Viagra. Keep it up.
And Detroit says, let me read this real quick. Detroit says, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. 2 times 3 equals what's this? 2 million or 2 billion? 2,788 million trillion. Goddamn. 2,788,888. I'm sorry. Goddamn. Okay. Let's do this again. 2 times 3 equals 2,788,887,545,500. This is a zillion. This nigga gave me a zillion.
I got this. No.
Get it right. Get it right.
501. So it's really 518,098. And this was the Fieldistics, which Trell did accurately. Math is math plus feelings equal math, right?
Or gynometry.
Goddamn.
I think I'm gonna do a video because I was texting back with Rom, right? Rom says most of these women become cultivated prostitutes, right? Because
shit. Tell us about it.
Right? And so I said we have to start turning them into proper hoes though, because they're not proper hoes. So I think I'm about to do a video talk about women becoming cultivated prostitutes but not being trained to be proper hoes.
You ain't lying.
Here's here's the problem.
You said it in the short, BGS. You said that these bitches need pimps.
They do,
basically.
Yeah. But and here's the issue. This is the only pushback I got for BGS. But they don't really want to. They want to, but they don't want to. What it really, when I say negative liberty, I really mean it. They don't want to follow nothing. They want to do everything and follow. They don't want to stick to thing.
They just don't realize the lifestyle they want is some whole shit. It's just that's what that's
no. They don't want to be They have a fantasy. They want to be a hoe, but and end up with wife results.
Hoes get wife results with a good pimp.
No, they're culturated prostitutes. In other words, by culture, they're becoming transactional, right? Without the signifying, right? But the thing is, they haven't been trained to be a proper hoe to a man. Okay. In other words, if you a hoe to a man and the man is paying, that means he gets what he wants because custom's always right.
Wait a minute. First of all, somebody got to put the mute up because you're buffering. Wherever you are to win. Number one. Number two. Wait a minute. BGS, you did not. This is sacrilegious. BGS, you forgot you was black. You said the customer's always right.
Yes.
As if the black man is paying the black woman, then he's always right. BGS.
But in real life, and prostitutes don't like black men in real life.
Look,
good point. It's crazy y'all say that. It's like my homegirl was just telling me like 2 days ago. A chick we used to work with. I'm echoing.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, a chick. Me and my homegirl used to work with. Then started
OnlyFans?
Giving BJs.
BJ shit.
Yeah. She's like, she told her like she was going rate was $50, but a dude chewed her down to like 30.
Yeah. It's inflation whooping motherfuckers' ass. It's getting hard.
It's called supply and demand, right?
And they just need some guidance, BGS. The millennium.
What we need to take off all the restrictors, right? All you guys, bitches want to be hoes and sell pussy, go out there. Go out into the market.
Yeah.
Flood the market with pussy and head, right? Guess what's supply's gonna go up, and guess what's gonna happen to the price?
Plummet.
So instead of we take you to the Cheesecake Factory, get some pussy, let me go to the corner. Oh, I want someone that looks just like you. Okay, going to the corner. Oh, got one. $10, baby. Come on. I saved myself $190 just by.
And you just socialize disease and
this is when the government comes in and sets a floor on the prices.
Oh man,
they would have to. That's okay. They would have to.
Set a floor.
But there's always a black market for everything, is there not? No pun intended.
How do you have a black market?
I mean,
prostitution.
BJS, you said no pun intended, but based off of the America we live in,
prostitution right now anyway. Is it? It's black market, is it not, sir?
Correct.
That is.
Yes.
That is.
Versus the government sanctioned prostitution in Bunny Ranch.
So how does the black market product become socialized and there's no black market? I'll wait.
Wait, say that again. I missed that question.
Okay. How do you turn a black market product, prostitution, weed, whatever it is, right?
Like drugs, right?
Drugs, whatever it is, right? Okay. Into a socialized product, right? Where it's above board, it's legal.
Oh, you make it legal, yeah, make it legal.
You open up dispensaries,
whatever it is, right? But it's still there's still no black market.
Ooh, I don't know if you could even,
right? No, there's always a black market.
There's always a black market. There's always a black market.
That's what I'm saying. What is a black market? Like, say you're right, and say we just have to just end up, at this point, it seems like prostitution isn't being enculturated. So at the open air,
a chick get desperate enough instead of her getting a license to be a prostitute or whatever you want to call it,
prostitution
right?
At the black.
In other words, I'm on the corner and I'm looking around, and I'm dressed a certain way, and you pull up. And you wink, she winks, she gets in the car, and she doesn't have, she says, well, I'm trying to sell this, that, or third. Say, you got a license? No. Okay, well, you have to cut the price.
Well, BGS, you imagine it in the framework of it, like from the only reference we got, which is like you know, stand on the street corner. If it's enculturated, we could just be walking around regularly. We meet her at Starbucks and be, hey, I got $30. And she be, man, I'm 50.
You'll go on the website.
In other words, basically, you're searching, right? Okay, if the market is flooded, they'll be selling. They have to sell where they can. They won't be in Starbucks. They'll be in your neighborhood.
Well, the thing about it though, like we already.
It's called L.A. during the crack era. Okay.
Right. Y'all ever seen the y'all ever watched the flick and it's called like Bang Bus? Where they piping on the bus while they just driving. What they'll have, although they'll be driving down your neighborhood with the women, literally the live women, like in a slot. So it'll be like 3 or 4 women on each side of the bus, and they just like show you this is what we got.
What would be the culture of men in an environment like that?
I can tell you because I was in that culture. Okay.
It'd be Compton in the 90s.
It'll be not Compton's not nearly as bad as Figueroa, man. Over there in the east, near the 110 freeway.
Yeah.
Okay. Compton was not lit. The 2 biggest strolls. You know, we just talked about this with Salty. Was Figueroa and Central Avenue. Okay.
Yeah, all you gotta do is watch Soft White Underbelly. You learn about Figueroa.
And then Long Beach. Okay. You know, over there by the 7th. Okay,
but see, that's still not at the level of socialized and prostitution, though.
Well, you talking about socialized?
I mean, like normal, like it is now.
Once you make it legal, it's done.
What I'm saying is, there's only so much supply. I don't care what it is, right? Because women have an endless supply of coochie. There's more women than men, right? Okay? There's only so the laws of supply and demand is still there. Okay. Lost supply man still there unless you'll have enough people to actually police this.
Well,
it's impossible.
Lord have mercy.
I'd like to add this caveat to it though. How much casual prostitution is going on right now? And what I'm saying is it's not an official like she's on the stroll, but hey, come over here and hit and pay my light bill.
Or Cash App.
Nigga, I think that's at least a good 75% of the black community in the dating scene.
No, not that high.
Shit, I don't know, BGS.
Yeah, BGS, you got to get on Instagram.
There ain't enough Negroes to pay that shit. It's not that high, man. It's 20 max. It's not that high.
I don't know now. They might be a studio pretty cheap now.
There's not enough women to pull that shit off, man. Dudes ain't got money like that.
BGS, you looking at it.
I agree with the not have money like that part.
You are, but but Z, he's not looking at it from like you with the gravity of when you say enculturated prostitution is that it's way more than 20%. It's not a normal proportion of prostitutes now. Now you're being trained. They're being trained at 10 years old as a girl. Don't have your pocketbook empty and your ass wet. Okay. They're it's being enculturated to a point where it's like linking up my Cash Apps in my bio as a standard.
Yeah, it's still a small percentage of women. Okay, that's why you have bitches to talk about decentering men because they can't get what they want. It's impossible.
That's definitely true.
There are a bunch of rejects, though. That's the reject movement.
The vast 70% of the women are 4, 5, and at best 6, right? Okay.
Yes.
They don't have the looks to pull that shit off. Even the good-looking women don't have enough. There's not enough guys for them to pull that shit.
Shout out to Ebony K. Williams and Amanda Seals.
You're right about the good-looking women because a lot of good-looking women once they start talking, they sound just like everybody else.
What you said about Yanni and them?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna say her.
Why you think Yanni? Why you think if that was the case? Is Yanni's a 6, okay?
I don't know how better you feel about that, BGS. You're sacrilegious right now. You're my man's girl right now.
I can't believe I'm going to do this, but
Yanni definitely a 6.
Does Yanni have an Instagram? I'm sure she does.
I think so. I'm not sure what it's called though, but I'm not.
Better you?
She got an Instagram. I've been on her.
Low key, Mrs. Z, you need to just do a day where you bring up all the bitches' pages and rate them.
Did Yanni play basketball?
Oh man, no, them hoes gonna go after they will delete this channel. They have this channel.
Did Yanni play basketball or was she an athlete because she got dude vibes?
I want to say she said something along those lines.
Yeah,
I want to say that.
Yeah, she got dude vibes for some reason.
Yeah.
Now, listen, look at her and look at her posture and hear how she talks. She got dude vibes.
What's her Instagram better you? What's her Instagram? I'm gonna look at it.
You already know he looking, right? You know he was looking before you even asked. Go ahead.
Look at it too. What is it?
Let me get it.
That's why I can't take her seriously.
I got to do the back.
You put it in the back?
He said he got put it in the back chat.
Yeah, put it in the back chat.
Oh man.
Because Yanni's got dude vibes to me.
Yeah, she definitely a 6 at best.
Yeah.
At very best.
Yeah, she's a former. I wouldn't say she was a fat girl, but she's a big girl. So,
man,
she ain't learn how to carry it.
She's an athlete, but there's a lot of big girls that are now not fat, but they're solid. She reminds me of a chick that she wasn't fat, but she was solid. She's still solid.
You know how you determine how pretty a woman is?
How's that?
By how much a man would be willing to do for her.
Not necessarily. Because bitch can be nuts. I know a lot of people that are very pretty and they're nuts. They're nuts. And
I know some goofy ass niggas.
No. I'm not talking about have sex. Every guy will have sex. That's why you don't use sex.
No.
Guys will have sex from us.
If she's nuts, then guys, you can feel it before they even touch you. I've seen pretty.
Oh, that's a whole. That's an exception. I mean, crazy women just.
No, they wish it was, but yeah.
You can't use crazy. That's a whole different category of women. Crazy women are just
you're talking about the vast majority. In other words, a pretty girl. How much guys are willing to sacrifice for? Okay.
Correct. That's how you know. Because we know that's why women care about the pretty privilege thing. They understand that really attractive women, men are willing to do more for. Not just a fact.
Okay, well, I'm not even getting into the nuance. I'll just
no, that couldn't work because we've all met goofy men that would do a lot for a weak bitch.
What I'm saying is
like men with money that would they would splurge on a weak bitch. I've seen that before. A bitch that I would consider weak.
If that was the case, all those ghetto ass dimes or near dimes wouldn't be in the ghetto. But they are.
Good point.
Yeah, but
what?
Exactly. Yeah.
True. I mean, there's a barrier to them. There's a barrier of entry for them because they're beautiful, but their behavior and associations make it dangerous.
That's why it's more true.
Right than beauty.
She can be gorgeous. All right, nigga, I've been down to the ghetto and I see some badass motherfucking bitches that can't get out the goddamn ghetto and nobody will touch them. Why is that?
Because they can't be trusted.
Yeah, so it's more
which means it trumps beauty.
So it trumps beauty. Yes, I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That is true. We actually talked about that before when we said how rich guys, their wives are average looking because when you have a certain amount of money, it's about who's not going to rob you.
Yeah, you got to spot because the mission is more important than the look because they can buy the look. I tell them if you got money, I said make your wife a 6 and make your jump off a dime.
True.
Put her in her proper place. I just said that. Why do you think I did that? So don't talking to women. Don't have a baby by your concubine. What Elle fucking did, right? That nigga's your jump off. He's not supposed to be your husband. Okay, he's there for sex. He ain't there to make a family. And women get that shit confused. We wonder why bitches complain about their baby daddy. They ain't no good because you had a baby by your goddamn jump off, and men don't do that shit. Okay.
Facts.
But that's how come I could never be Kevin Samuels because that's how I would talk. If you think they hated Kevin Samuels, guess what they would do for me?
No, now I understand why they called Kevin a saint.
Yes,
he was definitely a saint.
He was a saint, man. Because be just for women, I don't, that kind of shit, baby.
You had to shut that shit down.
What are you looking for? And what says I'm looking for? I'm looking for. I got four kids by 3 different guys, and I'm looking for. Well, so what are you looking for? I'm looking for a man to take care of my kids. What does he have to make? He has to make $150,000. Okay.
And then you would just tell him they cook.
And then I said, rate yourself from 1 to 10 without using a 7. Okay. Well, I think I'm an 8. And I go, really?
Here we go.
Really?
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me let Leon go real quick because Leon was trying to talk earlier and he was The nurses was all jumping on the Wi-Fi at the same time. They were all on lunch, so he couldn't.
They was
See,
bottlenecking the speed.
I can't. The Wi-Fi
Leon
won't
be
give
saying
me
some wild
access to this
shit, man. Leon be saying some wild shit, man. So where in the
Mm-hmm.
hell do you get these ideas from?
That's why the hospital
Get
ain't
what
on their
idea from
Wi-Fi.
BGS? No, I can't be on the Wi-Fi. It blocks it.
Oh, man, see,
They
there you
better
go.
block you. You gonna say some crazy shit in they
Yeah, they know they ain't gonna be
establishment.
responsible for it.
Come on, guys. But
You know what?
Go ahead.
I remember listening.
I can hear you.
I remember listening to Real Talk with Yanni years ago. She didn't grow up in the black community. She grew up as a minority in Houston, so she lived around white people. She's a military brat. Like I told y'all before the fact, I can spot any middle class military brat out of anywhere, bro. She's 100% military brat.
She a tragic.
Okay?
We got to come
It's
up
the
with a term for
same.
that. What's the
It's
tragic?
the same thing that takes place 90% of the time. Most people that grow up middle class, BGS, they come from military. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep it real.
The tragic transplant.
Well, I'm from California, so I have a different vibe.
I get what Leon said, Louis. So are you saying most black people that grow up middle class somehow tied to the military?
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Most of me, come on. I call myself a hybrid black guy. I can spot that shit from anywhere.
Dude, I grew up. I went to school with black kids. They came from movie stars. Half the people on Soul Train in the 70s were in my classroom. Okay,
yeah,
upper middle class kids. Okay,
you talking about
tradesmen.
Most black kids that grow up middle class are not tied to the military.
And it's probably more trades.
Okay.
No.
She's a military brat. If you listen to where she says she went to high school, just look how close that base is.
You're probably right about that.
This is some old shit. This you can look back 7 years when she talked about where she went to high school. It's next to a military base. She's a military fucking brat.
Remember in Killeen, you played ball with my nephew.
I went to a different school, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Detroit says, let me read this real quick.
He was an offensive line, but he didn't go to Baylor. And you remember what happened with Baylor with my ex-girlfriend too. So yeah, he didn't hit.
Let me read this real quick. From this super chat real quick, because Detroit says hysterical. Man, I hate y'all. Detroit says her IG. I'm the real Doc Ock Yanni 563. Fucking hysterical. Because she had a short haircut at one point. Yanni had a short haircut at one point. BGS. So Detroit started calling her Doc Ock, and look. BGS, that one stream I did, Negroes was just coming off the dome with just people with short haircuts, women with short haircuts, characters and movies and TV shows with short haircuts. Yanni got flamed that day.
About the Doc Ock.
Yeah, Doc Ock Yanni 563, and then he said Green Goblin Sin 965 hashtag them. So that's what we're gonna start calling. That's what we're gonna start calling Cynthia G is Green Goblin Sin G 965. Hysterical.
It's funny I'm looking at her Instagram right now. She looks like she got a BBL.
I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
I don't think she probably would, because she's naturally a big girl. She would have the other opposite problem, her waist and stuff like that. Yeah,
she didn't have no ass back
then. She does have this former tomboy look.
She does.
If y'all go back,
that's where the
if y'all go back 7 years, she has no ass. She's built bad. You know what I'm saying? All that is recent improvements and nonstop gym shit. She only got hips and ass back then. Just go back 7 years. You can find it on YouTube.
The oldest one she has is from February 2022, so she erased all the old shit.
Yeah, she knew. It's the new Yanni. New and improved.
Yeah, she's not built like that. Don't Photoshop.
Was she a big girl?
No, she one of them girls that just ain't built good. That's all.
What I'm saying is, was she a big girl?
That's fine.
Or was she skinny?
Oh well.
She was she used to be a little bit chunky. So she really got on because she went on a weight loss program, weight loss journey. So she was a little chunky. She lost the weight. and then now recently, like recently, she just had, excuse me, she just had lipo. So yeah, so she was a little chunky before she lost some of the weight. Apparently that ain't enough for her, so she had lipo recently. So yeah.
Yeah, you can see
Yeah,
it. Actually,
she had the body. Like, I try to go to the gym twice a week, but I really don't work out type of body. Like, you can tell I can make an attempt, but it's not working out.
Yeah,
Yeah, she used to have no ass. Yeah, she used to have like the I'm 3 months pregnant gut after birth. Yeah, so she wasn't like that.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, like, if you look at her, I'm just looking at her hips to raise waist here. You can tell she was a former big girl because the way her hips, they don't. It's like it only pokes out slightly, so it looks like it was all fat. So she probably, yeah. Because when I was looking at this picture while Leon saying she didn't have no ass, I'm like, I could tell she probably didn't because the way she shaped, she probably didn't. Damn, she was one of those big girls with no ass. Damn.
Yeah, she mad at the world.
She mad
That's
as hell.
that's mainly the only reason to ever really entertain one of the big girls is because the gut and the booty be matching sometimes.
I hear, and I think because she's tall, she's 5'10".
She's 5'10". She said she's 5'10".
Yeah, she looks tall. Yeah, she looks.
She gives me dude vibes.
Yeah, she probably was knock-kneed.
Look. If better you falls in combat, we need Line to take over that. So y'all can have some tall ass kids. Go ahead, Line.
No, I'm good. I saw that Anton conversation. Like that Anton conversation was the first.
Oh yeah, she stunned the hell out of Anton. Anton let that happen though.
Yeah, I know, but like honestly, like I know if I put myself there, no, I'm gonna end up cursing her. I'm gonna end up roasting her. I'm going. I know you are not trying to roast me. You fucking.
Look, what gets me is that the way I saw Anton speak to Dr. Claude. I'm not saying Dr. Boyce Watkins. I wanted to say Dr. Claude Anderson so bad. Dr. Boyce Watkins. The way I saw Anton speak to him, and the way I saw him speak to Yanni, I'm like, dog, you let that happen. You let her speak, and that's the gynocracy right there. That's the gynocracy.
When did he talk to her? How long ago?
Oh, this was shit. Like 2 years ago, a year and a year and a half, two years ago.
Anton has evolved.
Yeah, he's evolved since then.
Yeah,
something happened. I don't know what it was.
And it happened back to back because he.
I think it was the content.
Then he taught the 6.
I think it was the content. It was his journey through, Lapeef and all that shit. Yeah. And I think he actually got red pilled by doing content.
He didn't believe us at first. He thought we were just some angry ass niggas on the internet.
Yeah, but when he went through with what happened with Yanni and then what happened with Six, both those lives, that was his crucible.
It's his wake up call. Yeah,
that was his wake up call, and he been on a tear ever since.
That's why I always say that. I said that to Obi. We need to talk. I said keep talking to him. You get to where I am.
Yeah, and I see Obi. He's slowly changing too by experience.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so long.
Kendra G is changing, and she's a goddamn woman.
How does FD signifier stay so?
Only so long. Yes, you hear the same shit over and over and over again without coming to the conclusion. These niggas are right.
Yeah.
FD doesn't change. To answer your question, FD doesn't change because first he doesn't really engage with this type of talk and stuff like that. Number one. Number two, because he is hell bent on not only just not changing, not ingesting some of this, so that he doesn't look at this conversation the way it needs to be looked at. He's doing this on purpose. I get it. He don't want to consider what we're saying.
No, he told me it goes against his money. Okay.
Yeah.
FD's a capitalist.
It's against his bottom line.
Yeah. He
a ruthless capitalist. He got to see like Anton and like these other like any of us that really see that they expose themselves to this type of conversations and shit. He's in front of a lot of them feminists and shit. He has to see it.
He talks left and lives right.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, he's a capitalist. Don't give me that bullshit, man. I'm gonna get tired of these Negroes, man, with this crap. Okay. We're gonna get tired. A couple of his guys, I think that one of his acolytes actually made it over to my channel, and I had a conversation with him. He ducked and dodged and weaved and wobbled. So man, sound like goddamn square.
Okay? Sound like you want to collect that scalp, BGS.
No, what thing is, if you're gonna step into the dojo, man, and you're gonna challenge the big boss,
hit me. Don't try to hit me.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wanted to go ahead and.
But you notice he never came back after you sunned. I took a clip out of that for a short. After you after he didn't realize that we actually was taking some of this shit from actual like Brookings Institute researchers and shit. He thought we were just up here talking shit like a lot of people do. And I clipped it. After that, though, he's never ever gonna step back in the dojo because I think it occurred to him that not only did this shit sound right, these niggas have actually done the research.
Yes,
and they're starting to link up with other unrelated people that have done the research. And like you said, he's really so much of a capitalist. He's willing to like walk out of there and act like he never heard that shit and stay away from this shit as far as possible.
He think he has a counter to us with Mac and Murphy, the white dude that I covered a few months ago. He think he has a counter because so now what they're doing, and I saw this with Dr. Chris Marsh, the PhD woman, PhD in demography and sociology that I covered a couple weeks ago. Now, so what they're doing is, first of all, politically single for women. Secondly, they're trying to combat they're pivoting, and they're trying to combat us by bringing in someone like a Mac and Murphy, and just to pretty much like dismember or not the right word, right?
They underestimate this space severely.
I agree.
Mac and Murphy, I'm pretty sure when Mac and Murphy actually does have that sit down with Rolo gonna collect that scalp.
Yeah.
He gonna collect that scalp once he does that sit down.
I don't know why they think them niggas is the key to the whole matrix. Like
Mac and Murphy are basically repackaging red pill shit.
Yeah, he is. He is, but remember, okay, there was a part of the conversation that me and FD had the second time around when I brought up Asian women freaking relationship with white men, and FD said, yeah, there's something there, but it's where it's coming from. In other words, y'all niggas are saying it. That's the problem. Y'all niggas are saying it. Y'all are not respectable enough. Y'all are not. Y'all
don't use the right terms.
The right terms. Y'all are not respectable enough, and y'all are not.
We don't have letters like they do.
We don't have. It's not just that. There's a word I'm looking for. I can't. Not just respectable. Y'all have not verified. I can't get it out right now. But it can't come from y'all. It can't come from y'all. Y'all have already been tainted. We already think y'all crazy. So it got to come from a certain group of people. Credible. That's the word. Thank you, Naaman. That's the word. Credible. That's the word.
We're not credible. Okay.
Yes.
They don't want it, like you said. They imagine the narrative to that all these PhD motherfuckers and all these lettered people had to come to a group of niggas on YouTube and be out with it. And had to be led by a group of niggas on YouTube. The optics to that itself would make them say, "Man, fuck that. We need to figure out a way to mask this shit."
And FD hasn't been back since Bernard Riley. Since he went on Bernard Riley,
he hasn't been back since he came on my channel.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, these niggas actually read."
Well, he said that on the second conversation remember I was covering the 4B movement.
I was listening to that. He was like, "Man, it's something you guys are on. You guys, I can tell you got." He was on some condescending type.
Yeah. He was trying to play. He was trying to play, but he at the same time, FD like you were saying earlier, FD knows that we're doing research here. We not just talking to be talking. That's why I brought up the dating divide. I brought up Dataclysm, and I brought up the authors. I'm like, bro, we're not bullshitting over here. We're telling you what's leading to this thing in society, and what y'all think y'all can find a way to shame the niggas into still doing. That's why he brought up the Black Panthers. Because what he was trying to do, he was trying to bring up the fact that the Black Panther men were also cooking and doing different things in the organization. I know what he was trying to do when he did it, and what I told him is, motherfuckers ain't signing up for that shit because y'all daughters is rude and mean and condescending.
Hold on, Z. What was his point of bringing up that they used to clean and shit? What was he trying to say?
That was his way of saying like balancing this thing where it's not really a patriarchy, right? It's not really black men come in, dick waving, do what I say.
But didn't women have a problem with the
patriarchy, right? What we have been saying in the black manosphere, right? We live in a what?
Gynocracy.
He agreed with us. Okay.
Oh yeah, Ed, I'm so glad Ed pressed him when he was speaking to Bernard Riley that when he jumped back on the panel and when Ed asked him what is the black community, he said he said matriarchy, he didn't say godocracy, and he said, but I'm not saying it should be that way, but he did say it's going to be that way. Notice
So
he didn't say
he wanted to say it should be that way.
no. I don't think he's. To be honest with you, I don't think he think it should be. I don't think he's think it should be. I think he's trying to say the way white supremacy works in America with black people, white men will never allow for the black community to be a patriarchy. So it's always going to be women on top.
So we might as well let
exactly.
It's not a patriarchy anymore. It's a institutionally led gynocracy.
Yeah,
see, BGS, you already.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, BGS. I'm just saying I get where FD is coming from with that because it's when you see the U.S. goes into another nation and they try to overthrow the leader, so they find whatever group of people got an issue with the leader and they give them weapons and be like, oh look, that leader was overthrown.
BGS, right? You and Gigi, when y'all did that work on patriarchy, defining it and shit, it occurred to me that most motherfuckers, even them, are loosely using word patriarchy and matriarchy. They don't even fucking know what a real patriarchy is, low key, with the degrees. But yeah, that's what occurred to me, that they actually, most people are not.
When you got a circle
don't have a functional definition
of 8 or 9 PhDs, okay, and you talk to them all the time, you learn this real quick. Okay,
ain't that some shit?
That's how come somebody FD signifier said, I talk to your teachers every day. What you gonna tell me?
Right.
See, Maggie's closer to getting her PhD than FD signifier is.
He good. He probably don't even want the PhD now. He want to be the talking head for the brick.
Yeah, he wants to. No, he don't care. He don't care about the PhD now. The thing is, now you have
my daughter is going to get the same master's degree next month that he already has. Okay, same one. Okay.
But here's the thing, though, BJ. It's where the academics are now. So you have the Dr. Chris Marsh, and I got to give her, she got a PhD in demography and sociology. Okay. And I think that's why she's pushing black people to be okay with being single black women in particular.
The new bitch, right?
That's Dr. Chris Marsh, and that's KRIS Marsh. Then you have Dr. Danielle Procope. That was the one that what's her name was supposed to debate. Courtney Michelle is supposed to debate. I don't know when that's supposed to happen.
I read her fucking paper, man, and said, I started to text her, man, bitch, let me rewrite your paper. You put out that bullshit. Come on.
So at this point, really, a lot of the academic class and the people in the academy and even like the post-grad students and shit are essentially basically becoming corporate shields that just like make claims and shit that line with what the corporation
they sign on to an ideology, man, and basically they're going by the numbers. You have a lot of paint by the numbers PhDs now. They don't think.
What do you mean by that? Paint by the numbers. Go into that, BJ.
Okay, because I was actually teasing my daughter, right, because she's getting ready to get her master's in education, right, and so. Real quick story, right? She's looking at a dress that she bought, right? It says it's supposed to be knit dress, right? And she gets it, it's not knit, okay? And I said, okay, so she shows me the website to where she got the dress from. She said, that's not what they said. I said, okay. Look at the picture. I said, it's not what they said. I said, did you read the fine print? Well, no, that's not what they said. Read the fine print. I said, what they said is knit print. It's not a knitted dress. Knit dresses cost a hell of a lot more money than what you have. Read the fine print. So she reads it down. She goes, oh, it does say knit print. I said, oh, you read the fine print. I said, and what kind of education do you have? And she said, well, I didn't really read the books. Paint by numbers. Paint by the numbers, doctors. Paint by the numbers, masters. Right? I got a lot of paint by your numbers degrees, and in fact, that's what me and Dr. T were talking about, right? You have a lot of people that have to paint by the numbers to get their degree. Okay, they don't think. They don't. That's like
a controversy.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It's a controversy in Harvard with Gino Francisco and Dan Early and all these other PhDs being found to lie on their research and it's not being discovered. And I just think that's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. I think the university system for a long time has been corrupt because of the need to generate research with the notion that no one's actually going to look in the research. No one's going to actually test it. to make sure it's valid, and their careers are really based on the amount of research they produce.
How could you become president of Harvard and not publish a book or two?
Claudine Gay?
No. I'm asking. How, and then she's not the only one. How can you become one of the most elite universities on the planet?
I would say the most.
Because bureaucrats are going to bureaucrat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, how can you have a PhD, be president of Harvard, and not publish?
Because it's not about academic rigor anymore. It's about the administrative capture of the administrators now understanding they can.
So they're trying to get funding, ain't it basically funding?
Paint by the numbers. PhDs, okay,
and I will say this,
especially
because of the interview that I watched with Dr. Chris Marsh and the little article that I read from Dr. Danielle Procope. What I got from that are these people already have their biases, and their hypothesis is not here to be disproven. Their hypothesis is here to be proven, and so they will frame these things in a certain way. And I think when you look at Dr. Chris Marsh, what she was getting at in that interview, because I know what
say what she was getting at first, and then explain it to us.
Okay. I'm sorry. What she was getting at in the interview was Black people have to be okay with being single, right? Okay. Black women in particular have to be okay with being single and not be shamed about being. What she's saying is when people ask you why you're single, you're supposed to ask them why they're married, and take away this shame and this feeling of guilt about being single, right? Okay. And so because I know about the Morgan Stanley report about how many women in particular are going to be single over the next decade, because I know the marriage stats for Black women, because I know the interracial marriage stats for Black women, et cetera, et cetera. If she's a PhD in demography and sociology, of course she knows it. In other words, what that means is she knows, goddamn, if we don't work on our personality and all this other stuff, our weight and stuff, then we're going to be perpetually single. Translation, oh, damn, that means we got to get comfortable being single because these women ain't going to lose the weight.
Solution.
What I'm saying is, not even the solution, basically.
Did you guys read the Guardian article that came out recently about the gender science?
Hold on, let BGS.
No. Let BGS land with that, and then you got it.
In other words, that's why I call lower level thinking, right? How do you actually keep a society together with or pay for all these single women, single mothers? How do you pay for it? At some point, where does the money come from? How do you get guys on board to help these chicks out with these?
I don't know.
Single kids. How do you do it? Because you're gonna have
brainwashing, propaganda.
What I'm saying is,
they said that's the economist's job.
In other words, at some point, guys are not going to want to buy in, because what are you giving them? What do they get back?
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
I guess their solution has been, okay, cool, we just re-socialize the guys.
Brainwashing.
In other words, you can re-socialize the guys all you want, but the thing is, at some point, you have to give them something. Okay.
So, Doug, I'll send it to you, BGS, because you might actually have a field day with this one. So she speaks about changing the tax structure, being able, they have the family plans for cell phones, being able to apply for the family plan for cell phone as a family of one, right? She speaks about Black women shoring up their networks. In other words, the hive model that the nameless protagonist speaks to us about. Yeah, the covens, exactly. But she said, shoring up your friends, so making sure to not drop your friends just because you're in a relationship now, just because you're married, right? Because most likely your friendship will last longer than your marriage. That's and thank you, Line, for the Cash App. Thank you for Line for the Cash App. And so all the stuff that we've spoken about in the Black manosphere, you literally have the PhDs who don't know about us, or at least I think are saying it. She's literally saying, keep your friends circle tight, because that friendship most likely will outlast that marriage. That's the freaking hive.
Basically, that is the gynocratic model that the Black community has been on for the last 200 years.
And she don't have no other way of thinking about it, right?
And what happens when you expand that out? Okay, what happened to the Black family when they had to go urban? The shit started disintegrating.
They broke up
because it only works with a very small communities.
So this is the natural conclusion of that. Basically, now you're preparing for a bunch of women to be like perpetually single.
No, seriously though, yes.
And what happens? What happens to the children? What happens to the families when you actually raise children in this fucking environment?
Wait, you don't have children?
Yeah, that's the solution to them. Just don't.
And I know it's doom and gloom, but that sounds like a buffet to me, baby.
Right.
And so what happens when you stop having children? Okay,
your population, you become the
Indian. Your tax base like goes to crap. You become Japan and South Korea.
And what is South Korea and Japan doing right now? Even though they're insular societies,
importing
people. Okay, what are we doing right now? Over the last
importing motherfuckers.
Importing
the last 3 years. What is almost 8 million immigrants coming into the country?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told one of my
I didn't realize there was that many.
I told my foreman the other day that like he was like, man, I'm like, damn, they talking about because the motherfuckers was talking about the immigrants and shit at work, and I'm like, no, they doing that because birth rates. Motherfuckers not having enough kids. Yeah, and literally everybody stopped and was like,
their mouth dropped open, right?
I said the same thing. I said the same thing at work. I was like, y'all are being replaced.
Yeah.
Why do you think I show you guys this kind of stuff? So
I get it. I get it.
But by the way, BGS, everybody that's heard my lives over the past few weeks, I've mocked black women with that. Oh, let me get this right. So you're gonna throw a temper tantrum, decentral and not have black men's kids, and you think the immigrants coming over the southern border or for what?
Exactly.
And it's silence, right?
Well, you know, black women don't want to deal with that. Aren't exactly known for their foresight, you know.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like those immigrants, they're being bought. They're being bought.
That's just what I was trying to tell truth, man. I'm getting tired. You should not have access to me. I'm getting tired of this shit. Okay?
Yeah, no bullshit.
What did Charles say about that earlier? BGS, there needs to be a gauntlet.
No, that is a new soft guy.
It's a gift and a curse.
When I was going to leave, people begged me to stay. PhDs and all.
And BGS, it's I know it's hard. It's a gift and because if truth lose access to you, guys like me lost access to you, guys in the future, that are coming on every day, we all lose access. And I get it because you are right at a certain point. It is because just listening to the dissent and the kind of petty bullshit, it's exhausting for me. So I can imagine it is for you. And it definitely, I mean. We probably you could move it behind a paywall because it is kind of like, or we just need to like collectively block all these niggas. We need a list the niggas who are like fucking up the game, and just collectively block them and get them out the space.
Blacklist.
It's like
Black Manosphere blacklist.
Yeah, at this point, especially if niggas want to play games and be tough and act like they don't give a fuck and all that shit, man. All right, cool. You can't be in nobody chat then. That's what it is.
BGS just gave a new tag. He was like, I'm in my soft guy era. You should not have access to me.
You honestly shouldn't. I heard when you said it, I was like, no bullshit though. You know
I mean, the 4B movement, the demographics, I'm constantly hammering you guys with. So when it comes up, it's not a surprise to you guys. Like they talk about 4B, you guys knew about that almost a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing that.
You damn near put us way too far ahead. Because when I try to have small talk with people, it's like a fucking TED talk. It turns into a questionnaire about I gotta like you say you end up having to explain microeconomics and all type of shit to a motherfucker just for them to understand what we talking about half the time. But no, I get truth need to just not be able to truth need to stop fucking playing around so much, or he's gonna be banned from everything because all that shit is a waste of time and you waste a lot of energy that you could be putting new shit together with a lot of fuckery and hating shit, because that's all it is.
The thing about truth, he keeps talking about these families and bringing strong families. I'm like, the women don't fucking want families. Why are you saying that?
That is blue pill shit. You're trying to sell black.
No, that's what it is.
On blue pill shit. Okay,
a lot of these guys is low key blue pill raging.
He think you can force the women without the state. He think you can force the women by men becoming these what he called slaying dragons. And captain of industry and all of this. So apparently, out for your way shit. Go ahead.
Z, we've been talking about it for an hour. Whose mentality does that match? This weird ass aspirational, low resolution point of view
black women
how
shit.
shit works.
Black women
You know
shit.
and that's how he sounds. Just be a family building warrior and blah blah blah. Like, bro, chill out. Like,
what does that mean?
You want to talk
and he
about
can't.
effective leaders. You want to talk about being effective leaders. I'm like, well, dude, like I'm former military. Good leaders get shitted on all the time. Good leaders get shitted on all the time. The question you should be asking is, are these motherfuckers good followers? And the truth is, they're not. In order to be you want a good leader, you have to be a good follower.
And I don't think he fully appreciates how much the state and the corporate sector incentivize the women to behave badly.
Yes.
There's an incentive here for the women to behave badly.
He
and they are doing
that.
it.
He understands that because he's been in the same space we've been in. He's just fucking, I get his IQ is low or his ego is bruised or he just doesn't want to be wrong.
I don't think it's IQ. I think it's ego.
Right.
I think it's ego. Yeah, I think it's ego. I don't think it's IQ. Goddamn BGS.
I don't know though, because his family building warrior solution. I don't know if it might be some IQ because if he's heard all of this and he hears niggas' logic, how can you come up with the solution of a family building warrior if you're not a fucking moron?
I asked him about octanes, right? Is this just about class? Motherfucker, did you actually listen to what I said about octanes developed?
Bro, I have been using that term for the longest since I heard that shit. So now when I run into females, I'm like, oh, you're a 92.
Yep.
What's that?
I don't say it. Like the thing about these things I learned, the thing about it, these things I learned, these terms I learned are really for me. I only conversate with other men. It just like when I'm conversating with other women, I'm just breaking it down and just getting an assessment of them. That's all. I just keep it to myself.
Look, the everything that I've learned in the Black Manosphere, all it did was help me to put words to what I was already seeing and what I was already formulating thoughts to. And then when you actually have the term, Godnocracy was the one that really did it for me. But when you actually like, okay, that's what that is. Okay, that's what that. When you have the name for it, the word for it, because you see it and you know it's a pattern, and you see the commonality. It's when you're like, okay,
Doc
this
Johnson
is
says
it.
it all the time. Like he really he talks about creating that language to put to like to your point, put to the phenomenon, which we didn't have at all.
Exactly.
And the Godnocracy was the word that did it for him too.
Godnocracy pulled me down the rabbit hole.
That was the word that did it. I was like, that was pretty much a gas moment. I was like, holy shit, that's
because and that's what BJ's. I don't know if you ever hear me say, matriarchy if we're trying to be kind, Godnocracy if we're trying to be accurate, because it's a walk for people to get to Godnocracy. Matriarchy, they still invest in the boys so that they can have the outcome on the other end. But Godnocracy don't want that.
But think about it, Z. When you say matriarchy to most people, they're not even really understanding how matriarchies function.
Good point.
They just think it's like, I don't know what I think people generally just think when you say matriarchy, like women led and then men led. And that's basically what they're thinking when you're saying that at best. So most people don't even fucking know that about matriarchy. They just heard patriarchy used by feminists angrily. And that's really all they even know about patriarchy.
All they know about is Western patriarchy. The real patriarchy is Eastern. Go to Korea, that's a real one. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to Japan, that's a real one. Go to China, those are real solid, hardcore patriarchy.
Shit, we ain't got to go that far, BGS. Go to the corner store and watch the Asian man got his wife on cash register. You know and he a smack her in the back of the head, all type of shit. That's real patriarchy.
And she bows her head and takes it.
Hell yeah, she show up the next day.
Yeah, I was talking about the Guardian had an article like a week ago about gender science, how scientists in the gender science field are
Socrates, they don't want you to talk, but you broke up. Was that me? They don't want you to talk, Socrates. You broke up.
They got him.
The NSA got that StreamYard back door. They be muted.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, why you bullshitting? I think so. I think so. Right?
It don't be a coincidence, bro. Every time somebody says some profound secret shit, it'll cut out. That's not a coincidence.
But oh damn, what was I saying? What were you saying earlier, BGS, before Socrates started? Because I have to say that. Goddamn,
I have no clue.
I think we was talking about truth as I know. We were just talking about the you, like you said, you getting tired of motherfuckers. Generally, we was talking about generally just wasting your time and having you running, chasing bullshit.
Yeah, it's like in 3 years, dude. What do you want? Okay, why are you here?
It's systems that help us get to this place, and I don't think you can individual your way out of this shit. Right, just like we know it was the Homestead Act and different things, GI bills that helped to create the middle class of white folks. That shit just didn't miraculously happen. What you're asking black men to do, what you're demanding black men do, is magical, and I think that fucks with people's ego because of what we've been sold over the past few decades. Yeah.
Because like you said, it points out the stress. That's why I said bootstrapping earlier. And like I think Black Socrates said he believes in bootstrapping, but I'm like at a structural level, like you realize. I mean, you realize everybody's standing on a floor they didn't build. Yeah. So how the fuck are you bootstrapping? You know what I'm saying? Like in reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you think you're a bootstrapper, go to the middle of Congo and get your way out of it. If you do that, I will bow down and say, okay, you're a real bootstrapper, okay?
Even the recent article that came out that said, and I got to post it in my community tab. Millennials are set to be the richest generation in history. And what did it say after that? For those who parents already got it or something like that, right? Yeah. So if your parents got it, they passing it on to you, and your parents had less children than their parents, so you're about to get money. All the rest of you.
So I wonder what proportion of millennials will get this influx of, huge sums, or not even necessarily
huge. It's in total,
right? So maybe a house they inherit,
house they inherit, property, whatever. I told my daughter, whatever's left, y'all can have, right? When I go, whatever's left, you can have. But most of them have houses that accrued value. They have land. They got insurance. They got all kinds of stuff.
BGS, remember what I told you, right? I always tell BGS this. Look, we waiting for y'all to die so we can get this money. Y'all taking too damn long. BGS, we don't really actually want y'all to go, but y'all taking too long to go. We don't want y'all to go, but y'all taking too long. Look, we need this. We need this life, BGS. We need this money.
And most millennials
can I get my money now?
Right.
But a lot of like Tone talks about how millennials. A lot of millennials ain't gonna inherit much of shit.
That's the other side. That's the other side.
Go ahead, Black Soccer TV. I think you can't take millennials as individuals. Take them as a group.
Yeah. Go ahead, Black Socrates. You're back. They kicked you off earlier. We can hear you.
Yeah. I was saying that the Guardian had an article about scientists in the gender science field complaining that they're not allowed to do certain research or produce certain findings or even ask certain questions because they'll be canceled, marginalized.
Yeah.
Correct.
Contradict established shit.
Let me finish. Go
ahead. Yeah, absolutely. And so I believe that this tendency has become pervasive within academia, that academia has become largely politicized, where it's no longer about the search for truth or being objective or critical or whatever you want to think of, analytical. It's all about towing some narrative that already exists, and keeping compliance with that.
Yeah. It's happening. It's happening throughout. Yeah, exactly. It's happening throughout academia. The physicists are fucking complaining about that. The physicists are complaining about it's not true science. We're not doing real science anymore. And they're locking out certain information. And
we're back to the 15th century Catholic Church.
Damn.
Hey, I told y'all got to be true believers whether y'all like it or not. That's what I said.
What is Dr. T said about guys who are trying to get their PhD through the program, but they want to be bring out some kind of radical information? What he says, don't. How many professors that are black males have been fired for just bringing up facts?
Yeah, I heard him when he was talking.
Academic, this is not new. Why do you think Tommy Curry had to go to Scotland?
He was doing the wrong research.
The wrong research. Pulling the wrong receipts.
We need to pull the money together to get GG's documentary done.
I thought about that the other day. Yeah,
because that will answer all this shit, and that will uncover. Because the only solution to a system like that, if it's totally corrupt, is exposing it for what it is.
I will say this: I watched the interview of Moynihan from a few years ago, not the interview, but the lecture that he gave, and it still bothered him how he got shut down. You could tell from his voice, and he was still mad, and he knew why. He really ain't say it, but we all know he still was. You could tell it still bothered him the way it was angled about that report from what the 60s. Yeah, he was still annoyed about it. He was still annoyed.
And
yeah,
so was Clark. So was Kenneth Clark. Same way.
Yeah.
He was pissed.
Because you're not supposed. Like, rule number what Trell said. Trell in the comments said rule number 1 about the Fight Club. You do not talk about the Fight Club. You cannot talk about the matriarchy or the gynocracy in this case. Yeah.
And it's like really amazing that like I don't know who did you do that with when y'all really went through the whole entire report. Was that Gigi?
Art of It More.
Yeah, no, like that was a because I went my entire life knowing about the Monahan report. But I hadn't actually read the Monahan report. And it was amazing that, and I think it's still the case for majority of people. They understand the Monahan report to be some propaganda, racist propaganda. But when you really see, and then you see what this, like you said, you see his solutions that they wanted to enact, and then for a short period of time,
Detroit
put that together. They put together, like they kind of used some of his solutions, like empowered black men, for a hot second, for like a presidential term type shit.
No, really after the Kerner Commission, right?
The Kerner Commission, that's what.
In other words, Kerner Commission actually went back and looked at the Monahan report and went after the riots and found out, okay, this motherfucker knew what he was talking about. Let's start implementing some of this kind of shit, like affirmative action, about local policing, about promoting black boys in education.
Was that the busing? Is that where the busing shit?
The busing came before that, but the thing is, it increased. The busing actually increased. Okay.
And then they just said fuck that that was working for a while.
And then that's where you get your FHA loans to allow black people to buy houses and shit like that. So that's where it came out of that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me say this real quick. So Leon says the black matriarchy doesn't like his stance, Tom, on one hand. They felt as if he was saying that matriarchy was inferior to patriarchy. Now, here, Paul, let's pause right here. So, BGS, I found that clip that I kept on saying that you did. It was like 7 years ago. So I found the clip. It's saved now. I got it. So and I actually did a live on it about 2 weeks ago now, 2-3 weeks ago. And like I keep on saying, that's what the light skinned lady was doing.
Yeah.
She was pretty much saying like the matriarchy isn't inferior to the patriarchy, and she was the most feminist out of all of them, right? So you had the what we would now call the Hotep sister. She was like a little lighter skinned too, and then all the other sisters, including dark skinned black ones too, they were about backing the black man, supporting the black man, and maybe even what one of them actually came out their mouth. Oh my God, they would never say this in the 21st century. Walking a few steps behind your black man, even if it's for his ego. Listen to what I just said. For those of y'all that just y'all never heard no shit like this come out of a black woman's mouth.
Right?
Which she said, even if it's only for his ego, that shit's fucking crazy. But you would never hear that now. But that light skinned black woman, she was a hard ass feminist. And I think Trell gave me her name. I have it saved somewhere. But she was the hardcore feminist, and she said no, screw that, because she didn't say less human, but she used another word. What about your humanity? Not humanity. Yeah, your peoplehood. Yeah, she said peoplehood. Thank you. She said peoplehood, and that goes to what we're living now. So I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. That light skinned black woman, her ideology won, not the rest of the sisters.
Yeah,
they slowly filtered out all those other black, and it's crazy because she would have been considered radical if you dropped her in the 21st century. She's standard issue.
Yes.
Right. And back then she was the radical one. 50 plus years later, meh.
Yeah, no, that's normal.
Standard issue.
But what happens when you start to implement this shit and basically societies all over the world start coming apart? What do you do? How do you actually retrofit?
And you got leaders and academics and women in positions that are really honestly too proud to admit that it failed. They would actually die.
As you get out in front of it, or you get embarrassed by history. Okay,
but I don't think
retrofit this shit. They're trying. Yeah. At the end of the day, man, you know, scoreboard, right?
Yeah.
If the experiment doesn't work, guess what? It doesn't work. What do you do?
So what would be the straw that breaks the camel's back? How long can they persist in this wrongness in this era Until what? Until
you got 5 years, man.
Yeah, I think we right there.
5 years.
We right there.
That's 5 years.
That's the angle I'm gonna approach my non-for-profit. I'm gonna tell motherfuckers this is a matter of national security. Y'all got to divert resources to the boys.
You got 5. Japan's reacting, Korea's reacting, Biden's reacting by importing people. You got 5. That congressman said,
yeah, but how is importing people is not gonna that will help a little bit.
To your point, no, BGS, you said it though.
I have to teach you about demographics. Then
no, BGS. Let me ask you. No, it's to this point. No, because I think I'm with Black Soccer. Because you said it at some point. I think you said you can't really drain it's not an infinite amount of people in the world to drain as immigrants. And if everybody's draining all the immigrants they can, at some point you're gonna hit a threshold where you can't. At some point,
you've already hit a threshold. What is it? El Salvador is giving grants to get talented people to come back to El Salvador right now.
Right.
They're willing to spend $1 billion to get 10,000 people, bring your whole family down there because they're getting a brain drain. Okay. What I'm saying is, look at what the Congress said. You got to 2030 to figure this shit out, right? That's what he said.
And you can't immigrate to infinity.
Even if you immigrate them, how do you actually socialize them to actually fit in that short amount of time?
You don't. The only thing you can do is all you can do is reverse course and pour all the resources you can into the boys of your own country.
Which you should have. The thing is, even at that, okay, it takes time to grow these people. You can't grow all these people in a matter of 5 years. Okay. Takes longer than that.
Well,
you slacked off. Go ahead.
You just
can we finally? Will this finally put the nail in the coffin for this radical feminism? Will this finally admit that it's an absolute failure?
Radical feminism is dead. Is because the women will not take their spots as far as providers for families.
Yep. I'm looking for that clip, BGS. It's a clip of I think Gigi ran it. It's a clip of a woman, or somebody ran it, and I'm trying to find it to make it a short of a woman basically saying that we've got women have access, but they're not doing they still are unattracted to house husbands and shit.
It's not Liz Marie. It's Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Bet.
She's wearing like this brownish tannish. Compassion, I got your email. I'll try to email it to you.
We're 14% in. If we don't change how we view masculinity and such and such and such, we can't get any further. That was fucking. It was in 2012 when she did that shit. Where are we now?
Right.
And I want you to understand who she is. She worked for Clinton. She used to work for Bill Clinton, and she left and went to go handle her family before her kids got too grown. And so this is not a little nobody talking.
She's seeing all the research. She was like, "Oh,
exactly. She realized they reached a market cap. Go ahead.
She's a policy maker. She's not a researcher. Okay?
No, but he's saying that she saw the research. She's a policy maker, but she saw the research. And
like you said,
all that means
is right.
She realized that and that's what she said. Like BGS said, we pretty much reached the cap of how far we can go before women start to adopt this other role. And what she definitely emphasizes, the second she tells women that they're gonna have to play that opposite role of the provider, that's when they jump off the train.
That's why Phyllis Schlafly saved feminism, right? ERA would have killed feminism. Because these bitches are not gonna go to war, they're not gonna provide for families. They want child support, they want alimony, all the shit they get from patriarchy, right? Okay, and if these bitches cannot get their rewards, they're gonna jump off the ship.
Yeah,
Phyllis Schlafly saved, killing the ERA saved feminism.
Well, BJ, to quote what's her face? What's the incentive?
Your incentive,
Yanni,
because we're gonna let you live, nigga.
Basically, yeah.
You're gonna work till you die.
And that's what Yanni's afraid of. I'm gonna work till I die.
Absolutely, yeah.
By myself.
Not what you wanted. Congratulations, you played yourself.
So I guess they won't absolutely have to jump off the train until they start seeing a generation of women work until they die. They're not gonna be able to see
they're already jumping off the train. Okay.
Here's the thing. millennials already watching that happen. A certain boomer women, definitely older extra women, they're watching it happen. They're so angry and I'm talking about black women in particular. They're so angry and resentful that they think they're okay with going out the same way. And this is not just internet conversation. Now, I've had personal, real conversations with black women, and they're like,
right.
F it, if I can't have that white woman's life, fuck it. I'll die poor and without a nigga. I'm not gonna give it. You heard the way I said it. They're really on that shit. If I can't have what that white bitch got, I'll die with nothing.
But
it's all or nothing.
But the guys that are retreating and saying I'm not with this shit, they ain't saying a word. I'm just gonna do it, right? These bitches are complaining. That's not what they want. They say we got a gun to our heads. We're gonna shoot ourselves. And niggas say go shoot yourself.
Well, and the gun to your head is like what Socrates was saying a bit earlier, which is like we're the ones who have children, and if you don't play ball with us, we won't have your kids.
So they on some dominant. They switched. They didn't took the dominance feminist shit to the furthest conclusion, but they basically want on some trying to leverage it, force us.
While they still can, and guess what guys are saying?
Soft guy error.
Yeah, fuck you.
Hey, look at what better you put in the chat, y'all.
Yeah, he gotta be.
She gonna be kept by him. He said, "I'm." Better you said that's mine. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Go get her, man.
Yeah, she'll go.
Go get her, Tiger.
Go retire that chick, man. So basically, Mr. Z can talk about somebody else. Okay, go retire her. He can find another target. I wouldn't even known about the chick if it wasn't for Z.
No, but she got over 200,000 subscribers. The reason why I pay attention to these people is not just because of them; it's their rhetoric and how many women they influence. So what happens is a Yanni does eventually end up with a better you, but all those other women that don't got shit that she influenced, them bitches be out here single, miserable, and that's the bitch talking to you crazy and the goddamn return line at Walmart.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's lots of them. Okay, she ain't the only one.
My point.
There's lots of them. And the thing is, pick a better one, man. Jesus Christ. Other than her, it's like listen to paint dry.
But the reason why she's doing numbers, BGS, to your point, is because she represents so many black women. Yeah. That's why she's doing numbers, because she's your every black woman. I'm every woman.
Yeah, that's what.
Why do you got to quote Whitney now?
At least she's not for the 4B movement. She thinks it's
damn right.
Actually, she is. Actually, she says she's not. She really is. She really is. She really is. She what ends up happening is because there's no way Yanni didn't hear the rest of us critiquing this. So she heard us critiquing this. She found out that the rest of the Koreans are not really on that like that. And because when I heard her speaking about it, I'm like, bitch, you're responding to me without saying me. I already know what you want. She would have been on that shit loud and proud if we didn't jump ahead of it. Because we jumped ahead of it. Because remember, the women didn't know about 4B until we started talking about it.
Yeah,
they started celebrating it and like, we got y'all on something. Then the Korean women started coming out like, y'all crazy ass American women, we ain't on the same shit y'all on. That's when Yanni then critiqued it. The only reason she didn't sound like them initially is because she got to the story late. That's the only reason. I think she's on that shit. She's on, at least in her personal life, she on it.
That's why I can't listen to people like that, because you don't understand why you even introduced the 4B in the first place. It wasn't about what they were on. It's about where you're headed if you actually go down this path. They missed all the other shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you don't have babies. That's what's going to happen to your society. Okay, what do they have to do to actually shore up for your deficiencies? Got to bring in other people.
Hey, these people think that they can just cut their nose to spite their face, and it don't mean nothing. They forgot they're gonna be noseless
or headless. You know.
Well, that part. That part.
You know what? I am bored, and I am going through Yanni's followers on Instagram. These are the most reject looking ass.
Yes, ugly ducklings. Yeah.
Like, you know what? You go ahead and join. Go ahead and join them, sweetheart. Go ahead.
Yanni should be a picture. Yanni should be a Pied Piper leading a lot of ugly ducklings down the path. Okay.
But that's why I say
one that looks like Dina Howard in a weird way.
That's why I say they walked them off the edge of the cliff, and the content creator doesn't fall off the edge of the cliff. Paris Malone, anyone? They walked their subscribers to the edge of the cliff. They watched them fall off. They grabbed their wallet while they falling off, and the content creator like Paris Malone was out here talking about femicide, and she got married.
You know what I learned from Crystal Kerosene about this swirling shit, right? When she had a retreat, right? Okay.
Yeah.
How many of her followers? She had like 400 followers going on a retreat with her. How many of them actually had white men?
She said like almost none of them. They were all talk.
There's all talk, right? How many actually had boyfriends or husbands that were black?
Most, I think it was a good chunk of it. It's not most. It was a nice minority.
90% had black
yeah.
men or boyfriends or black husbands. Even though they're big followers of the Swirler movement.
Exactly.
Boyfriends, because guess what? They ain't got no place else to go.
I got nowhere else to
That's
go.
why I play it, okay? That's why I play it. And I'm trying to get men to realize that these bitches ain't got no place else to go.
Stop we know they don't.
But the people, oh, we got it.
BGS. Princella got somewhere for them, BGS. You forget that. Princella got somewhere for them.
Princella ain't selling nothing new. They ain't been in the black community for the last 40, 50 years, okay? That shit does not work, okay?
Yeah. I saw her story when Sister George and them had her interview. That woman is broken.
Yeah, she is.
Serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when they ask her enough questions and she got all in her emotions, started giving out all her story. Like that, when she said one dude abused her, the next dude finessed her out of $5,000. I'm like, so let me get this right. Passport bros are tricks, but you the one getting finessed by men?
She learned from pimps. She learned from Islam. She put it together to sell it to women. Because women will buy that shit.
Profiting off pain.
Yeah. And she made $400,000 off of selling that bullshit to women. Okay. Which if you know how to do it right, you can actually make a whole lot of money off. I can make more money off of women than I can off of men. I really can.
Yeah. Cater to them and selling pain.
I could sell it to them all day long because I got the shit. Okay. I got it right here. Okay. Sister George, Kendra, Crimson Cure, all came from my channel. Okay.
Yeah.
They all got married. Kevin said, all from the women's channel, right? What Kevin did came from the women's channel. He did the exact same thing I did. So
I just want one interview. We just need one. We just need BGS to interview one chick, just so we can laugh. You go ahead and ask him questions.
Oh, I mean, you know what?
Wait a minute. Was B Taylor out here munching on vagina too?
Yep.
Who's that? Who?
Another chick off of one of the mamas off Lapeef network. Yeah, that's a rumor.
Oh.
Yeah, no, she all in the scene with those type of women. Her and Yanni kind of chill online. I've seen her in Yanni's comments multiple times from Yanni's lives.
There's been a black one's back up for years, man. It's not new.
Yeah.
In fact,
I'm looking at her list. These bunch of rejects. Another baby mama. Mama not surprised.
Mm-hmm. But they're gonna decenter men.
Another baby mama. Got kids pics in their Instagram and everything, but decenter men. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm. And then there's a new term. Watch for it. That's coming up. Mr. Z. It's called Alice.
Mm-hmm. Alice? What's that supposed to be about?
In other words, those are people that have jobs but they can't keep up the rate of inflation, and they're getting put out their homes and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Look for term Alice. It's going to be really, really prominent over the next year or so.
Yeah. And by the way, this is the environment where they talk about decenter men and 4B movement. The jokes write themselves.
The jokes write themselves. That's because they're late. We're early, but they're late. That's why we're laughing at them. I said, bitch, what are you talking about? That doesn't make sense because they're late.
I think men are having a tough time with the way women have evolved. Evolved into what?
Women have a tough time to what women have evolved into.
Yeah,
evolved. They're devolving.
They need us to change to adapt to them because they shore up their deficiencies.
What they're saying is that because we got a couple of funky degrees and some jobs that we have evolved, and now you have to either be, and this is the Faustian bargain that they want you to sign up for, either be hyper provider man that still don't really got no say so, or be my bitch. That's the flip side, right?
Or
so
no.
like,
Oh, be my bitch.
Yeah.
So in other
Be my
words,
bitch.
it's a soft guy life for us.
Soft guy.
For us.
No,
Drizzle.
BBS said it earlier
Drizzle,
today.
want me to be your bitch? Drizzle, baby.
I'm in my soft guy era. You don't deserve access to me.
And when I say that, I said that on purpose because for those of you that remember me covering that story, whether covering that conversation, it wasn't Daily Rapper Crew, it was the other one, Crew season, when the light skinned black chick was like, if I earn more than you, then I will belittle you. Okay. She literally said it verbatim.
Okay, all right. How much?
And we got Black Uru up here. What's going on, Black Uru?
How much does it pay?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
You don't get
good. We over here talking about the insanity of women, of course, black women, of course. the story that never stops.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we have this black women where they are apparently so self-centered that they think the universe begins and ends with them. I mean, they don't think that, well, okay, if you're not having children, then a lot of what society is predicated on is building and maintaining family. So if you're not getting married and you're not having children, I mean, except for you to buy a bunch of shit you don't need, what does society really need of you?
That's the funny. Funny thing is when you ask that question, because they spent the past 50 years telling them that, be your own woman, be a boss bitch. You don't have to have kids. And now here we are fast forwarding. And now here they are like, wait a minute. What you mean you're not having kids? That's what you're here for. And now they fell for the okie doke.
Society needs kids to actually put these bitches up and finance them. Now it's their problem, not ours.
Yeah. I'm like, how you gonna get child support with no kids?
Let society figure that shit out. It's not us. That's not on us anymore. Let them figure it out. We're out.
Oh, man.
Well, it's so hard to say goodbye, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's called the Book of Flight. All right. It's $340 to go to Colombia. Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing a different song, even though it ain't Christmas yet, but it's beginning to look a lot like.
I wanted to say this to what Black Guru said. The whole thing is holding society hostage. Holding society hostage by saying, right, exactly. And thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chat. So, so when you say this, having children and families, what women are saying writ large in the West, in America specifically, including in the Black communities, if we can't have a particular life, then we will hold society hostage by not having children, right? By not having the kids. So to hell with the family and society and everything else. If we can't have this particular life that we dreaming of, then it could all burn in hell if we care.
Okay.
That's fine.
Let it burn.
Let it burn.
Hey, let it rot.
Let
like
it
the Chinese
rot.
say.
Yeah, Chinese say let it rot. Yeah.
Well, by the way, I'll just go out, be out here and be on my mercenary shit. I'm like, well, since you're not doing that, how about some dick?
I'll be gone at 5 before I'll be gone before the cock crows 3 times. Okay.
Bye, Simon.
Shoes in hand as I tip out.
Damn.
PJ has to be tipping out like tiptoeing out of here.
Don't ask me how I know. Okay. Do not ask me how I know.
Tiptoeing out of there like Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, that's right. Sure do. With shoes in hand, with my juice box, my sandwich in hand, juice box in the other. Okay.
Don't forget the soft guy scented oil. You don't want to leave any trace.
No. Well, she got to do that, man. She got to clean up. Okay. There wasn't no man here last night.
I know there's a dude in here. It smells like sandalwood up in here. I don't use no damn sandalwood. Where's that cocoa butter smell coming from?
Saul killed me with this one. He said that 4B equal batteries, Bosco, dog, Bosco, dog, bitchy, and by your motherfucking self. Right.
You know what? I just thought about it.
Thank you for that, Saul.
I just thought about that damn familiar because that's exactly what he is, a damn familiar.
No, you talking about FD?
Yeah, FD. If you watch Blade,
how did I know?
Watch Blade.
Yep, I know exactly what you meant when you said it. That's why I said FD.
Here we go.
Nah, but if this 4B movement, I mean, I don't
hear ye. Wait, I gotta give you your propers. Line. Hear ye. For all the panda bears, shout out to AB. We can still call them panda bears. We're gonna start calling them familiars.
Yes, they are familiar.
Hear ye. The new term for pandering ass, particularly black men, are familiars. And there we go.
Familiars, exactly what they are. I look at FD, I'm like, with this 4B movement, I'm like, this is going to affect your sons, right?
You remember the second conversation, he tried to press me on that. He was like, why you got to bring up my sons, man? I'm like, because, and right when I was getting into the groove of it, he got mad. He's like, essentially, well, the girls are experiencing it too. And I came so close to saying, nigga, you're supposed to be speaking about us. The women already got advocates. The girls already have advocates.
Who's going to advocate for the boys?
No, apparently no one.
All right. I'd be like, all right, after you going to fuck around, you're going to walk in, your son going to be listening to Myron. Son going to be listening to Myron and Fresh.
God damn.
Right. And I really think these, because what we are supposed to be here is supposed to be a bunch of mouth-breathing, toxic idiots who don't get women, who are awkward, who are losers, who are unintelligent, unattractive, unappealing, uncharismatic, all of the uns, right? So yeah, and when FD comes across me or BGS, right, or Bernard Riley, that really hurts his argument, and I think that's much of the reason why the women can't debate me. The women can't debate us because for the same reason that FD has a difficult time having a conversation with BGS, because all of the negative stereotypes actually don't work when you're actually having a conversation with the person.
I mean, he was struggling like a motherfucker with Bernard.
Yeah.
Not saying Bernard's not smart, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. Like just the disparity in the conversation. Like Bernard was like pressing his ass.
Yeah.
This is the great irony about a figure like FD, and you can kind of extrapolate that out to the general public. They look at, I guess you say RP or Black Manosphere spaces, and they have that assumption when in reality, like, and granted, I'm no savant when it comes to these spaces. Like, it's maybe like a dozen channels that I've gone to and check out with some frequency, but everybody I check out, incredibly intelligent and able to articulate themselves and ideas, even with subjects that I feel like I'm really familiar with. Like, hell, I listen to BGS sometimes. He talk about some shit I already know about, but it's like, damn, he came at it from an angle I ain't never thought of. Goddamn.
Yo, that leave him on the lot. That thumbnail with the leave him on the lot BGS. That shit had me rolling on Friday morning. I'm telling you, leave their ass on the lot. You had that old ass. I don't know if that was an Oldsmobile or a Buick with the hood up. Yo, I was dying. That was a rust bucket. I was laughing before I pressed play. I was like, man, I know what he's gonna say.
It really is leave him on the lot.
It really is.
I mean, like that's where we at. That's where we are with it. And as the young lady said, what she said, so what you're trying to say is if we're not related to you, and if you're not having sex with us, and we didn't break a smile for you, then to hell with us. And I was like, yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the words of Kendrick Lamar, this dick ain't free.
Right. Shout out to Kendrick. I need to have a whole separate stream about the Drake, Kendrick, and Rick Ross and the rest of them beef. And yeah, that's a whole different stream. That shit's fire. I love it.
I heard Chris Brown dropped a diss song.
Yeah. They told me about it. I haven't heard it yet. I heard he flamed Quavo.
But I don't want to hear shit about. I mean, I've been saying it for the longest. The average woman weighs 176 pounds. The average black woman weighs 186 pounds. Until that shit drops drastically, I don't want to hear shit about income. Ain't no man busting his ass to be in the 10% of income, which most of will never get, to be with no fucking whale.
I don't think these conversations are even real conversations. I don't think these women are actually talking to anyone except other women.
But you're right.
You're right. They are.
Conversations.
Yeah,
you're right. They are. But the fact that this rhetoric is like spreading, it's like, yo, ain't no one.
It's
like,
not. Is it spreading for like
the hippos talking this most shit too?
What's really spreading? Like, are non-select women, actually trying to get men or wanting to have men get them? No,
they are just complaining.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is the thing about our society, especially social media. Social media creates the impression that dialogue or discussions are being had, but it's not. It's just echo chambers and people just having tantrums with the appearance of discussion. It's not a real discussion. Like, there's nothing really happened. There's no conclusion. There's no actionable points being made or things are going to be done. It's just
my bad. Black Socrates. I'm going to say the most basic thing ever. We done heard it a billion zillion times, and this is the thing that the technocrats or the social designers or whoever the fuck they are got to grapple with and sit with. Undesirable women don't want the men of their own level. Average women don't want the men of their own level, and y'all got to do whoever the hell y'all are, whoever the days are. That's what y'all got to work on, because that's the problem. It ain't the men, it's the women. And there you go. Most basic shit ever. We already said it a billion zillion times.
You cannot fix that problem with the existence of feminism and favoritism to women.
Yeah.
You can only fix that problem when women really have to. If we really had an equal society, you wouldn't have that problem. But we don't have an equal society. Women are not fairly competing against men. They've been given privileged status above men. And because they have privileged status above men, you have ugly women thinking they're better than what they are. And let me say, there's one other thing that I believe would fix American women or Western women, and it will sound odd, but I think it would fix the majority of women. The wholesale nuclear eradication of the beauty industry. Complete and utter destruction of the beauty industry. If you destroy the beauty industry, if you destroy the beauty industry, a lot of the delusions that women have about what they are go away overnight.
But the thing about it,
wait, y'all, let Black Uru land with that.
All the makeup, all the primping and pulling and eyelashes and hair and all of the delusions that women get to create about themselves instantly go away. And when they go away, the 3s, 4s, and 5s, they no longer think they 6, 7s, and 8s. And then now everybody is behaving much more equitably at that point. All of a sudden, you see her scars that she cover up. You see the scars she has that she cover up with her makeup. You know, you see the missing eyebrows that she get to trace in. You know, a lot of what we deal with in the modern society is a lot of what we deal with women in society is the magic they create about their image, the delusions they create about their image.
But they make too much. But make too much money off of that, though.
But not only that.
No, but that's why I said. I'm not expecting the beauty industry to go away. I'm saying that the beauty industry is a huge culprit in what's going on because it feeds to the delusion of modern women to a degree in which, you guys see in social media these images, these juxtapositions of women before and after makeup. They don't even look like the same species of being in some cases.
Yeah, but Yeah, but the question is, what came first, the delusionality or the makeup industry? And I would say the delusionality been part of the female makeup since forever, since the dawn of time. So women have
But you
always been
cannot
delusional.
perpetuate. Women will always have issues, but the degree to which you feed into those issues is the difference. Women will always be delusional. Women have always been emotional. Women have always been chaotic. But the degree to which the society enables the chaos, enables and perpetuates the delusions, is the difference.
Yeah,
but it's not coming from the
real quick from Black Socrates. Let me read this real quick. And KW Don says, "What's the incentive? Your stomach not touching your backbone, bitch."
God damn.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two. I just want to say real quick on Black Socrates.
Sure.
The corporate and political incentive on keeping women the way Black Uru was describing. So I have a whole class analysis about elite rich white men using women writ large as a buffer class. Y'all have heard me pretty much tease it out little by little on my channel. And so there's an incentive to keep women this way, not by men like us, obviously. And so there are an elite group of men, they still get married, they have their children in nuclear families, and them and their wives push out to the rest of society, namely the women, to freestyle, to live life however they want, and not follow under a man's lead, et cetera, et cetera. And so they use this worldview as the buffer between us, the masses, and them, the elites. And so there's a corporate and political incentive, I would argue. But go ahead, finish that line, and then we got to go, Socrates.
What Uru was saying though about the delusion, that's what I've come to find. Honestly, the conclusion I've come to since I've been out here dating, it's not really other men you're competing against. You're competing against women's delusion.
Correct.
It's not really other men.
But the delusion is fueled by, again, capitalists are always going to take advantage of anything they can make money out of, right? They'll exploit anything. They sell what you're buying, but you have to buy it. So the question is, what are people buying? And I always bring this up about the Amish. The Amish aren't buying. The Mennonites aren't buying. Mormons aren't buying. Why? Because that's not what they're interested in. So the question is, why are these group of women interested in this? It's because they've been indoctrinated through feminism to believe that it is perfect. Like feminism tells women, you are perfect. You are bad. They tell Lizzo, she's a bad bitch. And it's obviously objectively not true. And they silence people who criticize anything. If you say, no, she's actually overweight, or you hate women, you're fat shaming, you can't say anything. So now we have a situation where criticism is not allowed, objective assessment is not allowed, analysis is not allowed, logic is not allowed, nothing's allowed except delusionality. Women are already prone to delusionality. Therefore, they're allowed, like there's a concept in psychology that humans need social interaction to keep them from being insane, right? If we're left to our own devices, if we socially ostracize ourselves, we have a tendency to start losing grasp of reality because it doesn't to check us. We need buffers. We need something to check us. Women are operating this way because no one is allowed to check them. The proper check would have been men, but men are not allowed to check them. We can't tell them anything.
Other women aren't, so this is why the coven and the hive is the way it is. Because what did Iyanla Vanzant say? What did Rebecca Lynn Pope say? What did April Mason say? They're all saying the same thing Black Socrates just said. They're all saying the same thing, right? The second you are put up as the guru as a Black woman, apparently, and you actually start telling Black women, I don't know about that, right? They rip you to shreds. And so no one's allowed to check them, and they grow even more and more delusional.
Yeah, so the thing is that let's say hypothetically speaking, the makeup industry that gets destroyed. Okay, what are you gonna do about filters in Instagram? What are you gonna do about women creating their own makeup? What are you gonna do about, are you gonna make it illegal? Like, these are the thing about trying to control human behavior, and you find that the reality controlling human behavior is not what people expect. Prime example, prohibition. We're gonna ban alcohol. What do people do? They start bootlegging it. They start going to speakeasies. They start making black market alcohol. Did people stop drinking? No. In fact, the government even tried to contaminate alcohol and it killed people. This is what happens. It's like, now that the mayonnaise is out of the mayo drawer, or the toothpaste is out of the tube, I just, like you said, I don't know how to put it back in. This idea that people have that we can come to the table and put the past behind us like some kind of war and now make concessions and negotiations going forward. I don't know how it's going to happen when women have been socialized since they were children to hate men, to believe men are the source of all their problems in life, that anything that afflicts them can be blamed on men, and that the only utility or value that men have in their lives is to provide them money or status.
They have to.
Then when men are not able to do this because it's not possible, they will just be resentful. They just have
they have to be purged. That's like Mao did. They got to be purged. They got to die off.
Correct. That's the only. That's sad to say, but I'm like, I don't see a way.
Shout out to all you supposed rich aunties.
It's like that cop, but the cop analogy.
So game it out.
Cop.
So game it out. What's the alternative if you don't correct this shit? What's going to happen?
Oh, I don't know how to. I'm not saying we're correct. I don't know how to correct it.
No. Yeah. Say if you can't correct it, what's going to happen?
Well, you will have demographic collapse. You're gonna have. I think industrial society will start collapsing, and it's quite possible. Like people don't. If you study history, you'll find that there've been many times when you had these giant cities just disappear, and like Rome. What happened to Rome when Rome moved to the east and all of a sudden it just collapsed? So what happens is that it's a slow process, and then it happens very quickly. So what happens is that your intellectuals start leaving. You know, the philosophers and the people who actually make sense, they stop talking because they have no say anymore, and that's like the first beginning steps of the destruction. Then your bureaucrats and your exploiters and the people who just don't care start weighing on society. Then the art and the restraints and the morality degrades. Then everything is permissible. Then all the restraints that used to keep society together falls apart. Then immediately everything falls apart after that. Because society. Go ahead.
Either you course correct or nature will correct it for you.
That's correct. And when nature corrects things, nature is not very, worried about our compunctions or feelings.
Nature is a very harsh mistress. We don't realize.
Absolutely. Like people I on my off time I like to study weird things. Like I told a friend of mine, right, that this whole conversation is stupid because they talk about the working class man. I said people don't have any conception, or a lot of people don't, how important the working class man is to society. Take the sanitation worker. Without sanitation worker, our society could not survive at all. I would give it, if sanitation workers all went on strike, I would give it about 72 hours before all of society crumbles. And people say, how? I said, listen, if you take a city like New York City produces about 10,000 tons of garbage every single day. Imagine that garbage piling up for 3 days. Imagine the disease. Imagine the sickness. Like when we were in cholera, when this one woman, I've got her name, in the early 1900s, this one woman almost killed New York City by making people sick, right? She was working in the kitchens in Manhattan. She didn't wash herself. All of a sudden, she contaminated people. People started contaminating other people. A whole bunch of people started dying from one woman. Imagine what could happen with no sanitation. This includes your feces, your urine. Like, come on, it's not happening. And yet, no one thinks about sanitation workers. I'm like, think about the truck drivers. Think about the mechanics who service the trucks. Think about the oil riggers. Like this conversation that only rich men are important is so ridiculous, and it shows the ignorance of how society works that is traumatizing. And it's also why society can crumble in an instant. If truck drivers disappear tomorrow, our whole entire economy goes to a halt immediately.
I'll give you an example. This is something that actually happened, right? Okay, during COVID, right? Why do you think Trump actually threatened 40,000 meat packers? Because if they had walked off the job during COVID, basically
people would starve.
Grocery stores actually inflated so high people couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So that's the society is very intricate and
correct.
Take a little nut to drop into this big ass machine to fuck it all up, right?
Yeah.
And guess who depends on that kind of shit? Okay,
women.
I do. Me. Okay.
Not just me, but also women. Like women are the most vulnerable, right? So here's the thing.
Well, listen to me. Okay, that's what I base my whole thing on, right? Okay. If you know where to actually drop that nut in the machine and threaten to drop it, guess what they're gonna do? They have to react to it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
In other words, how do you get your way? Okay. You have this big ass complex machine that keeps the whole thing running, right? And I'll get up on a ladder, I'll walk up and say, what if I just drop this shit right here? Oh, no, don't drop that shit there. What do you want? That's what we work on. Whole black manosphere is built off that model.
I hear you, but my thing is that in order to really course correct, they're gonna have to put a stop to the empowerment of women. And I think these gutless, fakeless politicians, bureaucrats, and this whole useless class of quote unquote rich people, the useless rich people.
They just took away abortion. Okay.
Yeah,
that's true.
They will do it when enough of them of a certain power level feel they have to do it. They'll do it.
I don't know.
It may be small. It may be small in gradations, but they'll do it. Look, let enough men, for example, decide enough of this DB bullshit. They'll change that shit.
Yeah,
I've said before. All it takes is enough men being willing to do prison time, and a whole lot of shit will change.
That is true.
A whole lot of shit will change.
No, so what Black Guru was saying is true. I mean, the article from Black Enterprise of all things that said Black single and Latina single women are will have the least amount of wealth in America. Black Enterprise is publishing that. That's a signal. Black women, get your act together. Right? Black Enterprise is telling them, no, it actually does cost you. Yeah, but no. This single life does cost you, right? Go ahead.
But what are Black women going to do about it? Black women are not necessarily.
They will react to the environment. I've been telling you guys. I'm getting ready to quit. That's why I'm getting ready to drop off, right? Because I've been telling you guys this shit for the last fucking 10 years. No, I'm talking about YouTube in general, right? Y'all not learning. Okay, the environment will take care of all this shit. Okay, at some point the money will run out. The money's running out.
Mm-hmm.
Women and their kids are actually going homeless. Money's running out.
That's a fact.
These women will talk shit right up to the point in which some man will offer them something, they go crawl right up under.
And right up. I mean, look how they reacted to COVID with Kevin Samuels. Why do you think Kevin Samuels actually blew up? Because women found him attractive? No. They need to find out what he knew.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm gonna say this because it ties into this. Like my ex-wife, when she briefly wanted to get back to me, like a lot of times when we wouldn't talk, she would just send me a link to a song, and it was "Baby Come Back." And you know the song that I sent back to her?
What song would you send back?
Bobby Womack. If you think you're gonna wait until tonight.
I was wrong.
That was
wait. Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. Better you said something and Naima, you just jumped in there to get the joke off. But better you. What was the song that you sent back to her? You said
Bobby Womack. If you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight.
Wait until tonight, girl.
What I'm saying, and sometimes you guys believe in the myth of power like that, right? Okay.
An agency.
The people in power know exactly how finely tuned this machine actually is, right? And they try to cover up the fact that it's a finely tuned machine and where the soft spots are. Okay. If you study where the soft spots are, you can actually talk to them and say, hey, we know where your soft spots are. And all it takes is a few words and a few guys that spread the word and people start noticing. Okay. The emperor has That's like I might get shadow banned, okay? Because I'm very good at this, right? I've been telling you guys for years, okay? These bitches will come back to the table when the environment changes, okay?
Yeah.
And it's gonna change because it has to, okay?
They're at the table now. They're just throwing a temper tantrum.
Of course they are, and so basically they're trying to sell you a used for Mercedes price, okay? That's what they're trying to do. Oh, you niggas ain't nothing. You blah 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 blah, bitch. You ain't got no place. You ain't got no buyers.
Look, bitch, you're starving.
In other words, the passport bros, you can't go overseas because those women use you just like you will. But you trick for 10 cents on the dollar, okay? Versus you.
Oh yeah, no, I had a whole response to Jess when she was on your channel. When she was on the third channel, and she was, who was she chastising for being a passport bro? She was chastising one of them brothers, and I made a whole stream about that, like exactly what you just said, BGS, which is like, hey, you're saying that they're going to trick and those women don't love them. Have you ever met these women? They're called American women.
and she's Nigerian, and her parents are from Nigeria.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Okay, your mama's the fucking. No, I'm not gonna say that.
Oh, you almost got it. You almost did it.
Your mama's from the village. What are you talking about?
Your mama's rules.
And so your mama came from the village with the same kind of chicks that say we shouldn't get with, right? How does she treat your father? Oh, she's very loyal. She don't understand us. Oh, really? But those same kind of chicks you say that we shouldn't have. Just like
but Americanized. But Americanized.
No, her mother's from the village in Nigeria. Her mother.
I'm not talking about her mom. I'm talking about Jess.
Jess, yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course she is.
Yeah.
She's basically a Funful Junior.
Jess gets mad at me because I tell her what she can't have.
Yeah.
She just saw him crying on my channel last night. I got this. I said I got this. I'm dating this guy that makes $500K, and I'm 34. He's 36. I said, bitch, you just jump off.
Yeah.
And she started crying. She literally started crying in my chat because I'm not being nice anymore to you because y'all don't respect me. So I don't have.
You're not dating that dude. You're his Tuesday night.
And you're not even his Tuesday night. You use his alternate Thursday.
Oh God. Every other Tuesday night.
Every other Thursday before Friday. So I can get warmed up for my weekend. Okay.
Yeah. When I gotta really do some business.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just go ahead.
I got a question for Better You, actually.
Oh, okay, all right. Before you ask that question, let me get this out. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, speaking of Prince Fella, hysterical. She just was on Houston News from a couple months ago. White dude is buying her story. So I saw that clip. I saw it. I watched the whole thing.
I like Priscilla. I like Priscilla. I like the cut of her jib. I mean, look.
You're like, what?
I gotta always appreciate a good pimp when I see one.
Oh, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And that's a good pimp.
She's a good pimp. She is. I was trying to tell the breakdown there. She's a pimp.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Anyway, Better You.
Uh-huh.
I just first and foremost, before I ask my question, I hope you have a safe trip to Houston when you have to go eventually. Anyway, what? No hysterical, Mrs. Z? Man, forget this. Anyway, you said that your ex would send you links to certain songs, and you had to send a response. Which song do you think was like the illest song you ever sent? Besides Bobby Womack.
Oh, I was about to say Bobby was the coldest one. That was when I was done.
Any others?
CeeLo Green, fuck you.
Oh, I love that song.
Okay. So I mean, is she with someone, or you moved on? Clearly, she moved on.
Yeah, she remarried.
Okay.
We divorced almost 10 years ago, man. Actually, yeah, it is 10 years ago. Almost. Yeah, 2014.
Okay. Damn, 2014 feel like yesterday in the grand scheme of things, but yeah.
Yeah, some BC times, man. Before COVID.
Larry, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I ain't gonna say your last name. Thank you very much. I'm gonna say super chat. Sorry, Sarah. Thank you for the cash app, Larry. Thank you for the cash app.
Yep. And that is wild. I mean, I remember corresponding with somebody that we were doing something like that, but that was around that time. Pretty short-lived though.
So she remarried and you're in a situation now. No, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Like, because from my experience, a lot of women don't remarry. They don't couple up again, and I think there might even be some data on that. I'm not 100% sure how, especially in the Black community, how Black men move on from marriage and how Black women don't. I think Dr. Chris Marshman actually brought that up.
I think there is a stat that women are least likely to remarry.
Yeah,
I mean, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this because of my ex. Just like Bobby said, wait until tonight because it's cold outside. I think it got cold for her just due to the circumstances of things. Like, she married a guy with 5 kids, and I just I couldn't see that being the first pick. But you know what? I'm not in that relationship, so she did what she did.
Not your problem.
Yeah.
I think, said, "Oh, that's congratulations. Good luck."
And that goes to like there is a serious lack of appreciation for men and what we bring, not just the financial element, but definitely the financial element, but everything from our presence to our wisdom to just a different goddamn perspective, right? And it goes to what Socrates, Black Socrates, was saying earlier about, just a neurotic nature of women and these echo chambers that they occupy, and how the sisterhood, that's all it provides also. So you find yourself without this different perspective and this different worldview, and all you do is dig yourself into a hole.
Big hole.
Right?
A big deep hole.
Yeah.
A big deep dark hole.
Let's give him a hand. Get another shovel.
Right. And and that's a really bad place to be. And I'm watching Black women in all of their hubris. Shout out to Toya. All of their hubris and all of their anger and resentment at Black men push this ideology of political. Like, they're not saying politically single. I'm calling it politically single, but single by choice, single mother by choice. And I'm like, do y'all know what this means for y'all in the long run? What's going on?
Trust me, dude. As I say, as a guy who's out here dating, I will speak on behalf of the other guys in this chat who are probably dating, or in the what's his name. A lot of these chicks are single because they have to be, because they should be. Because the honest truth is,
I agree with the should be. What do you mean by the have to be?
Because the thing that always astonished me about women is they completely forget that men are human beings with wants and desires too, and they don't. Not only do they not do the work, they don't think they have to do it.
I agree.
That's the part that they're finding out. That is the most egregious part about this thing, because when you actually have conversations with these women, it's like they never thought about that for some reason. And honestly, it is astonishing when you see the look on their faces when you ask them these questions straight up.
But for over 40 years, they have specifically attempted to decouple women from the gaze of men.
Facts.
I mean, I'm old enough to recall when you would hear women very openly, very publicly, unashamedly say what they need to do to get a man. Groups of women, what I need to do, don't do this, because men won't like that. Men won't like you wearing that. Men won't like you swearing in public. Men won't like you smoking. That was a thing. Women wouldn't smoke, or in certain social situations, things of that nature. So they have removed that from the social formula of coupling between men and women. And they haven't just removed it, they radically antagonized it to the point where if a young woman mentions doing something from a guy, she's viciously attacked. Oh, I got to look this certain way for my man, or I got to sound this certain way for, and not even just her man, they might tolerate a woman doing it for their man. And even that might be a function of just how great that man might be. But back then, in the past, you just didn't do anything just for the gaze of men.
Yeah, but now
for the strange man, the man that you don't know nothing about. You don't show that side to any man.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing, because now they're just verbally saying, because what's the name? I forget. Was it her that said never do anything for the express pleasure of a man?
I heard. We'll just say there's a white manosphere man that was the first person I ever heard say it.
Yeah,
we'll say it's the one that y'all all thinking about, the famous one.
Yeah.
He
said it, because
he was the first person I ever heard.
To what
that's a new, right. That's a new historical phenomenon. There's no other society prior to 40 or 50 years ago where women were not concerned about how men view them. In what other society did that exist?
Well, Black Uru, so that you said, and speaking right to that, so you're right, they did flip it, And now when they say, "Oh, y'all doing that for the male gaze or the black male gaze," and they mean it as a negative, it's a pejorative. It's an insult to women when other women tell them, "Oh, you doing that for the," or they say male identified, right, or black male identified, as an insult once again for any woman considering, damn, I don't think men are like this, or I don't want to wear this, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to comport myself a certain way. Yeah.
But think about now. These would be women who would want men to want them, to want to pursue them, to want to take them on expensive dates and marry. These are the same women who would want that, but are antagonistic towards the notion of men being pleased by how they appear before them. Think about how disconnected that is cognitive.
Like there's a conversation like here's the thing, you can see it in them not saying indirectly, like, or indirectly, because I mentioned there was damn, I can't mention none of these chicks' names, but old man was doing a play-by-play of one of the big panderers that's coming up. Some of you may know who I'm talking about. And six of guys was talking. No, not him. The other Ace. And there was a conversation, and six of guys was there. She was talking to the females, and they were just touching on the conversation of weight.
And Keita Rose, old bum ass. I know what you're saying. Fuck
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let that one go. I'm gonna let that one go.
Yeah.
Keita Rose, old bum ass.
Yes.
Angry ass bitch.
They weren't even talking about. Here's the thing. The beauty of it. They weren't even really talking about men. They were simply just talking about appearance. Just losing weight for the sake of your appearance and health, and you see how uncomfortable and how weird it got.
And Keita Rose felt all type of ways, and her and the other girl got so antagonistic to Six, and all y'all did was prove everything men ever freaking said.
All y'all did was prove her right, and that's the thing. I'm not on Six's side, but I did not like how that conversation went down.
Well, and I'm glad that happened on camera, because I do leave space. I want y'all to understand. I'm not asking y'all to be sympathetic to the ladies, but I am saying I want y'all to understand when there is a six in the room, that is exactly how that shit happened for real.
Yeah.
That's exactly like when there's one of the sisters that push back and be like, I don't know, but have you ever considered what he's saying, or have you ever considered how he feels? I'm sorry about that, y'all, because some asshole is being an asshole and honking somebody for no reason. Like he turned where he was supposed to turn. Dumbass. Anyway, but I just witnessed it. I'm sorry, y'all, but yeah, no. So when there is a six that is part of that freaking brunch table, and they over there talking shit about their man, and the six the goddess says, hey, I mean, he might have a point. That's really what happens.
Yeah, but that's
I've been privy to that. Go ahead, yo.
But that was the beauty of the conversation. They weren't even talking about men. They were simply talking about women's appearance. And she was like, no, we need to just
as a function of what men, because the way they kept on taking it. But remember what Six did. Exactly.
That's the way they did it. But that was the beauty of the conversation. That was the beauty of the conversation. But y'all are the same women that expect men to bust their ass to be in the top 10%.
But remember what much of their issue was also the delivery. Because remember what Six said, yeah, I'll call her fat bitch if she's a fat bitch. And Keita Rose and the other young lady, what they were trying to say, no, there's a way softer. And Keita Rose been goddamn
eating disorder and all that.
Bro, they spent, and even when they got to, okay, maybe there is an issue here. What did they once again, you speak so long trying to preface your statement and trying to soften the blow that you actually don't get to the point.
Yeah.
And that's what Keita Rose was attempting to demand that Six the Goddess does, where you don't call her fat bitch, but you do, once again, 18 minutes worth of preface, then you speak about the subject just lightly, you just put your big toe on it just a smidge, and then you get back off, and then once again, the ending part is how great this woman is. And I'm like, and this is where we never get anywhere with black women in their weight.
Never get anywhere, because I'm like, but you said, but even though, say what you want about Six, but that conversation was full on display. I'm like, women don't even want to listen to other women.
Yeah. Well, once again, it's go ahead.
It's I told you, the women are socialized to hate men. Like they really are socialized to believe anything that is done. Like they have these conversations. If a woman says, "I like to do things for my boyfriend or my husband," she will be attacked for just saying that. It's so innocuous and so simple.
Maybe not that, but if she does admit that she goes out to
someone has some
get attention from men.
Someone has wind in their background.
That is literally me. That is literally me.
Oh,
But no,
okay.
it is me. It is me. No. So I'll say this: yes and no for her literal man, but for men writ large, oh, absolutely, women are never.
Oh no,
supposed to
women will
admit
get
that they're
women,
doing
women will
stuff
get
for men
attacked.
writ large. Yeah.
Oh, women will get attacked for doing stuff for their man too. They'll get attacked.
Yeah.
Man, social media.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Simone
By
Biles.
the way,
media?
have y'all seen the clip of Simone Biles speaking on it again?
Yeah, I saw it.
Prime example. Prime example.
I
Simone.
was clapping. I was like, that's why she's married.
Yep.
Well, prime example. They teared into Simone Biles. They tried to. They said all she said was that I want him. I love him. I went after him. So what? They like, oh, how dare you? It's men are the enemy. It's like the Cold War.
You're supposed to barely tolerate men.
Correct.
Even the hyper providing good looking niggas. You're supposed
He's
to
a man.
barely
He's your enemy.
Exactly.
He's your enemy.
Even if you are obsessed with your man, you're not supposed to say it. And definitely not in public.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
You're not supposed to say that out loud.
Exactly.
Exactly. But you have to attack Simone Biles because Simone Biles is rich and famous. And
it's not that you're supposed to attract her.
Attack her. I get. Yeah, Black Woman's going somewhere with that. Go ahead.
You must attract.
You must.
Go ahead.
You must attack Simone Biles because she's rich and famous and successful, and the most accomplished human being ever in her particular profession. So if she says she must win a man over and willingly and openly submits to a man, what does it say about the rest of these hoes? Of course, you gotta stop her at all costs.
No, but it's also
Go ahead, Black Woman, finish your point, and then
the last thing you can have is someone as accomplished as her.
Yep.
Saying that women should fight for a man. Because if Simone's got to fight for a man, how the hell can I not have to fight for a man?
Yeah.
Yep. Let me read this real quick. And Leon said real quick, Socrates. Let me finish this up real quick. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. I am Nero without a booty play when it comes to them not having children. BGS knows I am entertained and still let the motherfucker burn. I am no. I am no. Is that I'm no builder? I think that's what he said. I'm no Superman. I can't tell from the thing. But no, I mean like I agree about fiddling and letting it burn. By the way, yeah, I'm definitely about fiddling and letting it burn. But that is going to have an adverse effect on society. And as I said before, it's not that black men win a gender war; it's that black women lose the gender war harder. And you go ahead.
Correct. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, but that just puts salt on the wound. Her status and her accomplishments and her accolades put salt on the wound. But the fundamental issue is not the fact that she's just rich; it's the fact that she's a woman and she's
a black woman on top of that.
Man. Yeah, she's a black woman, and the reason why they use Marxist critique or analysis in order to shape feminism. So what does that mean? That women take the role of the proletariat, and we're the elites. of the bourgeoisie. And so the proletariat that fails to understand the material condition of being a proletariat, i.e., a woman, and does anything that has deference to the bourgeoisie, i.e.,
then you're a class enemy.
Yes, you're a class enemy. You have false consciousness. You're a traitor.
Yes.
You're a traitor to the solidarity of all other women. That's how they think about it. That's how they promote to the women. You're all in this together.
While, by the way, they're trying to achieve that same class position, by the way.
Correct. Same thing with the proletariats, though. Don't tell union bosses that makes $500,000 a year anything about that. That has nothing to do with it.
Well, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question based on the scenario.
You let him
okay.
get it, bro.
What would have happened if Simone's husband was white?
Not a damn thing.
They still don't want her.
They would not have responded the same way.
No, they wouldn't. They would
not look at Simone being with a 6'3" great-looking white guy in the NFL and shitted on that. They would not have done
hold
that.
on. All right, so do you have an example? Do you have an example of a black woman being with a white man and showing deference to him like that?
Look how they were falling all over themselves over the girl being with Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Until he dumped.
Yep.
Serena Williams.
But she wasn't. Yes, she was with him, but was she showing that deference? I'm saying I want a woman to openly.
He is a white man. He is a white man.
I'm asking. Show me an example. Show me an example of a black woman, even with a white
Kerrison when she was married.
Yeah.
Crystalline Kerrison when she was married.
Pink Book.
Yeah. Pink Book lessons. Yeah. Because remember when she used to talk up on her husband, and that motherfucker looked like the lamest shit you ever want to see in your life. But
Serena
anyway,
Williams.
But she doesn't talk up on her. I get where Black Socrates is going because she doesn't necessarily talk up on her husband in a particular way. I get where he's going. Yeah.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is that anytime. Go ahead.
Real quick, Black Socrates, because I want to emphasize this point. I get where Black Uru is coming from because it's not a one-to-one. You got to factor in the race element, and you got to factor in where Black women imagine white men to be and where they are. So it is an achievement for a Black woman to get a white man. So if she speaks like she won the lottery, then no matter where she ranks economically and socially, if she speaks as if she won the lottery, then it's okay. And so if Simone Biles was speaking like that on him, other non-Black women might have cringed, right? Certain Black women might have cringed, but for the most part, most Black women be like, yeah, you right, you won. You know.
Well, I give you an example. Have you seen the View video where the View had a panel? The View, women on the View, Whoopi Goldberg and company, and they were asked, "Are men useful?" Have you seen the video?
No.
Oh no.
Okay, all the women, white, Black, Hispanic, all of them uniformly said, "No, men are not useful. Men are useless." See, men are and the crowd applauds. Then they go on to explain why men are useless. It has nothing to do with your race. Yes, I agree that in the hierarchy, white men are higher than Black men, and that Black women may give a Black woman credit for having a white man, but based on feminism, you're not supposed to give deference to any man because he's a man and he's the enemy.
Black women are not going to complain about a Black woman marrying a tall, good-looking, professional athlete, blonde, blue-eyed white man. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
I didn't see it. Do you have okay, that's cool. Do you have an example?
That is not going to happen.
Okay, I understand.
No, I can't think of any. I cannot in this very moment think of an example right now. But from what I know and from what I observe of the dynamics of Black women and white men in America, that's not going to happen. And we know by influence from other things. For example, we know that Serena Williams does not marry the Black equivalent of that Ohanian guy. We know that.
Yes, but she does. I agree, but she doesn't speak highly of him either.
Yeah, but she married him.
That already.
Serena Williams does not marry a nothing Black man. She don't do that.
She was with two, that dude. I think that dude's he's not a billionaire, but he's a millionaire. She's been with two high-profile celebrities. She's been with Drake and she's been with Common and God knows who else. But she married him.
Yeah, but aren't you assuming that Common and Drake wanted to marry her? Is that the assumption?
No, I'm not.
She had offers from Black men, but she rebuffed them because they weren't white men. Is that the assumption?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say that. I would say if we were gonna go there, then her face would say everything.
Yeah.
Right. Her face right now would say everything. But
yeah.
No, I don't think it's that. I think what we are saying is that there is a feeling of being arrived, right? Having arrived that you see from a lot of sisters when they end up in those type of situations. And I think that we can't discount that when it comes to Simone Biles speaking on her husband and the fact that you even had Black women wishing for the divorce, right? They're hoping for a divorce so that their point can be proven, particularly about Black men. This is not just a man thing. This is for Black women. Let me land with this. Let me land with this real quick, Black women. When it comes to Black women and Black men's relationship in particular, right? What was the affront to Black women was not only that Simone Biles initiated; she initiated with a Black man. That's the main draw. It's yes, she initiated and she initiated with a Black man, right? Why? And you literally, so Black women were literally saying this. Some young Black women were literally saying this. Why did she do that with Zac Efron? Why isn't she not with Zac Efron? White man, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Look, when Black women, it wasn't just about him being a man. Why she had to put that nigga over herself? That's a specific kind of thing.
Exactly.
That's not about men.
Okay.
That's about Black men. That's about how Black women think about Black men.
Yes.
That is specific to Black men. That ain't just general feminist shit. No, that's Black men. You don't put yourself over, you don't put no nigga, quote, over you. That's what that means.
Okay, I understand what you say, because I did witness a phenomena in my promoting days when I was in New York City promoting. So what I witnessed is that every time a Black guy went into the club scene and started hanging out with the non-Black women, they never dated Black women ever again. They just stayed that way. And I was very, curious about this, and it became clear to me that there is a certain pathology that Black women have directly towards Black men in particular. So I could definitely understand that Black men starting with other women from other races start at 0, but when it comes to Black women, they start at a negative for some odd reason. And I could definitely understand that.
Well, it's not an odd reason. You're not white.
It is.
No, I'm saying, but it's the reason is very specific. It's because you're not.
But also,
wait, say that again?
But also, to be specific, it's not just that you're not white. They're also what we were saying earlier. They're taking every single negative experience that maybe they didn't have, their cousin had, or their auntie had, or maybe even their mother had, and they're taking all that shit and dumping it on you.
And now you have to overperform.
Well, why do other women do the same thing? Do other women take the negative experiences of the men of their ethnicity and dump it on the men of their ethnicity?
I would say yes and no. I think overall, it's overall in Western society, in America in particular, it's a white worship period. But the particular toxicity and vitriol that women can display against men of their own demographic, I think, is reserved mainly for Black women. I will not say that other women don't display this. I have heard and seen Asian women have an affinity for white men and then call the men of their demographic like, oh, he looks too much like my brother, right? So it's not as toxic, right? But what they will do is hide their want and desire for white men behind feminism. In other words, the men of my demographic, there's too much machismo, it's too much bravado, and that's Latinas, right? And for Asian women, it's the men of my demographic, they're too patriarchal, right? They think we're still in colonial times. That's Asian women, right? But there's a very specific niggas ain't shit rhetoric that comes from Black women in specific that then helps them to justify the white peen chase and the degradation of Black men. They can't just go after the white dudes. They got to defecate on the Black men first on the way out the door.
But listen what you just said, Z. When Asian women use those words and Latina women describe those words, how does Brad not see that as a slight? Because if
I think white men just want the vagina, so with either way they get the vagina, it don't matter. Now whether they marry these women is a whole different conversation. But I think Brad will take the vagina however it comes, right? Literally, right? Yeah. So then he'll take the vagina however it comes. So if that's what Latina women got to be on to fuck with a white dude, he'll take it. If that's what Asian women got to, you are being objectified. You are being seen as a Captain Save 'em. But if you could get to the vagina and hopefully not get her pregnant, then all's good, right?
Yeah,
now the way they get messed up. Here's the thing: where they get messed up is if they're an average dude or even maybe below average financially, and then this woman then put all this hope into you in this lifestyle. You fuck around, get her pregnant, and then you just a regular ass average dude white dude. Oh, that's your ass. Oh, that's your ass. That's your ass.
Actually, well, no, you just get out of not having to pay child support and being one of the 15% or whatever Black.
Oh yeah. That damn near 1.5 million.
Honestly, they'll go to the clinic. They'll go to the clinic and take care of that. Snip, snip. Those women will go to the clinic.
I don't know, because the mixed baby, maybe for non-black women, but like, let me put it this way: Latina women, they're gonna have that baby. Black women, they're gonna have that baby. Maybe Asian women might not have that baby because of the shame, but Latina women and black women, oh yeah, they having that mixed baby. They definitely having that mixed baby.
They will. Yeah, they'll have that mixed baby. They will. Yeah.
So yeah.
It's all just the only thing about that. The only thing that's controversy about that is what lie do I tell to explain what happened?
And this is when we get to he just left.
How do I explain, how I get this mixed child, especially if the child comes out? Now, if the child comes out and looks pretty close proximity to black, then you might not have much of an issue. But if it's clearly a mixed race child, then you probably do have to create some kind of story.
So you're telling me that black women have a particular antipathy towards black men. How in the world are they supposed to ever reconcile?
What did you say? How can black men and black women ever reconcile?
I said apparently black women have a particular antipathy or hatred or animus directed towards black men. It's particular, it's unique, it's very particular. If that's the case, how are they ever supposed to get together?
We won't. We'll just separate.
Okay.
That's just.
Well, probably. I think to some degree, what was never really acknowledged is that antipathy exists. See, how often do you ever witness the acknowledgement amongst them that it exists? It's like any other illness. The cure to any illness first must come with the acknowledgement of the existence of the illness.
But I already
if they never acknowledge.
But I already know what a purple pill or a blue pill is going to say. Like, they'll use the marriage statistic. They'll be like, well, they still marry like black men, black men or black women most of the time when the black woman's married, her black man's husband.
It's not a valid marriage statistic when fewer than 30% of all black people are married at all.
Yeah.
Then the fact that the majority of them have black mates, that's not really, is that statistically valid?
And
no.
And here's the
most statistically valid stat is 70% of black people ain't married to anybody.
And what that means, and what isn't said with the statistic that Black U just cited is that the reason why we're not getting married is because of black women. That's why when you separate, black men are more married than black women. It's black women that have an issue with marriage, particularly to black men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you look deeper, but they won't.
When you look deeper, and that's so what the way it's advertised towards the black community is that black men are immature, black men are lazy, shiftless bums that don't want to be fathers and husbands, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then the data shows, once again, black men involvement in their children's lives, even if they're not partnered with the mother, number one. Number two, black men have a higher marriage rate, right? Number three, if I'm not mistaken, black men have a higher remarried rate also. So it's not black men that are averse to getting married, even to black women. It's black women themselves. And even Chrissy slipped up and said it one time. She slipped up and she caught herself. And she's like, getting black men isn't the difficult part. They're just insufferable. And she really did that. But they're insufferable. No, you said it right the first time. We're not the problem. Y'all are. Black women see marriage and relationship as constraining. That's why I say negative liberty all the time. There's too many rules to marriage and relationship, and black women want the freedom to do whatever they want, however they want, whenever they want. Unless, of course, you're a baller dude, then maybe there's space for negotiation.
Mr. Z?
Right? Yeah, go ahead.
How many times do I have to remind you of the character? Oh, somebody dialed somebody? I heard that someone hitting the dial pad. Anyway. How many times I got to remind you? The character Tony from Girlfriends.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly.
Remember? Remember, I remember one particular scene when she was with the husband and he was a small hat. They were in bed. He told her he was in a certain situation, and how did she talk to him? She talked to him like she would talk to a black man. He was like, "What the hell is this?" And then what happens? They got divorced while she was pregnant with their kid. And eventually she had to relocate to New York because that's where he went back to. Because he came with a transplant from LA. Yep. At the end of the show, she had to go back to LA. She relocated to New York so her daughter could be near her father.
Yep.
Think about that.
Yeah.
She had the man and fucked up.
And mind you, and remember who wrote that show again? Who wrote Girlfriends?
Wasn't it?
Kelsey Grammer. Thank you. Yes, well, Kelsey Grammer. Frasier's Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah. I think he owned it, or
he didn't write it. He didn't write it. He was
didn't write it?
He was the executive.
Okay. Oh, I'm thinking it was the writer.
It was written by the same woman who did Living Single, I believe.
What? Oh, okay. Woo, the whole time I thought he was the writer. Woo. Was he the producer? I thought he was. Okay. So
I'm double checking right now.
Okay. But so what I found interesting about the show Girlfriends is, once again, darker skinned black woman, and she was cute. Tony to me was cute. Pompous asshole, but cute, dark skinned black woman, ended up with the small hat. Right, materialistic as hell to make up once again for being a dark skinned black woman. That's the part they didn't want to say in the show, right? Cute dark skinned black woman ends up with the small hat, talks reckless, ends up divorced, ends up moving away from the sisterhood for her daughters, right? Like, how is this not real life? But you got the white dude, right? He's a small hat, but you got the white dude, and yet you F it all up.
Look at Lenny Kravitz.
Uh-oh.
That's a prime example of that. His parents divorced when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And what did his father say when he left the home?
Oh, I don't know.
He talked about how his father, when he left, when the parents divorced, I think his father said, "You're gonna be a lot like me when you're older," because he realized, marriage and divorce and everything. Let's not forget who his first wife was. In fact, that's his only marriage, I think. No, he's had other marriages. Because but to his first marriage to Lisa Bonet.
Yep.
Short-lived.
Zoe Kravitz's mom.
Zoe Kravitz.
Zoe Kravitz is bad, but she don't got none on her mom though. She a baddie, but she don't got shit on her mom.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Zoe Kravitz sports a septum piercing. I'm noticing a lot more women rocking the septum piercing, and we remember that conversation about
that. Is a red flag for me. I can't do it. You look like a damn horse. Take it out.
Hysterical.
Actually, it's a bull.
Yeah, Girlfriends was made by Mara Brock Akil. Made the same one who made Moesha and The Game.
Okay.
Oh.
What do we do? What about the producer?
The producers are Kelsey Grammer.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I was thinking he was a writer. I'm sorry.
Her and Regina something. Two women and Kelsey Grammer. Two black women and Kelsey Grammer.
Okay. Now, hey, understand what you just said.
What that means is Kelsey Grammer bankrolls some black female shit. That's what
that is true. Which is strange because he's hyper conservative and Republican.
Wait. Is it strange?
What? Yes and no.
No, not at all.
That's America. No, that's America.
But not my
white man, rich old white man bankrolling some black female shit.
And when you said conservative, I'm like, okay, weren't white conservatives bankrolling Candace Owens? Weren't they bankrolling Mia Love? Weren't they bankrolling Kim Klacik? Kim Klacik got very conservative. So that's America, like Black Uru was saying, like that's America. Whether white liberal or white conservative, they will bankroll some black women with some bullshit.
Yeah, but Candace Owens doesn't promote hatred between black men and black women. Girlfriends did.
Let Candace Owens keep on talking. Don't think she over here on this side. She acting like she's our friend. She's acting like an ally. Be very careful about where black Candace Owens is gonna angle this, and she's gonna try to pull black men in a certain way. Watch her footsteps. I'm putting money on it right now. I'm telling you right now. She sounded good now. Let's see. Let's see what the ultimate goal is.
I've always believed that Candace Owens was a sociopath. I always believed that.
Yeah.
So I believe that she goes where her bread is buttered. I don't believe that she really has any real conviction.
By the way, perfect word, because I do think she's a sociopath too. I do think she's
I always thought that. Based on her whole trajectory, her whole history, the way she talks about subject, I'm like, this woman just says whatever pays her.
How do y'all distinguish her from all the other sociopaths in there?
Because I think that, unfortunately,
that's a good question. I don't know if there's a
political figure, major political figure, and ain't no sociopath.
Yes, that's true. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of black women.
You're going to tell me her former employer is not a sociopath? That guy got sociopath written all over him.
Black Uru. You come on. He is the small hat version of her. Remember, the majority of the small hats vote left. The majority, by I think it's like 60 some odd % of small hats vote left. 60, maybe even 70 some % vote left. So he is the small hat version of her over there. That's why when he
what do you mean by that?
He's playing a particular role to show that they're not anti-Semitic on that side, and he knows that's the role he's playing.
Yeah, but the small hats always play both sides.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm saying in particular for him. In particular for him, he's playing a particular role in the on the conservative right side of the political spectrum. But and that's the role that
if you look at the money, right?
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
American Enterprise for Prosperity.
Candace Owens is the black female version of him, and he's the
she's more talented though.
Male version of her.
Yeah.
She's more talented, more charismatic.
He's more educated, but she's more talented.
So
go ahead.
He exists to try to make Jews seem less left wing.
No. I think it's the other way around. I think he exists on that side. And they remember at what are we in? We're in 2024, 2014, 2013, 2015. They were speaking about him like he was the whiz kid. So I think he exists not to make Jewish folks look less. And I just straight up said it. Jewish folks look less. And I said it again. Less left wing. I think he exists to make the Republicans look less anti-Semitic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. But I mean.
Because I would argue you have more anti-Semitics on that side than you have Christian nationalists. The Christian Jewish, the Christian Zionist, better yet, Christian Zionist is the one I want to say. Yeah.
I'm actually
you just it's like you just how do you separate the two?
That's what I'm saying, right? When I saw
let me say this. The end result equals we already know what Christian Zionists why they actually back the Jews, right? We already know why they back. I'm just saying it. Fucking we already know why they back them because they want they want them to go over there so that whatever could come and rapture and then blah 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 blah. Right? So that's why that exists. But so the end result is the end result, but there's like a slight deviation between I'm at 8% of battery. I gotta go in a minute. Plus I'm still living really reckless right now. I would say there is a difference in the Christian Zionists and the what was the other degree? Christian Zionists and the anti-Semite conservatives.
Okay.
Christian nationalists.
No, anti-Semite conservatives.
The Christian nationalists.
Oh yeah, you're right. Christian nationalists and Christian Zionists. You're right. My bad. When you said it multiple times, I still didn't get it. Yeah, Christian nationalists versus Christian Zionists. You're right.
The Christian Zionists are the evangelicals, and the Christian nationalists are the pro-white nationalists who happen to be Christian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who by the way, so what Black Woman said earlier, it makes more sense now, but I still see not even a difference, a distinction without a difference. Like there's a little difference, because the end result is going to be the same thing. It's both of them saying, just send those people over there so whatever can happen, and then Jesus come and then the rapture and then whatever.
No, it's like the coalition and the left. You know how it's tied towards hating white men. Like as long as white men are the enemy, these groups who have nothing to do with each other can get along. But as soon as the focus is taken off of hating the white man, they hate each other. You know, like Jews, Muslims.
I would say
gay
yes,
people.
but that's still built on. So they're looking up at the white man hating him, but they're standing on black men.
Oh, of course. See, no.
You see what I'm saying?
The agreement, the agreement is they all hate white men, but we all know we also can have black men as the underclass. That's the agreement.
Yeah. So and straight black men in particular, because some of our LGBTQ brothers is playing the game too.
Correct.
Well,
so
they hate white men. They hate white men unless they get a chance to marry.
Yes. Ain't that the funniest thing in the world? There was a clip.
Hold on. They go for the gay black man too.
Yes, absolutely. There was a clip of a black woman talking all this greasy about black men. I mean, white men. Excuse me. There was a clip of a black woman speaking greasy about white men, and she was saying all type of they smell like wet dogs and whatever. And people started digging. She got a whole white boyfriend she hugged up with, right? A whole like a white boyfriend too. A white boyfriend she hugged up with. And she was like, well, I was just talking about white people in general and white men in general. Like, bitch, you got a whole white boyfriend. This doesn't even look like some smash situation. Like, this dude ain't even hiding you. Y'all all hugged up and booed up on the beach and stuff, right? You got the white and here's the thing that I found most interesting. White people in the comments were not surprised. They were like, typical.
Yes,
right?
Of course.
This is and once again, so you're a black woman talking shit about white people, white men in particular, and like Uru said, but you booed up with the white dude, right? And let me read this real quick, y'all.
Just
Afro
like
National says, real quick. Afro National and Afro National Citizen, thank you for the super chat. Salute to esteemed panel who got on the fight.
I'm going with Devin Haney, dog.
Okay. And Telescope says Keisha's hierarchy of hate hysterical.
Yeah, he's talking about
if you go to your
by the way, I'm at 5%, y'all. So okay, yeah, go ahead.
If you go to your large urban centers, white women, awfuls, American white affluent women, right? Yeah. They talk greasy about white men. They talk horrible. You would think that they hate white men.
And they still marry their white men.
Who are they married to?
But here's the thing. The thing that always we've been saying that white women sell black women on this bullshit, yet they still get married to their upper middle class and rich white dudes. And black women wish they could do the same with white men, by the way, with white women. I mean, actually both. White men and white women. I actually said that rightly. Freudian slip there. Right. So that's one of the issues that black women continue to run into. The white woman is telling you all of this crap while she still gets, especially the upper middle class white woman, she's selling you on this particular brand of feminism and she still gets married to the white dude. Meanwhile, you actually bought into it. You're the actually true believer. Shout out to Compassionate for saying that. You're the true believer, and what do you got to show for it? All right, y'all, look, I gotta go because we at 5% and it's at 4%. So, all right. Thank y'all for everybody for coming up. Z did 7 hours. God damn, I'm over here following BGS. Right. So, right. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Thank you for listening to this forever long stream. My girlfriend's gonna laugh the hell. My girlfriend be asking me, what the hell y'all be talking about for goddamn 4 and 5 hours? I'm like, babe, we just shooting the breeze. And sometimes we got real shit to talk about. Right. So, but yeah, so we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Thank you, everybody, for coming up and listening today. Goddamn, 7 hours and pretty much 15 minutes. All right, y'all. Mr. Z.
You're a marathon runner.
All right, apparently. All right, thank you, y'all. Later.
Yeah, I'll take it.